get out with the loot that you have, and other people can try to hijack the loot that you got. So what I think Bungie was making a extraction or Tarkov style mode for Destiny. They figured out it wouldn't work with the way Destiny handles loot, and so they decided to just make it a new IP. And then they were like, "Oh, hey, we own the name Marathon, and we'll make it an extraction shooter instead of a single player game like the Marathon games were." It was sad when I found that out.
I find it like very surprising that like people got hyped for that trailer when like it's like a cool it's a cool like trailer in terms of visuals, but like it's not gameplay.
Yeah,
What? Like when you boil it down to like it's just, hey, we're making it. Okay. And then it's like it's just I don't think that's enough to get like super duper hyped. Like,
but realistically, that's what's a Metal Gear trailer. The Metal Gear trailer.
No, I mean that's what I think too. I think that that's not really. I guess the difference is that the game, like the original game, is some basis, whereas like with Marathon, if you played the old games, I don't think that would tell you anything about what this game is going to be because the old games are like nearly 30 years old.
And they're single player games. They were the
exactly.
Apple's like max competitor to Doom.
Version of Doom. Yeah. So like what does it say? You know, that it's like, oh yeah, Marathon by a very different team than the team that made it. Like how many people work at Marathon? Like, 20 people. Now there's like 1,000 people work at Bungie.
Yeah.
It's gonna be totally different.
Oh great, YouTube destroyed all the links down in the description.
Oh no.
Good stuff. Well,
the one thing with Metal Gear though is at least they did say, hey, we're releasing the original Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, and 3 on everything now, and Legacy Collection Part 1 too. So I'm like, oh, does that mean Metal Gear Solid 4 is finally going to be playable somewhere other than PS3? And that wasn't announced technically, but the Volume 1 was enough for me. But that's me extracting news from a trailer that really showed nothing. It's a trailer that could have been a tweet.
How do people feel about that showcase in general?
Yeah. Mostly very negative, and I think I was pretty positive on it, but I also thought it was a state of play. I didn't realize that this was their like, E3
that's the E3 equivalent. Yeah, it seems.
Yeah, my
was
stream
it really? I thought it was just a random thing they decided to do that day.
No, this was a big E3 like event.
Well, that was kind of like
I think E3's done.
Yeah,
I really do.
E3 is basically done.
No, not just last year though. I think it's dead forever now, just because people can just do their own streams now.
That's definitely where we're at now. But it still seems like everybody's doing their own events around these next couple of weeks. Microsoft's got a thing in June. They've got that Summer Games Fest thing that's in June. So there's like still stuff happening, but an organized, everybody gets together on the same sort of couple of days E3 thing. Yeah, it's over. It's done.
Yeah.
I think for the presentations, they still need to work out the format because people tend to get underwhelmed by the short ones, except Nintendo tends to do that pretty well, the little directs they do. But the PlayStation State of Play is almost all of them people end up being like, well, that showed nothing, or that was nothing I cared about, or that was a trailer with a bunch of fluff around it. And then these ones always feel really padded when I feel like if this showcase from the other day was the length of a State of Play and they cut out like 70% of the trailers they showed, I think it would have been pretty strong and people would have been really happy with it.
I mean, I might be a little bit more cynical. I think the problem is that people come into these things with like super high expectations for what they're going to get. I think that people came into that expecting, like, I think that a lot of the people who watched that were never going to be particularly interested in a lot of the, like, indie games or other third-party games that got shown. They were there for Spider-Man 2, and they were probably there for other big, like, single-player, narrative-driven action-adventure, like, Sony games. That's what I think a lot of people want. Some people want, like, Grand Theft Auto 6, which was insane to think that that was the case, but, like, people do. I think that people will always come out of these things disappointed unless they get like 3 or 4 big Sony cinematic, you know, games. Though I would say that there are actually some things that probably should have turned up that weren't there. Like, where is this Last of Us multiplayer mode? Like, where is it?
Factions. Oh wait, it's still not out.
Nope. No, and also I think Death Stranding 2, that seemed like a weird omission. It's like,
I actually thought the Metal Gear
Right.
trailer was Death Stranding 2 because the moss that the ant is crawling on at the very beginning really looks like Death Stranding moss. And I was like, oh, it's Death Stranding 2. And then it ended up being Metal Gear. I was like, oh, fuck, it's a different Kojima thing. But, although I guess not technically with him. I think that apparently a lot of the PlayStation people, though, were pissed off when they found out that it wasn't exclusive.
Yeah, that happens. Nice and hinged, as they would say.
Yeah.
The live chats for those streams always make me laugh. It's always like 30 to 45 minutes of people going, "Boo! This sucks.
Yeah,
this is mid as fuck."
Yeah, it's
Yo,
got,
And then they're
Phantom
usually
Blade
waiting for one big thing. Like in this case,
Yep.
it was Spider-Man 2.
like for every
Which,
game.
by the way,
for
For
every
me, it
game,
was
there was
Phantom
like
Blade Zero.
the
Phantom Blade
portion.
Zero was fucking good.
It's like a portion of the audience that's go like just sleeping, and the other one's like, yeah, that looks dope.
well, the thing is like the stuff that looked coolest to me was like a few of those indie games. That one that is that made by the team that made Journey, that was like visually stunning. That looked really cool.
Snowboarding on a sword, man.
Yeah,
I was
that
like,
looks
wow,
really
this is
cool.
made for me. Get out of my head.
Get out of my head, man.
Get out of my head, man! You're in my head, man! You're in my head.
I don't know what to think no more, man.
I love that guy.
That just
I'm still
I'm
still not sold.
Favorite memes from that show. It's so funny.
Yeah.
I'm not sold
Sorry,
on
what
a
were you saying,
PS5 yet. I'm
Yeah,
not sold on
that's fair
PS5.
enough.
But if there's anything that would make me get it, it was Metal Gear, the Snake Eater thing. Spider-Man,
That's to PC, so you
it
don't
looks
need to.
good, but still
everything.
not a console seller for me. I don't know.
Well, it's I think a lot of people view it as one, but like, man, I gotta say, like watching that, I was just like, you know, this is like Spider-Man 1, which I thought was like a cool game, but like I think that game is a little bit overrated. And
Fair enough.
I think like the what they basically showed there is like, damn man, the last 4 minutes of this is like a pretty linear action set piece that includes like some quick time events and like very limited interactivity, like, oh, just move left and right to avoid lizard. And I don't know, that doesn't like the problem that I have with that is like you remove like all of the visual spectacle, like what are you actually doing here? And it's like that's not very interesting. Like I want to see more combat. That's like that's the part I like the most about that game was the actual like raw combat, not these big set pieces.
Right.
What I found was funny about how they did that trailer is I think the other thing that most people are sold on by a Spider-Man thing, not even necessarily just a video game, is the story. And while they kind of teased Venom in that initial reveal trailer, they just show him in the black suit and showing new powers. And I'm just like, wouldn't this have been something that might have been kind of cool to have us see how you do it in the
marketing though.
I know.
Really
I'm just like, well, I don't know. I feel like you could, or if you were going to do that, if you were going to show a big story sequence to be, you know, Snowy movie game about it, why not show how does Peter get the black suit? How about you show that scene and have it be really cool and horrific? And that might be the kind of thing that's like, oh man, so like we're actually going to have the black suit. It's not just Miles and Peter against Venom, the way they kind of teased the initial that kind of announced trailer they did for it, and when it's just Peter and Miles look down an alley and you kind of see Venom's teeth. That was the announcement for it. So you knew Venom was going to be in it, but I didn't know you were going to have new like black suit powers that are essentially Venom powers, which to me is not.
I thought it was just straight up Venom.
Well, Spider-Man used to just, at least in all the black suit Spider-Man books and even cartoons that I've watched or read, it's just Spider-Man and he's stronger. He doesn't use it. He can change from his costume to normal clothes. So it is the symbiote and it does work the same way. Okay. But he just has web shooters on the top of his palms, or like on the posterior aspect of his palms. Jojo. But it's Venom who does all the more. Actually, Venom doesn't even do a whole lot of weird shit like that very often. It's Carnage who kind of makes weapons out of his body.
Yeah. In the case of Carnage, the symbiote has fused with Cletus Cassidy's blood. It's a bit different. With Eddie Brock, the symbiote just kind of consumes him. It's like a shell. But yeah.
Well, I guess they're your PlayStation. I don't even know what's called. Roundup.
Showcase. Yeah,
Showcase.
State of play. Yeah.
No,
It wasn't
PlayStation
one.
Showcase.
I thought it was. That's why I was impressed
Yeah.
by it. I was like, oh, this is a good one. Phantom Blade Zero looks great. And then it's like, oh, that was like their E3. I found out about that.
Yeah.
Dragon's Dogma 2 is all I need. I need to play the first one. Everyone
Yeah,
says it's so
played mine.
good, but I never played it. So how good can it be, huh? If I didn't play it. Bloodborne remake. Yeah, that definitely happened.
Oh yeah, I think
Yeah,
Bloodborne
PC.
on PC. You know,
Yeah, there
that
was
would've
like a
been
data mining thing for it, right? Where they said like there was a screenshot of it that was taken from a file that was a new file called the Old Hunters Edition, and I don't know. It was Lance McDonald, the Man Fight Dragon on Twitter. He's the guy who modded Bloodborne to run on the PS4 Pro at 60 FPS. He's the one that found that data mining thing, and so I was kind of expecting Bloodborne news, but you know, I'm as Theo says, I've been on that train before, and I know where it ends. It's
I know, the
disappointing.
rumors always come up towards these events, and it's like, yeah, maybe, I don't know. If it happens, I'll be very excited, but on the way there, it's like, yeah, whatever. I'll play some video games.
And yes, James Moore is correct. Peter does gain strength from the symbiote, but he doesn't do weird shit. He just makes webs.
Muller just said in the chat, stupid game IMO, Zelda can't even crawl. 3 out of 10 or 8, maybe if they had horse armor.
You can crawl. Oh wait,
crawl a
no,
lot.
maybe Zelda can't.
I think depending on the medium that you read, the symbiote can like feed off of negative energy. That's why like when it gets on to Eddie
why he
Brock,
gets edgy.
he's like super fucking ripped, right? Just because like he's very emotionally unstable and angry, Eddie, because he's like cheated or not cheated, but like he feels like he's screwed over at the Daily Bugle by Peter and whoever.
Yeah, screwed over after but he found religion like Peter said. That didn't pan out very well.
Okay.
It did it.
Daredevil's the better Catholic.
Oh yeah, I mean of course. Like
Good stuff. Good old Daredevil.
mm.
I need to see some good Daredevil stuff. The only Daredevil I've seen in the last couple of years is She-Hulk.
Yeah, that's
Well, just
yeah.
go back and watch season 1 and 2 and maybe 3, depending on your perspective. Some people like 3, some people hate it.
No. Oh man. Hey Chad, how we doing tonight? We doing good?
Hello,
Sure.
chat.
Sure, Chad is doing fantastic. They're just flomping around.
Chat's a good guy.
I mean,
like him.
Chad has to be good. Even Mupley is memeing around in chat today. So yeah, Gollum game better than Zelda. Gollum can crawl, and he has horse armor. Damn. Yeah, I guess.
I heard that was absolute shit. That game.
I
That
saw
made
some
me laugh.
screenshots, and I had a giggle.
I didn't think it'd be that bad. Like I didn't think it was anything special, but fuck.
I forgot that game was made, and now it's out. It's like, oh, okay. At least I think it's out.
I've been on a bit of. I've actually spoken to Mahler quite a bit about Mortal Kombat recently because I recently played through the most recent 3 games on my stream and was pretty happy when they announced a new one. I was like, okay, like even if it's shitty, it'll probably be fun to play and it'll be nice to go through on stream. And I was like, oh, Warner Brothers has been on kind of a tear of just releasing terrible shit lately, though. So I don't know if this is the best year for Mortal Kombat to come back, but here's hoping.
Yeah. Hey,
They got Hogwarts Legacy raking in millions of dollars for them.
Oh yeah, I guess that's true.
Millions of dollars.
But like they had like the Gotham Knights thing, and their Suicide Squad game looks like it's on fire as well. And Gollum.
It's apparently my audio is a bit low. Fucking J Mac gifting just a casual 20 memberships. Thank you very much.
Such an Adam surrogate father.
Thank you very much. That's very generous. Good shit. Thank you. Well, that's a nice surprise.
Thanks, J-Mac.
So apparently my audio is a bit low, but I can't up it up there. Hang on, let me go into my Windows. I wonder if Windows just fucked around after some updates again. Sounds. Quick, you three, keep talking while I fix my audio.
And I think the last and only thing that I saw in the Golem game was like a behind the scenes featurette, and all the devs were like talking about how excited they were to like work on the game and the franchise, and then I looked at it, I'm like, I don't know, it might be okay. And then just to hear it getting slammed, I was like, oh boy.
I don't know. I saw the initial reveal trailer and I was out. I'm like, nope, I don't need to play as Gollum. That's fine.
I'm good.
I need to sneak around Mordor being basically helpless the entire time. It's I don't feel like that's going to be a great experience. I mean, if they surprised me, I would have been more than happy to admit that I was wrong. But yeah, it pretty much turned out the way I thought.
Yeah. What's the chat? Let me
mechanically,
know if that's better.
Mechanically, it seems to be some kind of Assassin's Creed parkour kind of jump around and explore everything kind of game. Which, I mean, that might be okay, but I'm curious what exactly makes it so bad. But whatever.
I saw some very questionable font decisions. It looked like a meme picture. I was like, no, that's the actual font. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah,
it
different
like
aesthetic.
Does it look at all like Shadow of War or Shadow of Mordor? Did they like maybe flip some assets and be like, hey, what else can we do with these Mordor levels that we have? Assets or like textures and things.
I saw this really funny picture where it says Gollum won the argument. It's like, what? Like, I can't even imagine what the game is actually about. Like, I don't know what you do all day. What's the gameplay loop? I don't understand.
Gollum got what he wanted. He was the last bearer of the ring.
Huh.
Spoilers for Return of the King, I suppose.
Well, there you go. Gollum looks all flumpy. More flumpy than normal. He has very big eyes in the picture I've seen. It's, yeah. Well, no one's complaining about my audio anymore, so I think that is donezo. Very nice. Hey, guys, did you hear this? Like this Zeldor, I think is what it's called. Did you hear about that game?
Zedla.
Zedlo?
I recall hearing something about that.
We should talk about it. We should play it and talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Oh, sick. I finished just now. Let's talk about it. No, of course. We are here. I gathered these fine folks here to join me to talk about the new Legend of Zelda, the Tears of the Kingdom, and yeah, I think we all put a good amount of hours in here. I
think you're the only one who's finished it, Metal. But
yeah, I was about to say. Apparently, I'm the only one who actually finished all the way. Mark and John are both pretty close. I actually have no concept where Fringy exactly is in the story at all.
I am not even close. I've played for I think like 25 hours or something like that, and I'm not even close.
Did you do the first temple?
I've just been exploring the open world and
okay.
No, I didn't even
going off and finding different things. That's what I've been doing. I've been playing it on stream, so that's
fair enough. Yeah, I get it. I mean, there's
avoiding a lot of the main stuff to save it for later, just to see what's out there.
Yeah, that's a lot of stuff to do. Like the temples are way better in this one.
Yeah. I mean, I was impressed in Breath of the Wild by the beasts and the way the dungeons work, and you can manipulate giant parts of the level.
Really, I found them incredibly boring.
Rotate giant rooms.
I found them really boring.
I know what you mean. Like aesthetically, they do become very repetitive and dull because it's all just the same kind of like boring stone.
Yeah, they all look the same
to them all. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I was really happy to see the themed dungeons are back.
I was very happy to see that too. Absolutely.
The journey to them was fun too. In particular, I found the Rito one was quite incredible. I was like, all of a sudden, I'm playing what felt like Mario Galaxy, and like just jumping between it. I'm like, oh wow,
oh yeah.
Platform level going from the ground up to the sky. I was like, I didn't see this coming exactly, and it's pretty impressive that they're pulling that off on what's basically an Android tablet.
Mm-hmm.
Let me throw some of my gameplay here in the background so people have something to look at.
Oh, nice.
Just my strumbles, just randomly. I should probably start recording some clean footage while I stream. I think you can probably do that somehow, record at the same time without having any to chat. That's something for me to figure out. I don't know why I started talking about it. Anyway, I guess we can just do the classic. Just go, I don't know, from left to right. Do a little the good old Blurbenheimers. And left to right is perfect because then I'm last.
Okay. Well, yeah, the preface is I have not completed this game, not even close. This is based on a lot of time with the game, but also relative to how long the game is, not a whole lot of time at all, seemingly. But so far I've been really, really enjoying it. It just feels like an expanded, improved version of Breath of the Wild. I'm like kind of floored with how much there is to do and how freeform it is as a game. Like I really like the experience that it has to offer. I think it's super cool.
Right on.
Absolutely.
Yeah, those are my notes.
I've been having a blast with it so far. I'm not quite sure about the story until I see the full picture, but I do like what I've seen so far. And Metal, you mentioned earlier you had some problems with it, so I'm very curious to hear what your take on the story is. But I think mechanically, I found this really like baffling. It felt like playing Breath of the Wild with some kind of crazy mod, or like having access to a command prompt where you can do all this crazy shit. And it gets you thinking about 3D spaces in an entirely new way. Like the verticality of it was obviously like a thing they were trying to hit with this one. And they did a good job with that. I think it plays really well. All the mechanics are fun and smooth for the most part. Controls are good. What really impresses me the most about this thing is like, because we've seen like stuff with like doing interesting things with physical objects, like in Gary's mod. But I think what's really impressive about this is how Nintendo made it all so accessible and efficient in terms of like programming, like limiting the load on the processor. Like the fact that you can glue so many objects together and make these crazy fucking robots and shit without it stuttering too much is, I think, a feat in like of software engineering, especially on a console like the Switch, which is relatively, limited compared to the other current gen consoles. So yeah, having a lot of fun with it. Yeah, that's my bit for now.
Well, there you go.
All right. I liked Breath of the Wild quite a bit. It was the first game that I bought when after I lost my leg, and on a portable console. Like, it was the day the Switch came out. It was nice having something to play, and I kept on going through shrines. So I have fond memories of it, but I also hated the weapon degradation. I didn't really like cooking my food, and I kind of miss the linearity or the structure of the older Zelda games. So I was like, well, I mean, this is a great game and it's lots of fun and these puzzles are good, but I don't know that it's Zelda to me really, but it's fine. And I played it again on a PC emulated a couple years later. I made a review for Geeks and Gamers for it, and I liked it. I finally finished it that time. And so I was not really looking forward to this very much. I was like, it's going to run like crap, and they're probably going to release a new console, so I'll just skip it. And then Metal invited me to this stream, and I was like, okay, fine, I'll play it, whatever. Oh, Jojo, not now. Why?
No.
Okay. Well, I guess I lose that round. I have a sound effect for that. But yeah, so I wasn't really going to play this game at all, but Metal kind of talked me into it, gave me a reason to play it, and I was like, well, I like Breath of the Wild, so whatever, I'll play it. I can't tell you how impressed I was by this game. I think it basically fixed every problem I had with the original. Maybe that I understand how to do things like make low-grade healing items better, and I think the fusion ability, which I guess we'll talk about later, totally solves the weapon degradation issue, because now a good weapon was a stick and any monster part of the people that I'm fighting away. And that I think is a night and day difference between, oh man, I got to not use any of my good stuff because I might need it for a harder enemy later. So I'm just going to use all my crappy stuff for the vast majority of the game. And that's kind of how I felt in Breath of the Wild. Whereas this solved that problem. Despite the capped 30 frame rate that is, sometimes dips on Switch, because I bought a copy as well, even though I've been playing it on an emulator. I have been fiddling around with it on Switch as well, and have been enjoying having a second playthrough as well, and found that it runs pretty well, and what it's doing is so impressive that I'm kind of like, well, thinking for 60 FPS on this would be asking way too much. It's amazing it functions on Switch. And I honestly think it's the mechanics come together in a way that make it one of the best designed video games I've ever played, even if it's not one of my favorite necessarily. I think they really knocked it out of the park on this one. So thank you very much, Metal, for talking me into playing this game, because I'm very happy I did.
No problem. I didn't know I did, but yes, I have influence. Get wrecked, everyone. I'm
always the reason I didn't play Jedi Survivor, because I was like, yo, you want to talk about Jedi Survivor on E5? He's like, nah. I'm like, nah. Okay, because I was lukewarm on it, and yeah. I'm happy I pulled the trigger on this one and not that one, though.
Very good. Very nice. Well, it's my turn now. Yeah, I mean, if you've been watching my streams, you know I've been having a great time with this game. I mean, I've streamed 12 days in a row, and the shortest stream was like 3.5 hours. The other ones were all in the ballpark of like 7 hours. I think last Saturday I played for 11.5 hours. Flexed on EFAP. Started before them. Stopped after you guys. Get wrecked, Fringy.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm
absolute madman.
Like I just couldn't stop. It was just like, yay, playing video games. No, I'm having a great time. Like mechanically, as has already been said, there's lots of quality of life improvements that I enjoy. The cooking is a bit smoother. I think it could be a little bit more improved, but not by much. There's one thing I would change that would make it better, or perfect almost. Now I lost my train of thought. Yeah, the technical improvements, well, not really improvements, they stabilized it. There were a lot of things in Breath of the Wild where it just kind of dipped down, and it was like, oh, this is kind of stinky. But in this one, even places like the forest, the Hyrule Forest, where every time you went in there, it went to like 15 FPS. It doesn't matter if you have it upscaled to your screen or if it's on your Switch handheld. It's a bit better on the handheld, but it's still pretty bad. Somehow they fixed that in there as well. It runs the quote-unquote smooth 30 FPS in there as well. Yeah, I think the only times I had some dips was when I exited a cave and they had to load back in the map or something. But that was gone pretty quickly, so I was pretty impressed. Especially at the end, there's like a fight with a lot of enemies, and I was like, oh, this is gonna shit itself now. I was like, no, it just ran fine. I was like, oh, okay, I'm impressed. Yeah. I mean, I've been walking around for hours just doing all the things. This world is dense. Like, you go around, it's like, oh, what's that? It's like, oh, what's that over there? Oh, there's a puzzle. Oh, a shrine. And it's like, oh, okay, I uncovered all the map parts of the world. Well, there's 2 more stages. You can go up in the sky and down in the depths. And, oh man, I've played like 90 hours, 85 to 90 hours, and the depths are still mostly black for me on my map. Is very chonky, but a very, very fun game. I enjoyed it a lot. The story, I would say, is pretty much fucked. For people who
think
don't,
that's because the time travel thing?
Yes,
or
it's the time travel.
Oh, is that time travel?
Yeah, it's time travel.
Okay, yeah. Well, it's probably Doom then. Yeah, that's how it works.
That is a dicey element to have in any story, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I have notes. I have all the memories written down. We get there. I think we should talk about like mechanic stuff first. I think that's I mean,
I think that's the big interesting discussion for this game.
Yeah. And then at the end, I can just go over the story stuff, and then you can tell me what you think about what I'm saying. Maybe I even throw this little flumpy graph I made with the timeline on screen, because that would be funny, I think. Because I did a little time, like a time thingy, and
I'd
that's
like to see that.
yeah, it's just like a little flumpy. But yeah, I'm not impressed with the story. I think there's a lot of really cool character moments in here, though, that I think are pretty effective.
Yeah.
They're partially undermined by what happens at the end, I'm afraid. But I'll tell you about that as well. But yeah, there's a couple of characters that I really like. We can get into. They're kind of neat. They don't have like a lot going on, but they have like little story beats going on that I like character-wise, that are really cool. But yeah, still like mechanically pretty darn good. I love it, and I'm probably gonna be playing it more offline, but not for the next couple of days because I've played it for so long, and I would like to sleep first.
Yeah,
because
fair enough.
my days were basically the last 2 weeks: sleep, wake up, work, stream the game in preparation for this, and that's all I've been doing. But yeah, I mean, I have just stuff written down. I mean, we can start anywhere you guys like, really. So if you have something you prefer, otherwise we can just start with what I have written down first.
That was the biggest question I had about this stream. I was like, where are we actually even gonna start?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
lot
mechanically, it doesn't matter that much. I mean, we just probably just go over it at the time. But if you guys have a preference, what you want to start with, just throw it out there and we start there. Not everybody at once, Jesus.
I think maybe it's worthwhile to start with the new overarching like mechanics that come with like the Ultrahand thing, like the fuse and
Sure.
like recall and all of that stuff, since that's like the foundation of like a whole bunch of the new stuff that the game has to offer.
Yeah.
How they work together, or do you want to talk about each one individually?
Oh, I don't know.
I have them listed here individually. We can go through that, I think.
Because I'll tell you this, I guess spoilers for the way I got to my very positive opinion on this game. I think it's once I started to realize how you can synergize those powers that I was like, oh, great. This game's really damn good. Oh boy.
Yeah. So, for everybody who does not know, in Breath of the Wild, you had the Sheikah Slate. So I'm just gonna tie that up in a nice little bow. You have a Sheikah Slate, and with that you can upgrade it, and you get bombs, you get a magnetic flame, you get a freeze thing where you can freeze stuff, and if you hit it, you can yeet things around. A camera, and am I missing one? I feel like I'm missing one.
Time stop that lets you absorb impact into momentum.
Yeah, I said that one.
Oh, okay.
But I think those were the three that you basically used all the time.
Time stop, ice, and
The ice one, yeah, exactly. That's the one. Yeah. Where you could make platforms on water, and for some reason can climb up, even though ice is pretty slippery. But which was kind of funny because there were some ice things you can't climb up in this one.
You can't climb anything in this game if it's even slightly wet, but you can climb up the ice blocks.
The ice block, that's fine. Yeah, actually, I have a question because I could not find an answer. These abilities are all gone in this game, and I don't know why. Because as far as I understand, because you now have the Pura pad, which is basically an upgraded version of the Sheikah Slate. It works exactly the same. But I guess they didn't bother to implement these things again.
Well, I think it was because you had to get those, you had to download those from the specific shrines, and all the shrines got sucked into the depths.
Did they?
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's like your in-universe explanation, but I guess what Metal's probably willing to
Oh,
is why not just keep them.
Yeah, because
I guess because all of these puzzles are designed around these new powers instead. Like,
of course, yeah. Like, I'm just saying because because the powers you have in this one, those work because of your stanky hand that you get in the story. But the other powers, those were completely dependent on your pad. So in theory, she could just build these things back in, is what I'm trying to say. I know why they did it. It's just like, why is it not there anymore?
Yeah, I can understand some things being dropped, like the ice cryosis, whatever it was called. Like, if you have Ultrahand and you can create your own platforms with all these dynamic objects in the world anyway, then you don't really need something like generating ice platforms. But I was surprised that the bombs weren't there. I was like, what? They took that out? I love having the spherical bombs and the cube
Yeah,
bombs.
so fun.
Well, I
That's
guess
really useful. Yeah.
It's a matter of focus. They want to
It
focus
makes-
in on these new abilities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and it
I
makes one of the
absolutely
characters
understand it
on
from a.
screen right now.
Go ahead.
Well, it makes one of the characters on screen right now more necessary. You know,
Mm.
Yeah.
I don't know how deep we're going spoiler wise, but for
Oh,
the things you would utilize bombs for, you can utilize that Ghost Man for.
Yeah, Yunobu, the Goron stand. You have a lot of stands in this. Yes, that
Yeah.
was a JoJo reference. There you go.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just something like narratively it doesn't really make a lot of sense. But yes, I needed to bring it up. Leave me alone. So yeah, now during the story, your right hand gets stanked up, and Raru, the first king of Hyrule, his stanky hand is still there, and he somehow grafts it onto your arm or fuses it in there. And he's like, yo, you can now get these shrines. And because like in Breath of the Wild, you have this tutorial area, you have to do a couple of things, and you get like your abilities from these shrines before you get thrown into the world. I guess you can just jump off if you want to, but probably not in your best interest. But yeah, this gives you the Ultrahand /fuse / later auto build ability. So the Ultrahand pretty much works like the magnet in terms of moving stuff around. You can lock onto things, press it, and then you can move it around. I don't recall. Did you have a button to flip things around with the magnet in Breath of the Wild? I don't think so.
Like a rotate function?
Yeah.
Or...
I don't think you did. It doesn't matter. You have that here, is what I'm trying to say. And it's very important because you can fuse stuff with your goopy stuff that acts like glue. And you can move it around. Then you can build like boxes and cars and buildings and platforms. You can do all kinds of things. Your inventory and your imagination is the limit, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
It's all very
crazy stuff.
I saw something today on Twitter. Someone legit built a Metal Gear.
Yeah,
I
Metal
saw
Gear Rex.
It was like, it's over. Like, it had to happen. And there it is already. 2 weeks after.
Even earlier than that, someone made a functional Macross fighter from like Robotech. I mean, that worked. I mean, he could fly around in it and it shot lasers at enemies in the sky. And then he could land it on the ground, reconfigure it with auto build, and then make it walk and shoot lasers.
That's crazy. It's insane.
Yeah. Tears of the Kingdom Twitter. I almost said Breath of the Wild. Tears of the Kingdom Twitter is wild. I strongly recommend it.
Yeah, and of course you can do the funnest thing of them all: crucifying Koroks, put them on skewers over fires.
That's the chat, boys.
And yes, I did it once too, and it was glorious. It was funny. I just put him on a cross and just carried him over to his friends. Like, there you go. But yeah, people are having fun.
The mech thing just works out perfectly because usually they have an elevated cockpit, and you can just use ascend to shoot right into like where you need to be to drive it. Like, it's just everything just kind of like locks together perfectly. It seems.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like it was intentional that it's like, build mechs. That's what we want you to do.
Yeah. It's fun stuff. And of course, this is going to be, I guess it's the main focus on puzzles as well. I mean, if you go into shrines, they want you to build stuff. Like, here's those rails, but you don't have a rail card, so figure it out. Here's some platforms, here's some fans. Build a moving platform. Go. Do it.
Yeah.
And then you do that, and you hope you don't fall off or build something that doesn't tip over. Which mostly works fine. I had something yesterday that didn't work that well. And see, I just like bridges. Like, bridges solve so many things.
Yeah, they're really, really useful.
And depending on the angle, bridge can always be stairs or a ladder too.
Exactly. But yeah, that's they want you to experiment. They want you to fuck around with it, and you can do all kinds of the things I build just to circumvent other things. It's like, yeah, I think I did one shrine 2 streams ago. I solved it way slower, but I wanted to solve it that way. I basically built like a very long stick out of stone platforms and stone pillars, so I can attach a ball to it all the way on the other side on a platform and drop it where it's supposed to go. In the time I did that, I could have done the puzzle like normally, like 4 times. But just the fact that I could do that was so hilarious to me. I was also very tired and probably delirious, but that's besides the point. It was just, you can do all kinds of shenanigans. It's funny. It's really funny. It's fun and funny. And yeah,
What?
I mean, you already said it. They want you like to build stuff, and that's just reinforced by those Zonai machines you can get around the way. When you go exploring, you find they either give you things to build, or when you start exploring, you find these gumball machines basically, and you throw like a couple of charges in there, and then you get like 15 Zonai machines from a pool from that dispenser, and then you can you can carry them around with you, and then you can get them out whenever you want some, and then you can build all kinds of shenanigans.
I love those things.
It does have its own pool too. I hated it at first because I was like, "Man, fuck! Why is it random?"
I
Just let
had
me
the exact same reaction. I was like,
But,
"Fuck that! Why would you do that?" And then I checked the maps, like, "Oh,
It's like, oh, it's so you have a bunch of shit that you don't ever think you're gonna use, and
Yeah.
then you're gonna be like, oh, I can use this now.
yeah." So I think there's a pool of 3 different ones each, or 4. And if you throw 5 of these Zonai charges in there, you get like 15 balls, so you guaranteed get 1 of each at least.
Yeah.
I defeated a boss with a fire extinguisher or a fire hydrant that I never thought I was going to use for anything.
With a fire hydrant? Did you fuse it onto a weapon?
No, I made a bunch of them and just made a field of like I went Oppenheimer meets Mario Sunshine on it. That's the only way I can describe it. I'm just like, no, well, I've become death, destroyer of slime.
Just drowned the enemy.
I really appreciate Nintendo. I really appreciate Nintendo trying to make everything fun, even just something like picking up Zonai devices. Like that could have been handled by just like a simple dialogue box saying like, you got 5 of this or 2 of that. But they turn it into a gumball machine, and the more you put in, the more you get out. And it sort of like incentivizes you to fill it up with balls and then jump into a ball pit and just mash A, picking up all the things. There's something very satisfying about that.
Yeah, I agree.
I like things like that. It's cool.
Yeah, and they give you so many things. Like there's sleds. They give you rockets. They knew what they did with those rockets.
Yeah, those rockets are fun.
Cards, wheels, fire hydrants, as you already said. What else? Fans you can do to fly around. They give you a steering stick so you can just move shit around. Another thing, they make it so easy for you. Like you just attach 4 wheels to a fucking block or something, put a steering stick on it, and you can just steer it. You don't have to do some shenanigans. They make it so easy, and it's so fun. It's so simple. But
it just works. Yeah.
It just works. It's good
plank, a steering stick, and a fan is a boat.
Yeah. Yeah. That's one of the first things they make you build, right? You just here, take these 4 logs and put like a sail on it, and you're like, off you go.
I think like what is impressive about it is that really like I imagine that figuring out how to build this system in a way that would be like accessible was really challenging from a design standpoint. How do you present the player with all of these tools and present it in a way where they will understand, learn, and then be able to use that information throughout the game? Like, how do you do that? And like, how do you present it in a way that's simple? Like, oh yeah, here's a little, this is this, and visually you can already tell what this is going to do. But just in case, we've got a couple over there. We'll leave a couple so that you're like allowed to mess up, and then you'll still be okay, and you can figure out what to do. Like, especially a lot of that would have taken
especially in
a shit
places
ton
where
of
they
code.
need you to basically progress, they always put stuff for you in there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they always put it really close by so that you can like. There would have been so many conversations I imagine while they were developing the game of like, what is the best way to present all of this information to the player? And it wouldn't have been easy. Like, it couldn't have been easy. There's so many like options. There's so many things that you can do in the game with like the building mechanics with all of these different devices.
Yeah.
The collection of stock parts that they give you close to puzzles is always kind of interesting to me too, because I feel like the way they did it is they let developers or play testers who are good at the game just have an unlimited pool of whatever items they need, and they said, okay, build what you need to get across this obstacle, and they just let them do it, and then figured out a couple totally different ways that people did it, and we're like, okay, let's use a couple of the key items that were in each of these solution types. Or like, I mean, I guess that's how I imagine they did it, because I always found it interesting that you can get a clue how to solve the puzzle by looking at the materials that are around. It's like, okay, there's a fan, a battery, a glider. I'm probably going to have to fly. Or there's a hot air balloon, so maybe I could just float and then glide somewhere. Okay, so it's probably somewhere that's up. You know, like it gives you these little hints, but it doesn't demand that you use every piece. It really all of the puzzles in the game, it seems, or almost every single one I've encountered, does not need to be solved any one way, even if there's an intended way to solve it. It's like, yeah, but you've got this physics sandbox, go for it.
And that's
You
what
need
a
to
lot
get
of it comes down to. You present the player with a consistent sort of. It's like, here's how the world works. Here's how you can interact with it. And now here's a space with like some obstacle before you.
Yeah.
And like you said, there might be like an intended way to do it, but if you have an understanding of the sandbox, which I'd say like the tutorial island like does a really good job of sort of making clear to you like exactly what you can do and how. And even then, that's still like only part of like that's such a small part of like the game. It's like a level of consistency, even though the sandbox and the the results that you can get can be like pretty nuts, but like there is like a high degree of consistency in terms of like your ability to interact with the world. That's a shit sentence. I need to figure out how to reformat that.
Redraft.
Yeah, I'm trying to redraft in my head.
Yeah.
It's just
AI gets designed that lets you redraft your sentences on streams in real time.
yeah, it's like scratch that because
Wait, I didn't say that. You wanted to. Trust me.
I don't think consistent. I'm not sure if consistent is the right word to describe it because the results can be really inconsistent. It's more like a the like by playing the game and through the way that the game is structured, even though it is a very freeform experience, like how individual like locations or specific shrines or I guess like general areas are structured. Like as you're playing the game, you sort of develop an understanding of okay, like this is what I can do and this is how the world works. And then there's like that interplay between that, and that's another thing that strikes me as like difficult to convey in a manner that is going to be clear to lots of players. And presumably people who maybe this is their first video game.
Yeah.
Because I do get the impression that they designed it knowing that this might be somebody's first video game.
And there's even more things you need to consider because there's like layers to this whole building thing. Like depending on what you have to build, you also need battery life.
That's right.
And
that's right.
Getting more battery life is like completely optional. You don't need to do that at all. But they think of that, so if there's like a thing where they think where you might need some more energy than you might have, they always put like 1, 2, or 3 batteries next to it. So it's like just attach it to that, and then you're good to go.
And if you want, you can get a bunch of Zonai charges and find one of the gumball machines that has batteries. Yeah, if you find you're low on it a lot, just be like, oh, I'm stocking up on these.
Yeah, and if you already have a bunch of gumball machines, you can just go to the map. Go on this gumball machine, which is marked on the map. It shows you what's inside of the gumball machine. Which is like, good stuff.
It's funny you mentioned though the someone's first video game aspect of it, because as I was playing this game, my nephew I think I might have mentioned the last time I was on a stream with some of you guys, but I took him to see the Super Mario Brothers movie, and it was the first movie that he went to go see in a theater. So
Oh.
he's kind of at the age where he's like getting into games, and I'm like, should I just get him a cheap used Switch Lite and a copy of this? But I just think that like if he doesn't really have a concept of modern video games or any video games and how they're designed, I was like, is he going to be able to get through enough of the story to get to the sandboxy stuff, which I think he's really going to love? And but it's interesting though, because I think there is an argument to be made that I don't know. Sometimes you give a young kid a game like this and they've cleared it in 3 days, and you're just like, holy shit. How did you manage that? Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Just
It's I think the reason why I get the impression that they designed knowing it's people's first video game is just how freeform it is. It's like even if you don't have a great understanding of what you necessarily should be doing, it doesn't matter because like the core systems that are presented to you are really fun, and you're in a big open space that you can mess around with. It's like it's a world that facilitates messing around with it. Like Breath of the Wild already had a lot of that with the interactivity in the environment. And then like certain things because I remember I think for me when I was playing Breath of the Wild, it was really early on in the game, and it was kind of a moment that made me go like, oh, was when I don't think I needed to go to like a snowy area, but I wanted to. And then when I get there, it's like, oh, I'm getting real cold. And I can't remember exactly what I did, but it was like I think I'd like lit a torch, I'd set it on fire, and then use that to like walk through the air and keep myself warm, and then it went out, and I just kept like setting it on fire again to keep moving through it. And like that got me to the shrine, and I thought it's like, you didn't tell me to do that, but I did it, and that was probably not the right way to do it, but it worked, and I had fun doing it.
Yeah, I actually remember that. I think they also put like a bunch of fireplaces in between where you can go to as well.
Maybe, yeah.
So you can just light them up as well. If you haven't figured out that you can cook those spicy peppers, they also put in front of this place when you first enter there.
That's how I got through there.
Yeah, I think that's how I did it as well. It's
like,
it's just little things like that are really cool of sort of revealing to you like, wow. So it really is a matter of like, you figure out a system that works in the game, and then you get presented with a situation where like there is unexpected interplay with this system. Like, oh, but it makes sense. Like, oh, of course, if I've got like a fire, that's going to keep me warm. I was exploring the snowy area here as well, and I picked up a sword that had like a like sort of passive fire effect, and while I was wearing it, it actually like kept me warm because I looked at the meter and was like, oh, why? I'm in a snowy area. Why am I like really warm on the thing? And then I switched to a different weapon and my temperature went down. And it's just like, oh, that's cool shit. And it like follows pretty logically. Like that's a really intuitive sort of thing that
that's
you can
actually something
as a player.
I only learned on my replay before playing Tears of the Kingdom. I was like, oh, I didn't even think about that because I just saw it as a weapon. And I don't even remember any game who does that kind of thing where you need to consider that.
But it's cool because it's it really is like intuitive. Like these sorts of things of, oh well, I mean fire keeps you warm, right? And the game says, yeah, it does.
It's like, oh
yeah, that works.
Because then of course you're like, oh shit, the same thing works when I go to a warm place and have a nice weapon on my back. Sick.
Yeah, exactly. Like these are the kind of things that the game will tell you, but these are also things that you can figure out on your own.
Yeah.
And it's just information that will always be useful to you. And it's rewarding as well, like when you find these sort of weird solutions to problems. Like but it's challenging again from a design standpoint to give the player like so much flexibility in terms of, here's a big open world, you can go anywhere really, like if you want to. There are obviously places that you could and probably should go to first, but like you can go wherever you want. And there'll be a whole bunch of things out in the world for you to sort of mess around with, gradually come to understand. But yeah, like you do you know? Like that's kind of
Metal's in a proving grounds temple here where your equipment's stripped away. It's like, yeah, figure it out. Something will work. You gotta
Which I guess we can just jump there because it's on the screen right now, so it's relevant. I don't know. I found the shrines in Breath of the Wild a lot of times. If I've done enough of them, I just found them really boring. And I was like, oh, I guess I have to do them though because I need more health and more stamina. And they just always went like, okay, I'm gonna do this thing real quick, and after 30 seconds, you're done with it. They were really quick.
I've been enjoying these ones a lot more.
These ones are so much better. This is like one of the best examples, I think, because I really, really loved the island you can do in Breath of the Wild. Which is, we're gonna take all your shit, figure it out. And I was like, oh, that's sick. I want more of that. And then they put this in here multiple times. There's so many things. They have like different themes. Like there's some you can do where you, if you want to, they call it stealth approach or whatever. But I just beat them up because it was easier, because there's no repercussions for actually not doing stealth. But you could have done that. And then there's like a solar platform in the middle, and then there's water around, and they just kind of float around. And you kind of like, oh, what can I do here? It's like, oh, they give you a bunch of arrows and a bow, so you can just kind of, if you hit them perfectly with a critical hit, they just fly into the water if you aim correctly, and that's an insta kill for them. Stuff like that. There's one of them where you can build a robot for you to fight shit.
Yeah, I was about to say that was the one that I did recently.
Fire,
yeah. But I think the way they did it was a bit unfortunate, because they put all the different parts somewhere else, and it was really hard to actually get there. And by the time I got to the real good parts, everybody was already dead.
I guess that to me feels like I went in that place and I didn't realize what I was meant to do with those things, so I kind of just like ignored them and tried to fight, and it's like, oh, that isn't working.
Oh, right.
And then I realized, like, oh, if I attach like the flame thing, because I walked past the spikes, but then I realized, oh, if I attach the flame thing, that'll like burn them, and then that was still causing me problems. And then I tried again. I say again like it was 3 times. It was more than that. You know, you set like the spikes on the front of the thing so that it runs and charges them, and while they're distracted, you go and build more stuff and throw it in, like to fight. And then you gradually realize more and more like sort of different kinds of like tanks that you can build during this encounter.
Yeah,
it's like it's just really fun.
Yeah, and what they do in these shrines as well, that you don't have any battery limit or anything, so you can fuck around. Because they were actually smart about it. They didn't just let you use everything in your inventory, so you can't just pull out your Zonite balls and it's like, I'm just gonna build this flying machine and get to the end. It's like, you're just not allowed to use them. They want you to engage with the puzzles they created in those shrines, which are mostly pretty good. They're pretty satisfying to solve. You can still fuck around with the things they give you in there, like doing it completely differently as they might intend you to. But yeah. They made sure you engage with these shrines.
I appreciated how that diegetically made sense too, because you're in like a Zonai shrine, and there's like a green tint to everything, so you can assume like the whole area is emitting like energy, and so you don't need the batteries. So the batteries don't factor into.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like working where you have power where you can plug in. It's like, or you just have Wi-Fi here. You don't have to worry about plugging into the internet.
Exactly, yeah. Nintendo really thought through everything very carefully, I think. Well, maybe not the story, as you might get into later, Metal, but like mechanically and making the mechanics like make sense in the game, in the story, in the context of the world. I think they largely did a good job at that.
That's a hard aspect to appreciate, like that it almost seems so like simple and straightforward in a lot of ways. It's like, but conveying that to players, like knowing exactly how to do that wouldn't have been simple or easy. Like you build the system, building the systems is one thing, but like introducing the players to them in a way that they'll be able to use them, like that's a different challenge. And especially when a game is so like open-ended, introducing things in like it's tough. I imagine it was really tough, but like they've done it so well that you almost assume it's like, no, it's really straightforward and easy. What are you talking about? Like, yeah, no, I know how these things work. But that would have been a lot of conversations the devs had about how to convey this to players in a way that's straightforward, working with art as well to make it clear, like through the world. Because the world is dense, but it's also very legible as well. Like that, you can tell which trees you can chop down and which ones you can't just by their general sort of shape and structure. You know, like tall grass versus short grass and the things you can do with that. Like the ability to discern landmarks from really far away, or like at a glance be able to tell which stuff is interactive and non-interactive. Like which elements, because of course you can turn on like the Ultrahand and then it will be like, oh yeah, that's non-interactive. But like generally you You can just tell.
Mm-hmm.
Like in an open world, it's like that's kind of tricky. A lot of other open worlds are like so dense with things, and it's usually there needs to be like a prompt that appears over something to be like, yeah, you can interact with that.
Or throw yellow paint on it.
I was just gonna say that.
Well, I was gonna say I really think that in this game it's really aided by the lack of fidelity.
Yes, I think so.
The visual style being more low tech makes it so that you don't, not everything in the game looks like ultra realistic. Oh my god, look at the pores in her skin, look at the blades of grass. So it's not as difficult to tell what is the interactive stuff and what is, just set, because everything looks super real. Or here it's like, well, no, some things definitely look more interactive than others. It still looks nice, still a beautiful game. I'm still in awe when I see some of the views that I get every so often when I shoot up into the sky. I'm just like, man, this looks beautiful, and it's just art style. It's just art style and execution and lighting, and it looks amazing.
And on the Switch, dude. Like on the Switch, what does it look like
Well,
on the Switch?
I'm playing on a PC and like with upscale to 4K, but still, it looks very nice. I have been playing it on Switch, and it looks good there too, but only in handheld mode. So I've not played docked Switch.
Yeah. Oh, that reminds me of a question I got while I was streaming. What do you guys think about the whole thing? Oh, why is it okay if that runs on 30 FPS? While everyone shits on like Redfall or Jedi Survivors.
I don't. I mean, I would prefer it if it ran at 60 frames per second. That's not like That's not difficult. Like, do people think that's a gotcha?
It's
no, it was
really
just
not.
a question that was thrown at me because it was seen on Twitter. So it's just wondering what you guys think about that.
The argument I would make is that my preference for 60 FPS plus frame rates, and it will reinforce the validity of how much I like this game and how I do think it's genuinely well designed, because I'm not blown away by just the visual experience or something like that. I was saying that like some of the areas look really nice, but I mean, I'm more mentioning that as a compliment to the art direction. But I think that really it's what's under the hood, and here there's a shitload. What's under the hood in Redfall, like a looter shooter with kind of shitty AI, from what I hear. Like,
the reality is that like people can put up with like these sorts of things as long as like the game is really fun. It's always going to be better if it ran at like a higher frame rate. That would always be preferable.
Yeah.
Like sure, but I mean, yeah, like I can tolerate it. There is a level of like, man, this is like the Switch, like this is some dated hardware.
That's that's basically where I was going for as well when I answered that question. This was made for a Switch, and nobody expected this to run at 60 FPS.
Well, the thing is
I wanted to run 60 FPS, while Redfall and Jedi Survivors don't run on 60 FPS on a 4090 and a i9 processor.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy.
10 minutes of Redfall, and I couldn't handle the frame pacing. I uninstalled it.
Yeah.
The fact that this game is able to hit 30 and look the way that it does on like a Nintendo Switch is already sort of crazy. Of course, the thing is that like the Switch is the idea that like hardware isn't capable of 60 FPS isn't really like doesn't make any sense. Video games ran at 60 FPS on the PlayStation 2.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not a matter of hardware, it's a matter of like
NES games were 60 FPS.
Like it's never like specifically a matter of hardware. It's always going to be a matter of the preferences of the developers and like their objectives.
And the thing is, this game can run in engine on 60 FPS. I mean, this game leaked like 2 weeks before it came out, and people were like, "Here's the 60 FPS mod for it." It's like, okay, Jesus, okay.
Oh, it works. It's inconsistent though.
Yeah, I mean, you can make it work like all the way though. Like, I guess if you give it a couple of more weeks, I'm sure it's gonna be fine.
Hopefully, although they've still not got a really stable 60 FPS mod for Breath of the Wild on the Switch emulator either. The way to play Breath of the Wild on an emulator consistently at 60 FPS is to play the Wii U version on the CEMU emulator, CEMU. And that actually plays quite well. And I was mentioning, I think this might have been before the stream started, but the shrines run at 60 FPS on Yuzu, which is the Switch emulator, quite well. But the mod that I applied, which solves a lot of problems and makes it so that I have very, very few dips in frame rate, is there's a static 30 FPS mod that kind of locks the game at 30. And that combined with doing an 8K internal resolution downscaled to 4K makes the game look and run very smoothly and play really well. And it's very sharp, even if it's like, you know, it's Nintendo Switch textures, but they look crisp and there's not a lot of aliasing, you know. It's a pretty good experience. I would say it's a better experience than playing on my Switch handheld, with the exception of one thing. Aiming a bow and crafting is a lot better when you're playing in handheld mode on a Switch, because the gyro controls really make both of those things a lot more accurate.
Oh, I deactivated those controls because I.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I already hate aiming with clown sticks, and if the fucking motion controls already fuck with me on top of that, it's like no.
I think it's the motion control. I think makes the clown sticks usable, because it's like, oh, now I have a way to fine tune my precision.
I can't do both at the same time.
Yeah.
I can't do it.
Oh yeah, see,
if there would have been a setting where I can just aim with the gyro and then, I don't know, do the aiming normally, I would have probably used that.
Okay,
aiming with gyro, I don't know.
I will buy both Fringy and Metal. And John, hey, you, if you want to, copies of Quake on Nintendo Switch, if you guys learn how to use gyro controls with it. Because I think that's actually, it's a good one to use, because you'd never be thinking that you'd be able to play play Quake with a controller well. But when you add the gyro aiming in, and kind of think of it like using the right stick to have your macro level movements, and then the gyro for your micro level movements. And I find that doing it with a controller on a display is kind of tough. But when you're holding the display, it's actually really comfortable. And
I can see that, yeah. Because I'm playing obviously in docked mode with my Switch Pro controller, so. Oh yeah, talk about motion. Do you fucking remember those dumbass shrines in Breath of the Wild where to use the motion controls?
That's the hardest thing to the way I beat that on the CMU emulator, because you just kind of map or I think you can do things like link your phone to it now, but at the time you could only just use your mouse that kind of simulates the gyro controls. And there's one where you have to do like a ball leading it through a maze, but if you fall off the edge, like you have to restart it. And I just basically was using random big movements to flick the ball, and it eventually did land in the
I flipped my controller over and just used the backside of the fucking maze.
Oh yeah, that's how I did it, but
just chucked it over there.
I remember it being a lot easier on Switch, because I actually, that's what I did in Breath of the Wild. I spent a lot of time in hospitals playing it on my Switch, and I finished every single shrine, but I just never beat Ganon. I never went into Hyrule Castle.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Man, on the handheld, those motion thingies.
I reviewed it for the emulated version, and that was the first time I ever finished the game.
Those weird motion puzzles were weird on the handheld mode, because you move the Switch away from you, the screen, so it's like I can't see what I'm doing anymore. So, really weird.
You got to physically walk, I guess.
Hang on, to do this puzzle, need to do a backflip.
I've never really had an issue using a mixture of gyro and clown sticks. I'm playing on the Pro controller, and there's a number of third-party controllers you can get with gyro that work the same way as well. You don't have to play handheld to have gyro. But yeah, I kind of like using the sticks for broad movements and then using the gyro for fine adjustments. It feels intuitive to me for some reason.
Yeah, it fucks with my brain for some reason. Like I'm trying to aim quickly, and then I move my controller a bit, and then it just goes up or something. It's like I can't deal with this.
It's a learning curve thing, and I think your sensitivity settings, the ones that work for you, and fine tuning those and figuring those out are going to be the deal breaker. I would actually give the exact same advice to console players who are interested in learning mouse and keyboard. I always say, like, turn the sensitivity low at first, Because the last thing you're going to want to do is move your mouse 2 millimeters and do a 180 turn. Like that,
Yeah.
that is going to feel weird if you play on a controller. So you're going to want to make it so that big movements for big turns, and then you have a lot of range for those tiny movements.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden you're like, oh shit, I don't suck at sniping.
Yay.
I wanted to say a couple things on the frame rate thing you brought up earlier, Metal.
Yeah, go nuts.
I think there's a false equivalency being drawn between like the Nintendo Switch hardware and the other
Exactly.
current gen consoles, because they're all part of the same generation. I can understand why people are making that mistake, but it's apples and oranges. I mean, the hardware wise, the Nintendo Switch doesn't come close to the PS5 or the Xbox. What is it, Series X, I guess. Way more horsepower with those, so I can understand a game running at 30 FPS on the Switch. I mean, I think that's fine. I also don't necessarily have a problem with games running at 30 frames per second on consoles like the PS5 or the new Xbox, as long as like the processing is being handled efficiently, and a lot of the times it isn't. So, but part of the problem with like giving a console so much power is that a lot of developers can get away with bad programming, right? Where like they don't have to be thoughtful about being like economic with all the instructions that a processor has to like go through to make something happen, to render things. And so it's like, to use a simple like programming example, it's like if you want a function to happen and you use a bunch of if else statements instead of like a while loop that would create the same function with a fraction of the instructions, like that's a way lesser load on the processor, but the same thing is still happening. The same function is being accomplished.
Yeah.
So that with efficient programming, you free up all that processing power to do other things that you can pile on top of what's already happening. And I feel like with a bunch of PS5 games, like Gotham Knights, that was one that everyone was in a big stink about because it only ran at 30. Yeah. Like that's a game that probably could have ran higher if you had like better programmers. Like that's what Nintendo, that's one of their aces up their sleeve.
Plague
They
Tale now
have
has
fucking awesome programmers
mode on PS5 and Xbox Series X, and it launched with 30 FPS only.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So
like
we patch 60 FPS in later. It's like, no.
Stop that. Yeah.
Stop
Like
it.
that is not acceptable. Don't do
That's
that.
a thing you should patch in.
I think though, like John, I think that you were spot on with every single word of that. I think where the communication in the discourse around, hey, like this game shouldn't, this game shouldn't be acceptable to people at 30 FPS, 720p or 1080p, I guess if you're docked. And I think that the controversy isn't around the hardware so much as it is around the price of the game. And that's where I think people might actually have a bit of an argument, because at least the way the $70 price increase was sold by Sony, because PlayStation were the first ones to do it, was now our development budgets are getting so high that PS5 games need to cost $70. But any game that's PS4 as well, that'll be $60. And that was the story that a lot of people ran with for a long time. And then Xbox started doing it. Now every single game on Steam that's a new release is $70 US at launch. And Nintendo is now the first one to or Tears of the Kingdom's the first game that Nintendo has said, all right, we're doing $70 too. And it's because we just put a lot of work into this game, which in isolation, I actually do think is a much better justification. But at the same time, I'm just like, wait, what? Is it the development budgets that are the problem? Because I feel like Tears of the Kingdom, while it's got to be a massive budget game, I feel like you're saving tons of money just with how much was carried over from Breath of the Wild. And I don't see that as a negative, by the way. I'm not bringing that up as a criticism, because hell, I think like From Software has been doing that for the longest time. Like I think you can make a good game while iterating on previous work that you've done, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But it's like, should we accept the increase in price point just across the board at this point? And maybe the justification should have just been inflation or something like that the entire time? Or is it appropriate for people to be like, no, we shouldn't be paying $70 for a Switch game? Stop. It's like
Mhm.
it can run on my phone, and I don't know. It's like the video game pricing discussion is an interesting one, and I think
There's a lot
though,
of factors you have that go in there.
yeah,
And
but here,
one big thing is just since they got more expensive, more games came out just broken and unfinished, and
yeah,
just riddled with DLC and microtransaction depending on what game you buy. It's like, oh, you get 10 more and also make all those microtransaction money. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, like, well, I mean, what I would say on the pricing thing is like, I don't know, just as an individual, figure out how much you think a game is worth. That's like all you need to, that's
Yeah.
all you should be needing to do. Because, I mean, there's a whole bunch of different variables. There's, first of all, inflation. Like, the inflation rate has gone up more in the last, 16, 17 years since the last $60 for the US, like, price for a regular game was like Xbox 360, PS3. So there's that, but then there's also microtransactions, and then there's just like, I don't know, man, is this game worth that much money to me? I almost don't like, I almost kind of don't get the conversation because it should always just be a matter of, I don't know, do you think it's worth it to pay that much money for a game?
and
Like, I think it's worth to pay the money
that's
that
where
I
this
paid.
game causes me dissonance because I'm like, well, I mean, yeah, but I also don't want to be agreeing to the $70. So, I mean,
I mean, I guess
Just-
I'm never agreeing if I just decide to wait to buy a game on sale.
Yeah.
That would be
yeah, I mean,
just
that's true too.
So
Well, I guess
did you guys
raise
have
that
to pay $70 dues for that then?
93.49 Canadian. And
Oh.
we own 2 copies of it, even though I'm not even playing the copy that I bought. But
I think I paid $80. So I paid less than Americans.
Because
by the same.
I did I forgot the words. Did a pre-order on Amazon, so I have it day one, and they gave me back $10, so I only paid 60.
Oh,
I don't
nice.
know why.
Oh,
To
cool.
be honest, I don't know if that was like a pre-order sale or something. It didn't tell me when I put it in. I was just like, I got an email. It's like, hey, we transferred €10 back to your account. It's like, okay, I'm okay with that. You can do that more often if you want to.
I had my wife buy it for me at the Walmart.
Oh, very nice. Amazon used to do
I mean-
20% off
playing
when
it
you
the night
pre-order.
before
Oh,
because-
okay.
She uses my Switch, which is my launch day one. So I used and that's the one that you have the modded firmware on, so you can actually do things like back up your own games, which is what I did. So because she got the digital copy, I backed up her copy, and then I started playing that on the emulator, and then she bought me the game the next day.
Oh, okay.
Technically,
Nice.
I played my wife's copy the first night.
Interesting
I'm in
conversation.
Canada as well. I got it from Walmart, and it came to 176 altogether after tax and everything.
Oh,
Canadian cuck bucks.
Yeah. Did you get the collector's edition?
No, that was just regular.
176.
No. $100.76.
Oh,
That's
okay.
what it
Oh, okay.
came to. Yeah.
That sounds better.
You must not be in Ontario, and what are they doing in whatever province you're in?
I was about to say, I
Yeah,
think you
I
got
don't
scammed.
Provincially, we're getting fucked in a little in BC, I guess.
Ah, okay, so you're in pretty Canada. Nice.
Yeah.
Pretty Canada.
Well, no, BC, and like the weather is actually really nice there too. I'm in cold Canada, not the coldest Canada, but yeah,
Very
Toronto.
pretty.
I'm in Scott Pilgrim.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, now that we
How do you feel
drifted
about
away.
the,
Oh, go ahead.
The fuse system. That seems like.
I was about to circle back, yeah.
Yeah, that seems logical.
Yeah, because yeah, I think we had everything covered on that. It's a cool thing, very very useful. Which also gives you, of course, the fuse thing, right? The auto Ultrahand gives you the fuse, which puts the I don't know, whatever you want really on a weapon. You can. I named my first stream. I hope I can fuse a bomb to the Master Sword. Turns out you actually can if you want to.
I think I'm gradually
I didn't realize you
realizing
could
just
fuse the Master
how
Sword.
much you can do.
I mean,
I didn't
basically
know that.
everything in your inventory you can just fuse to a weapon or a shield. It's insane.
Well, I think the first thing I did for fuse was I attached the to basically make a fan so that I could put some wind behind the sails of the boat that I was on the Sky
Yeah.
Island. So that was a good introduction of just like, oh shit, like I can just like fundamentally create different unique functionality with the fuse mechanic. But then there's, of course, the much more simpler. It just makes your weapons better. Like, it makes them stronger.
Yeah.
Like, if you
Totally
fuse, like, a
the
goblin
degradation
horn.
system.
Yeah, because now
I
you can
think
just beat up the
a lot.
enemies. They drop like a horn, and then you get that horn, put it on your
Horn up.
blade, and then you get like plus 20 damage. It's like, ooh.
Or keep it in your inventory. You can hold an unlimited amount of them and drop them on the ground and fuse them to any stick you pick up at any time.
Yep.
It's like, well, I complain about the weapon degradation now. It's like, well, I hated it in the first game, but it's not bad now. I'm sorry. They did.
no.
It
did
is
a lot better.
way better now. I still wish there would be some kind of way to unlock some weapons that just don't fucking break. Because I still have it in the back of my head. It's like, ooh, I found this cool weapon, but do I want to use it now? Or
I think having more of them which function like the Master Sword would have been a good idea. Like
I
a
wish the
spear.
fucking Master Sword wouldn't break.
Oh yeah,
Or run out of charge, whatever it is.
Did you ever play the DLC for Breath of the Wild, the Master Trials thing, where you
No, I
can
never
get...
got it, but I know what you can make it stronger, but I think it still runs out of charge the same, right? Because you can make it do like 60 base damage instead of 30 or something.
I thought it's that it just never runs out of charge. Or at least
No, that's what I asked people in my chat when it came up. When I was like, "Are you gonna play DLC?" It's like, no, didn't really think to do that.
Although I
Because there's,
mean,
like all these things.
I burned out on it because it's really, really difficult. But you might actually really like it because it's 50 levels of survival challenge.
Oh, right. It's got some Wind Waker shades where you have like the thing you can drop down with the 100 levels, something like that.
Oh
I remember that.
yeah, I think Fuse has fixed the weapon degradation system, at least entirely for me, pretty much.
Oh yeah,
Well,
I definitely did not run out of any weapons. The thing is basically how it works. So there's a couple of ways how this works. So one, you I don't know, get a stick, a sword, whatever, and then you can put on the fire flower, and then it does fire damage. Or you put a horn on there, and then the horn is on there instead of the blade, and you get like plus 20 damage depending on the enemy you killed. What also works, if you don't have anything else to put on top of each other, and you just want to stack up on weapons, and let's say you have 5 slots for your weapons. I don't remember how many you start, but let's just go with 5. Let's say you have 5 weapons full. It's like, oh man, I mean, there's still weapons around, and those weapons are not really good, and I kind of want to stack up on some more. And you don't have anything else to fuse up on them. You can just fuse the other weapon on top of it. And then the way it works now is you swing your weapon around, and then the one that is on top breaks first, and then you can use the other weapon, effectively doubling your inventory space from the get-go.
have you guys?
Wow, okay.
You guys figured out the trick you can do with the gloom weapons?
What's the trick?
So the gloom weapons, which you get from enemies later in the game, they damage you, or they not only they damage you, they cap your max health as you use them. But if you fuse them to the end of another weapon, you can use them until they break. Not take.
Because you're not touching the actual weapon, you're touching like a stick.
You
Oh,
put 'em on a
nice.
stick, Put them
Oh,
on a
that's neat.
Metalcommander arm if you want. Whatever, just don't touch it.
Yeah. Well, I just put stronger stuff on there because some of these gloom weapons have like 40 damage base, and then you put like a big horn on it, and you have like an 80 damage weapon or some bullshit.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I didn't think of that. I'm gonna try this
Yeah.
shit later.
I'm at the point that I'm regularly crafting like 50 plus level weapons with just the things I'm picking up around me, and like I'm just like, okay, well, like I feel like I'm never underpowered at any point. Well, like, I constantly felt underpowered during Breath of the Wild.
Yeah. This one still has the thing where enemies just fucking annihilate you at some point if you don't at least upgrade your stuff a little bit.
Yeah, and they do make the armor upgrade system a little obtuse to find. Like I had to be told what to even go look for by my chat, and then it took me about 3 hours to figure out what to actually do to get the musicians to the fairies.
Yeah.
And
I mean, I knew how that works. The way you find them is like in Breath of the Wild, but in Breath of the Wild you pay them rupees, and then you give them materials, and then you upgrade stuff. What I think is much more annoying, as soon as you get to like level 3, I mean, it kind of depends what you upgrade. Sometimes already getting to upgrade 3 is really annoying to farm.
Oh yeah, I mean, you were in my stream while I was doing that yesterday.
Right.
I was really short on amber.
The easiest one to upgrade is the Hylian armor set. And even that one, for level 4, if you want all 4 of them to be level 4, a lot of 4s here, you need 90 ember, 15 silver bokoblin horns, and I think like 15 bokoblin guts or something. It's a grind, and that's the easiest one to upgrade. You don't even get a set bonus on that one. It just gets more. It just gets more with other things, because I really wanted one to be full, but I just couldn't be arsed to farm 90 embers. Like, even with the best thing I found to farm, which is like below Hyrule Castle, in like a little crawly hole, as I told you, Mark, earlier today for me, or yesterday for you, I don't know. There's like a huge path you can go. It has a lot of ore stuff you can farm. That's the best one. I think I got like
ore regenerates, which I did not know.
Yeah. Chad and whoever is Nicole, if you don't know, if you farm those ore veins, the small ones, those respawn after a blood moon, so you can go back and refarm them.
I learned that after about 60 hours in the game, everybody.
Yeah, I would like to upgrade more of the other things, but when I see what I need for those, like for some things you need like the topaz, top ass, or the sapphires and stuff, and those are like really, you have to get lucky to get those. I'm sure there's like a couple of things that makes it easier. Probably those stone talus, I think that's what they're called. Those mini bosses that walk around, they mostly drop 1 or 2 if you're lucky of the rarer ones.
I beat a Talos last night and got like 15 amber from it though, so that got me almost all of what I needed for one of my upgrades on the Hylian set. But I'm just that I've got my hood and my shirt at level 2 and the pants at level 1. So
I think that's
what I've got going into the game. I'm not maxing anything out on this run, it looks like.
I think I maxed out my Hylian torso piece, my armor, and then the other things are like level 3. That works kind of well. I wish I would have had a bonus, but, well, you know. I guess was running out of time, and I didn't have time to farm even more offline because I needed to sleep at some point. Never sell anything, just be poor. It's kind of interesting to think about, because also selling those embers and other minerals is like the best way to farm money. Because there's, like in Breath of the Wild, there's a Gerudo lady running around in Goron City who was like, hey, bring me 10 of whatever mineral the game decides she wants at that time, and I'll give you 300 more rupees than you would get in another shop. So at one point, I got 10 of each and made like 5k in an instant.
She honeypotted you.
Nice.
And you have nothing to upgrade your armor with.
Well, shut up. I was rich as fuck, though. But yeah, there's a lot of farming-tisms going on.
I don't think I've utilized Fuse nearly enough.
Oh, you should have. It's really
good. It was funny fucking around in the beginning because I hadn't really considered that there would be useless combinations. So like I put a Keese eyeball on a stick and I'm like, this is gonna do something cool. I know it. And I'm like, oh, this does nothing really. Well, maybe like a slight damage boost, but if anything,
I think it gives you like 1 damage on top.
Yeah, worst case scenario.
Yeah, I don't know what I was expecting. I'm like, maybe if I throw the stick, it'll give me like a kill cam where I can see through the eyeball as it's like flying towards an enemy.
You need to
throw it at.
You need to put it on an arrow. Then it is homing missiles. It's really good.
Homing arrows. Yeah, I figured that one out.
If you throw the weapon, does the weapon home in on the target?
Oh, that would be sick.
I don't think
usually
so. I think it's just arrows.
Effect on an arrow as it is on a weapon. For things like if you have like the crease wings, like if they're elemental, you can put it on an arrow and do ice damage, or put it on your sword and you have an ice sword for 5 or 6 hits.
Right. Yeah. All I've really been doing with fuse is like if I see a rock, I'll make a hammer with it, or if I see like if I get a horn,
This is
then
another thing, by the way, that fucks
I'll
me
put
off.
that on.
Talking about the
Okay.
hammers. Why don't you give you
Yeah.
a fucking weapon that doesn't break so you can mine shit? So you don't have to constantly refuse fucking shit.
Yeah.
It drives me insane because the way they do it, you have like these caves you go into, and then you break all these stones, and these stones drop stones and weapons for you to fuse. Like, if you do that, just give me a pickaxe that doesn't deal any damage. Just let me have something to pick shit with. It's so
Right.
annoying. I hate it.
Yeah, that would be the thing to work on for the next one. It's like, hey, give us a couple just tools.
Also, I just want a way to farm, and not to farm, like have like a really long quest, like whatever. Just have like a couple of weapons that just don't break. They don't even need to be like super powerful. Just let me have something so I can break shit with it without breaking my weapons. It's like, I think it would be.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a no-brainer. You have like this game that has like all these breakable weapons. Just put a quest or two in there where you get an unbreakable one. Because it was always so weird to me in Breath of the Wild. It's like, you saved this city. Here, take the weapon of this old champion. Oh, great! I'm gonna break it in 5 enemies. Awesome.
And often by the time you get to those quests, it's like 10 damage points below your
Yeah.
weakest weapon, and you're like, all right, thanks.
And then they take the absolute biggest piss. It's like, yeah, well, you can rebuild them for 5 diamonds. It's like, diamonds? Do you know how rare they are? Fuck off.
I didn't even know that was a
Right.
thing.
I tried to farm diamonds in Breath of the Wild out of curiosity. I went to like 7 stone towers and I got 1 drop. It's like, oh, I'm not doing that.
I haven't found any yet. What do they sell for? Diamonds?
500.
I think 300
Oh,
each
yeah.
at a normal
That's
seller.
500. I sold one last night. I needed money.
Yeah, I think I sold the first one I ever got.
It was sell the diamond or start in only links.
Also, that lady I talked about earlier that wants stuff from you. The first time I talked to her when I got to Goron City, there, she's like, "I want diamonds." Like, I found 1. Go away.
Yeah.
I just started the game. Oh, yeah. Fun stuff. But yeah, fusibility. Good stuff. Very useful.
Yeah.
It's a good way to make it much more bearable.
Yeah, I gotta dick around with it more. There's some cool stuff I'm sure you guys know, but like
Yeah.
fusing a minecart onto your shield and turn it into a skateboard,
Yeah.
and you can grind rails and shit. Like I thought that's fucking.
Oh wait,
cool.
you can
I didn't
actually
even
like
think of that.
grind? Like they put like
Yeah, so any rails that you'd normally, well, I say normally, but like, you know, most people would put like the hooks on them
right.
and fuse that to a platform to stand on it. You can grind on that if you have like a. I think you
That's
might be able to
hilarious.
just do it. I'm not sure if you need the minecart on the shield to be able to grind the rails. You might be able to just do it like
Okay.
shield surfing normally. But the fact that you can grind rails at all on your shield, whether there's a card on it or not, I thought was really cool.
Yeah, that's fun.
Only thing that disappointed me about that was the lack of durability on the skateboard. Like once you make it, you skate for a little bit and then boom, it's done. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, fuck.
There's some
Gotta
weird
make
things
another
as
one.
well when you break. So you can get like these Zonai lamps. Those are like the machines you drop, like the rockets or whatever. If you
Yeah.
put that on your shield and you just have your shield out and use the lamp, at some point your shield just breaks. This is super weird. Like I didn't even consider that the possibility. And at some point I was like fucking around with the shield, just having it out, and it was like it broke. It's like, why? I was like, yeah, it just gets rid of your durability when you have the lamp on, which it has all the time when you have it out. So it goes pretty
I
fast.
like how you can do things like turn your shield into a flamethrower or a laser
Yeah,
beam. and,
yeah.
like,
Yeah.
I really almost want there to be a shotgun or a blunderbuss, and then
I mean,
have
there's
it.
a cannon.
The thing is, though, make it so that you can parry with that, and like so you can like just turn it kind of into a Bloodborne thing, where you can stagger people out of attacks with just the shotgun weapon. I would be really happy if that happened.
Bloodborne, like.
I was like, there's got to be one Bloodborne fan on that team that'll put a shotgun in.
Do it, you cowards.
Or, I mean, hey, I'm playing the PC version, guys. Modders,
Mod
get
it
to.
in, do
Although,
it.
I mean, man, when I'll tell you this, when wait, never mind. We'll get to that ability
Yeah.
for later.
Well, that would bring us to auto build, which goes hand in hand with Ultrahand. Ah, see what I
No
did there?
joke is the one I was referring to.
Yeah.
I
So
haven't found it yet. Fuck, I don't
Yeah.
know where to go.
Oh,
for it.
it's
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's
Same
also
thing.
completely optional. You don't have to find it.
No, you
Yeah.
don't.
They don't send you there directly. I think if you.
Shout
if
out
you
to
don't.
my friend Blake, who demanded that I go down to the depths and get it before I start the Sora dungeon, because I'm very happy I did.
Yeah, auto build is pretty cool. So it not only remembers stuff you have built. I think it has like 30 slots. I don't know if that was because I upgraded it or if that's standard. I don't recall. So if you've built like, let's say you have like a block with a wheel on it, and build like a little unicycle or whatever. I don't know. You open your hand inventory, take the auto build, and then it has like a memory, basically a memory bank, and it has like 30 slots, and you can just go on there, click on it, and then there's like a little radius, little circle on the floor, and if those pieces are in there, it just starts to assemble the thing for you. You click the button, and there it is for you. You also find schematics later on from different things in the depths. I don't know if you find any in the overworld. I think the only ones I found were in the depths, I think. I could be wrong.
I think there are a few above ground. I mean, maybe not necessarily on the planet, but definitely in the Sky Island.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. And then you have like permanently memorized things. Like there's one that builds you like a little motorcycle, for example. You can go drive in the depths around with, or overworld, wherever you want to, or like a raiding plane, which has like a little flamethrower on the front, and then it flies around for you with a little steering wheel, so you don't have to do it all manually all the time. All you need to do is throw the things on the ground, put the thing on there, and there you go. But also, even better, let's say you're missing one part. You don't have a steering stick. It's like, oh shit, what am I going to do now? Well, fret not. You can use the zonite you collected and just fill in the blank with like a copy of that thing, and you can still use it. That also works if you have none of the above. You can just make it completely out of nothing if you want to. As long as you have the necessary zonite to build it, you can just build it whenever you want.
Yeah.
The catch being that you can't take it apart and use the
Yes.
pieces. All the copied pieces are only for that structure when it's intact. So if you disassemble the structure, you will lose that piece.
Exactly.
Oh, so if you build something on auto build and grab a piece of it and unstick it, does it delete everything?
No, not always.
Only the copied parts.
Yeah,
Okay.
because you can generate a part. Think of it like you can make a 3D printed part out of zonite, and if it's the 3D printed part, that will break, but all of the real parts will remain intact. But what I was actually going to mention about auto build before I realized that I should wait until we're talking about auto build is either Nintendo implementing this into the official game via some kind of update or DLC or whatever it would be, or the PC community just going wild with this. The second you can start sharing your schematics, like your custom ones,
Oh,
man,
Yeah.
that would be sick.
this could end up being one of the greatest games ever made.
Dude, I would immediately download the Metal Gear one. That would be crazy.
Yeah, I know. Like, think of it. And if they just, as long as they made it so that you just share them, you're not selling them, so you can make stuff like Metal Gear and Konami can't sue because it's just in-game content being shared.
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
yeah. I think that they're sitting on a gold mine of a user-generated content with that.
People have gotten really creative with that auto build as well. I think James sent me that clip a couple of days ago. There's this one place that has like a fuck ton of apple trees, and basically what you can do, for the first time, you just get them all down, and then you just put them all in a little pile that you have like, I don't know, 50 apples 60 apples together. You squish them all together with the building, with the fusing. Memorize that thing, and the next time you get there, you cut them all down, and then you can just use the auto build, run around, and it sucks all the apples in for you.
Whoa.
Yeah, that was some fucking 200 IQ move. That was really fun.
Pretty sweet.
So you can use auto build to farm shit.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't happen that often that you have that many things of one around. I guess it could work for the zonate stuff down in the depths, because there's some places that has a lot of things. But yeah, he made an apple sucker, pretty much, yeah.
If there's not enough apples on the ground for it, does it start creating apples out of your zonite?
We solve
world
hunger.
I didn't waste 200 zonite on fucking apples that I can't even eat, because if I take this thing apart, they're gone.
Yeah, I think apples might be able to break the economy in this game, because this place has like 100 apples and a whole lot of golden apples as well. Didn't check how much I sell for, but when I went there once and I never ran out of apples on the rest of my playthrough. So many apples.
You're never going to make it in that world, Moodle. What you got to do is you got to get in on the ground floor of the apple economy. It's going to be big.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I've had a bunch of problems with Nintendo's overall approach to online in the past several years, but the concept of sharing user-made content across, from one member of their user base to another certainly isn't foreign to them. With Animal Crossing sharing design, Mario Maker sharing levels.
Right.
So I imagine if they're sitting on this, so they're not going to develop a schematic sharing thing for this game, it's because they want to incentivize players to build their own shit rather than just download a bunch of fucking Uber mechs and just, crush the game through that.
Dude, I saw someone just basically built an auto turret drone with 17 lasers, and just put it in front of a Gleeok, turned it on, and just started melting the Gleeok away. It was like,
yeah,
it's fucking crazy. Yeah, I can do fun stuff with this whole thing. But yeah, that's the Ultrahand fuse / auto build everything. That's those ones. Really cool mechanic. Very, very cool. Lots of fun to be had with that. Then one of the other. Oh, go ahead.
I was about to ask which one are you doing next?
Oh, the next one that I constantly forgot about that I have, Ascend.
Yeah, Ascend. Yeah, yeah, forgetting about that too.
Yeah,
it's like, oh, I'm stuck. Wait, no, hold on, no, I'm not.
No, I'm not. Yeah, the amount of times I just climbed up something and Chad was like, "Why don't you use Ascend?" It's like, because I forgot. I'm sorry. It's like this thing because you're so used to climbing, and it's like, I know, it's just the order in the gaming brain. It's like, oh, I just can climb up there. Okay, no problem. Because you don't need to press an extra button for that. You just go up.
You also don't need to know if you're within range or not to climb it. You can kind of just be like, okay, I have an idea what my stamina is. Where sometimes you pull out the Ascend, it's like, am I close enough? No, not quite. Maybe if I kind of step up on this. And sometimes I end up dicking around with the Ascend way longer than it would have taken me to just climb up. But there are other scenarios where, man, Ascend is awesome.
Yeah.
So
for whoever doesn't know in chat, Ascend is basically you click the Ascend button, Link starts looking up, and you have a little circle that's either red or green. When it's red, you can use it. When it's green, you can use it. Very smart. And basically, Link jumps up, and you dive into the ceiling and just swim through the solid materials up to the top. You go get up outside, and you made it all the way on top. That's basically how it works.
Yep. And
the only restrictions that seem to be on it is that the terrain above you needs to be a certain distance, within, it can't be too high up above you.
Yeah, that's
right.
But the thickness of the terrain doesn't seem to matter. Once you reach, no. The only other restriction is that the place that you spawn on top needs to be a legal area. Legal in the sense that you are not clipping with any kind of geometry, whether it's static or dynamic or whatever.
Yeah, the ceiling needs to be close enough to you as well, so you can't just go like in a really big room.
Yeah, that's John was just saying that.
Oh,
You're having a Rags Biden moment, I think.
damn it!
It's okay,
Never
man.
mind.
No, it's fine. It's all right.
I was reading that it started off as a debug tool, like for like when Nintendo devs were like making the
Oh,
game, they had
awesome.
like an instant button where it was none of the like transitional graphics. You can imagine it was like they hit one button and then they just immediately teleport to the next legally spawning position along the y-axis, right? Where they just like warp instantly. And then at some point they figured like, you know what, we could pretty this up with some transitional graphics, like, you know, a little animation of Link swimming through like a void, and we can turn this into an ability. And I'm surprised that it turned from a debug tool into that like mid development, because I imagine that would radically like change the way that levels are designed. You know what I mean? As soon as you incorporate an ability like that.
This game?
Yeah, it was just a way for them to get quickly from the depths up to like the surface level, and then probably surface to sky as well.
I think I read that story, but I guess I understood, or maybe I read like a tweet that was summarizing it or something. But I guess I understood it as that when they were working on Breath of the Wild, they had that as a debug tool, and they just decided to integrate it into this game as an ability.
Yeah, because now you have like things you have to. I don't know where it was, but
like, that's how it made sense to me, because I figured that like I would have had the same thought as you if it was like, wait, mid development they just decided to give you the ability to swim through the ceiling.
Exactly. Because if they had developed a bunch of dungeons and then they figured that out, it's like, well, we got to change everything now that people can just go through ceilings.
Yeah. There's some places in the depths where you have to go from the depths to a certain part on the overworld. That was pretty neat. This place, and I think dive all the way up.
And I think, to be fair to you, Metal, where like your chat was saying like, why don't you just use Ascend? I found that there was plenty of places where you just can't, because they design the maps, the multi-floor maps, in such a way where they don't stack over one another, right? So you always use Ascend to get to like a room that's like whatever locked or something.
Most of the time they were right,
lower
though.
floor. Yeah, right.
Because there's like a thing you could walk into, and then there's like a very obvious ceiling where it's like, I can climb. I have lots of stamina.
Yeah. Very, very impressive design overall, because when you have the abilities that you have in this game, like it's you have to be very conscious of like how people are going to use those abilities to get around all the terrain that you build. Like, you have to be really smart about it, and luckily they are smart.
Yeah, because when I first saw that ability, it was like, oh, speedrunners are gonna have a blast with this. They're gonna find all kinds of weird shit. I haven't watched any speedruns of this game yet. I imagine they do all kinds of crazy stuff.
And I had a few situations like Fringy was mentioning earlier, like you do a thing with like building a long bridge or something, and you think like, am I doing this like the right way, or like, is this really dumb and simplistic?
I definitely built
like
things they did not intend me to buy to build.
The way I got into the water temple was not the intended way at all. It was on my stream last night, and it was borderline glitching my way in there, but I made it. Like, ultimately, it's like, well, I got above the thing that they're trying to get you to get over somehow. Not the way it was intended, probably, but I'm above it now. I'm falling into it. That's where the goal is. You're not stopping me. Thank you.
Yeah. I think playing this game, you reach a point where it's just, you stop worrying about whether you're doing things the right way. And it's just like, if I can get from A to B, then it works. That's fine.
If it works, it works.
Yeah.
Have you guys done the shrine where it's a kind of a loose bridge that's into a big pool of lava, and you've got a big wheel and a plank that you can use to reverse it, but if it goes into the lava, you will burn, so you can't ride it across, and you have to build the bridge. They'll like get the bridge to the other side essentially and connect it to the part that it was cut off from. I don't know if I'm
Right.
just describing this well,
See-
but I did that in such a sloppy, horrible way, but it ended up working. And the next day I saw someone attach the end of the bridge that's on your side to the big wheel and the plank and just turn it on, and it just constructed the bridge. It just it drove right across the lava, and then the bridge is just complete, and Link walked right across it. I'm just like, I feel so stupid.
I'm watching, this is funny. Because I'm watching Metal do this particular shrine, and it's so interesting to see the way that you're going about it. Because I catapulted myself across.
Yeah, that's what they
That's what
probably
I-
wanted you to do.
Yeah.
On the second one, I just built a double the height and just float. No, wait, I tried that. I tried just.
No, I tried that myself and it didn't work. So
Yeah,
I did
then
the
I
catapult.
catapulted
I built
myself.
a really, really big catapult, and then I flung myself to the other side. It's like, yeah, it's good memes.
Yeah, I think this took me a while to actually understand how to do the catapult. But I think they want you to catapult the ball out of there as well. I actually built a thing so I climb over.
Yeah.
Yeah, they want you to catapult it out of there, and that was what made me think, like, oh, yeah, catapult. Oh, yeah, that's what I got to do. But actually building the catapult took a little while, because I needed to build it taller.
Yeah, as you can see here in a minute, I just built a double thingy and just climb over it and just yeet everything over. Just to figure out that didn't work at all, and then I built a catapult. Yeah, that's what I mean.
man.
Those shrines, I don't know, they're just so much more fun.
The right solution in this game is whatever works, and I think that's
Pretty much.
That's a really good goal to have in video game design. That if you, it's like, hey, I've made a puzzle. How do I solve it? It's like, well, here's the intended way, but really, we use our systems, and whatever works. We're not gonna try to stop the player from being creative.
There was actually one puzzle last night that I actually still don't have an idea how it works. There were like big fans that were moving, but they didn't seem to do anything. And there was like a door you could use the Ultrahand on, move it up and down. And then there were like chains with like little weights on it. I was like, oh, I guess I have to yank them. Nothing happened. It's like, I just couldn't figure it out. I think I just found the solution in my brain. I think I needed to attach to one thing on the bottom and then maybe attach the other. No, it didn't work as well. You know what? I still don't have an idea. What I ended up doing is holding it up for 5 seconds, use recall, and just walked through. Which is a good segue to our last ability, actually.
Recall.
Yeah.
Not total recall. Not that total. Just partial recall. Recall of sorts. Yeah.
Yeah, recall. You can use that on the items you can use the Ultrahand on as well. And it moves things back to where they originally were, but only for like, I think 30 seconds, I think is the maximum time, or 15 seconds. I never timed it. But it's like a timer, and in that time, it moves back to where it was. And you can do all kinds of shenanigans. You can, as I just said, I hold something up. That's how I cheesed a couple of things. Like they wanted me to do like something over rails and stuff, and here and there. Yeah. And I just put like 3 things together, hold it up for 15 seconds, climbed up, used recall, and grab it.
Yeah, no, I think I did a couple of things like that too, where it's like, haha, I'm not playing your game's game. I'm recalling this thing to get where I need to go.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
That's right.
But they also you also need to use it in, for example, with the ice Gleox. You need to use that to actually get up to his height. He goes like way up and spawns like some ice cones that fall down and has like platforms, and you can heat yourself up. But yeah, that's basically what it does. I mean, I don't know what else to add to that, to be honest. It's pretty simple, pretty straightforward.
Very cool what the game lets you do to get from A to B. And it's funny thinking of like how it used to be with like, you know, playing the Zeldas on N64, where it's just like, how do I get from A to B? Oh, I can use the hook shot, you know, to get over there. But now it's just like, oh, I can rewind time on that object, or I can swim through the ceiling to get from here to here.
Yeah.
Like it's such a step up. It's very impressive, and yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
as,
and
as James
where
just mentioned in
the,
chat, there's like these chunks falling from the sky. You can use recall on those and just yeet yourself up if you want to, or get to other
Yep.
places.
Yeah, that was my primary means of transportation for a while.
Nice.
Once I got the glider and could basically use height to traverse distance pretty directly. It's just like, well, I've got a bunch of height. I have a glider. I have a certain amount of stamina. I can get pretty far.
Yeah.
And it was pretty easy to be like, oh, there's one of those things falling from the sky. So if I'm trying to get somewhere that's really far away, I could find a stable and get a horse, or I could get over to that thing, use recall on it, go up into the sky
Yeah.
a good distance, and then float as far as I could
Battle,
get to the destination.
I just saw you try to use like as a seesaw there. That was
Yeah.
cool. It didn't work, but
No.
I commend the
Yeah.
effort. That was cool.
I think I also did try the seesaw.
My brain just didn't make the connection at this point. It's like, oh, this actually moves really fast if you activate it. You could just do this. This comes later. We'll get
the
there.
Object upright. Yeah, think about all the physics there. That's great. Oh,
I'm
that's what you
sure-
mean when you say you're yeeting it over.
Yeah.
I'm certain that every single one of us, at least who streamed it, had moments on our stream where our chat was just like, "You really are not getting this at all." But they're not telling us because it's sort of fun watching people's thought process on these.
I don't want people
Yeah.
to tell me like, don't tell me the solution. That's like, what's the point of even watching?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
It's just like, I want to see you do it exactly the same way I did.
It's much more interesting seeing
Yeah.
people's brains.
Also, this is gonna take a while before this gets in there.
Oh my god, it just does not want to get in there, does it?
No.
Ascend and Recall in particular made me think, like, how the fuck can you not cheese a whole bunch of shit in this game? like if you can just use Ultrahand to wave a platform back and forth across a gap, and then use Recall to just make it follow that path again, you can clear so many gaps over with that. I'm like, did they think of that? And they did, because they just make a lot of gaps larger than the range at which you can move things with Ultrahand, right? So you can't just use Recall all the time to clear gaps. But
At the same time, you can definitely create yourself elevation and use recall to give yourself some motion and things like that to traverse more distance than you would be able to do if you use it in some interesting ways. Like if you think about, here I'm gonna hold the platform at the destination I want to move it to, or at the maximum range of my Ultra Hand, and then I'm gonna pull it down pretty quickly and then drop it on the ground in front of me, and then I'm gonna really quickly jump onto it, use recall, have it float me up there as if it's an elevator, and because I held it up there for a few seconds, I know I don't have to immediately jump off. I've got a second where it's just going to be suspended in the air because I held it there for a few seconds. Yeah,
right, yeah.
I really love how it functions. And when you start being things like, okay, well, if I can use Ultra Hand to then move a platform a certain distance and then use recall to bring it back to me and then get on it and move it back out to there. But if I also then add a big pole with a platform on top of it, I can then ascend up to that and then jump off the glider from there. And it's like, oh man, when those start clicking, you're just like, oh, I don't want to give Nintendo this much of a W because I hate so much about what they do. But, man, this game's fucking brilliant, and I have to admit that.
Yeah,
it
that's
really.
the thing. The games Nintendo makes are mostly pretty mint. That's, I guess, no other thing to say. They're pretty good. But man,
some smart little tweaks to some of the mechanics based on what the developers expect players want to be able to do, like those platforms, the tiers, whatever, that fall down and you can use them to ride up to the sky islands. You might think, like, if you see it falling down and then it hits the floor, the clock starts running on that positional data buffer, where eventually, you know, that the buffer is going to run out and all the rewind time is just going to be the platform sitting on the ground, if you know what I mean. But it doesn't seem like it works that way. It's like, however, if one of those platforms falls down and hits the ground, however long you wait before you jump onto it and hit recall, like, it'll save enough data to at least like throw you partially into the air so you can glide to a different place or whatever. It might not
Yeah.
bring you all the way up to the island, but any of those platforms, regardless of how long they've been on the ground, they'll take you up almost right away. Little things like that where it's like, oh, Nintendo thought about that, you know? Like you wouldn't expect that, like, because that doesn't apply to every dynamic object, but it did for those, and in a way that makes sense because you want to be able to ride them upwards.
Dude, look at this contraption I just built.
I mean, this is the correct solution, isn't it?
No, wait.
Apparently, long bridges can
Because my
get
brain
you,
don't work so
they have
good.
a lot of mileage. They can get you through a lot of things.
No.
I couldn't build a bridge long enough. Like, yeah, I catapulted across this one.
Oh,
Yeah, same
I
here.
do as well at the end, but I'm trying to.
I tried
Yeah,
to climb it,
gain
glide
height
across.
and then glide,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, but it's not high enough. It doesn't work. Spoiler. It's just really funny that you actually can go all the way up there. It took so much effort to get everything over that fucking gate or whatever. And it was like, yeah, I got this game figured out.
That's a
Yeah.
good idea.
Look at this. Like a champ. It kind of looks like it works, but
Yeah.
it's just barely not enough.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Oh man, can you use the sage abilities in these shrines? I
No,
can't
you
remember.
can't.
Oh right, okay.
You could have made it with the sage ability then, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, fun stuff. Those shrines are great. I love them. They're good stuff. They're very unique from each other as well. They have a lot of different ones you can do thinkings about. Like there's some that have like lava in it, and then they give you like fire hydrants. You need to make you can just make infinite platforms basically.
Yeah.
I think I had one where I built like a really, really long bridge. Oh, I think it was actually in a fire temple. I just built like a bridge out of like 15 pieces or something.
I think I might have done that too.
That's fun stuff. But yeah, those are the abilities. I mean, you have the camera. You can do stuff with that if you want to. You need some of that. Need some of that for some quests because they want some pictures.
I did a really big brain thing for that one for the markings on the grass. I found the little map in that little dungeon in that crevasse, and then I took a picture of it. So I now know where they all are for future reference whenever I get around to doing that.
That was smart, yeah.
I also took a picture of I got to like a sky island that had like something on there, like it was I didn't know what to do with it and I couldn't read it, so I was like, I'll take a picture of this, maybe it'll be useful later. I don't think it will be, but hey, you know.
You mean one of these star islands?
It was an island, yeah, it was up in the sky. It was kind of shaped like a star or a flower.
Oh yeah,
and
that was smart. You did a picture.
Oh, good. All
Yeah.
right, cool. Yeah.
There's more of those.
Well, do we want to talk about those sky islands?
I mean, I think we got all the abilities. I mean, we can. I mean, I would have gone to the sage abilities because they kind of tie into the abilities.
Sage. So this might be what I'd actually legitimately what is sage abilities?
Yeah. So your main quest, if you do indulge in that one,
I'll get around to it eventually.
So you get from Pura, you get the things like, hey, there's all these phenomena going on. Go check them out in all those villages. So you go to Dorito, the bird people. You go to the Gerudos again. You go to the Zoras, and you go to the Gorons. And if you do all these things, you get the abilities from them, much like you did for the champions, right?
Right.
Difference being, here you basically get like a clone of them that follows you around and fights with you. And you can also activate their abilities to use them. So they can do like melee attacks. The Rito guy has a bow. So there's kind of companions around. You can have all of them around at the time, at all times. So it can happen that you just kind of stun lock an enemy into oblivion when all of them suddenly decide to hit him with you. It was kind of fun. But yeah, the Wind Sage, which is the name I forgot again, even though I looked it up earlier today.
Gollum.
The bird,
Gulen, yeah.
the bird boy. He
Burb.
blows a gust of wind, which is really, really good for mobility.
Oh yeah.
So if you're like in the air, you're floating around with your little paraglider, you can hit your A button twice, and you get a little wind blow from the back, and it kind of keeps you in front for a little bit, which gives you a good amount of mobility, which is kind of nice. And yeah, just great for exploration and just traversal of terrain in general. Yeah, and he uses a bow, which he sometimes fires three times in a row, and it's always a critical hit. It's actually really good when he actually does it. So that's that. Then we got the Lightning Sage, which is Riju from the Gerudo. When you do all their stuff and free the city of their problem, her clone follows you around, and you need to get close to her, activate her ability, and there's like a big electric field that goes around you. And when you shoot an arrow anywhere, lightning strikes where the arrow hits.
It's weapon of mass destruction.
It really is. If they're like kind of like bulked up, the enemies, you hit them all. It's pretty good. Then we got
really powerful. It makes combat a lot easier.
Then we got our homie Sidon, the Sage of Water from the Zoras. He creates a water bubble around you that either protects you from one hit for free, or if you attack while you have that, you shoot like a little water thingy at the enemies. Depending on which weapon you use, if you use a spear, it's like a smaller one, and if you use like a claymore, it's like a wide area of attack.
I didn't know that. That's cool.
Yeah, it changes with the weapons, but it's pretty neat.
I thought it only activate when you throw the weapon, and I wasted a lot of weapons.
Oh no, you just need to slash. It just,
I was told that eventually.
Yeah, it's also used to like clean up like I don't know, goopy stuff in that area you need to do for the Zora. And then we have the Sage of Fire, which is one of the Goron. It's the same one you yeet around at the divine beast Yunobu. When you help him out, you get his clone as well, and you basically can use his charging attack. So you know how those Gorons always like roll around and stuff. You have like a fire ability with that, and you can yeet him against like surfaces that are cracked, like these stones, and you can break him with them. He's basically your bomb with a cooldown. That's basically his thing. But also just yeets enemies around when you hit them in the face and sets them on fire. So it's really useful. So yeah, wind and fire. Those are probably the ones I would recommend to get very soon, because they're really, really useful and make your life a lot easier in just moving around and farming stuff.
Yeah.
So, and now I'm gonna tell you about the 5th Sage, which you guys probably all don't have.
I know about it. I'm on the quest for it now.
Which is the coolest of them all. Because you get a fucking mech to ride around in. You build a robot and can fuse shit to its arms. And it's epic as shit. It's so good. So yeah,
shit.
Yeah, that's the last thing you do before you go to the Ganondorf fight.
Is that where you get auto build, or is that a different thing?
That's a different. This might be if you just go by the quests, I think they kind of lead you there, because you need to talk to Josha again. That's what Pura tells you, because she's basically like, well, you need to find Ganondorf now. Well, it's up to you. Get lost. She doesn't tell you anything else. Just like talk to Josha. She's exploring the depths. And I think if you do that, you just kind of follow around her quest line until you get to Ganondorf. I think that's how it works.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I haven't done any of the depth stuff.
Yeah,
barely
and
any.
The first thing you do with Josha, the first or second one, is the one that gives you the auto build ability.
Okay.
Yeah. She tells you to check something out, and then you get there. So yeah, you get the 5th Sage, which is the Spirit Sage, which is Minoru from the flashbacks. Because if you know, I'll get to that later. She can separate her spirit from her body, and she basically put herself into this robot, and you need to build her up again, and you get to ride around in a mech, and it's really, really fun. You can fuse like your normal stuff on there, or you can put just Zonite stuff on there. So you can have one with 2 lasers, and you can just go like beep, 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 beep. It's fun stuff. It's really fun. And if you don't write it yourself, it still runs around with you and just beats people up. It's great. It's really great.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
damn.
by the way, just to
Sounded
add to that, on top of having all those abilities, when you unlock each sage, they run around and fight alongside you like an NPC, and
Yeah.
like they'll fight like enemies. They'll help you deal with like crowds. Like I did this dumb thing where like I would get a sage and then I just turn them off in the key items menu because it's like, I don't need the ability right now. I'll just deactivate them. And so for so long I was just playing by myself. And I'm like, what happens if I enable all of these? And then all of a sudden I had like 4 people
Yep.
helping me deal with all these crowds. I'm like, holy fuck, this is so strong. Like,
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm just doing this now. So
The only
Yeah.
downside I have is how you have to activate them. Because you basically have to walk up to them and then press A to activate their ability, which is a massive pain in the ass when you fight.
yeah, sometimes you got to like chase down the person that you want
Yeah,
the ability from.
especially Riju, because she just goes into melee, but you want her to stay back because you need to activate her, wait for her bubble to expand, like her lightning bubble, and then shoot the enemy that's in the bubble. But if she constantly just runs away, tries to beat people up, it's like, no, wait, come back here. Fucking, nah.
Yeah.
It's also annoying when you try to activate them and they're all bundled up. And it's
Yeah.
like, I guess I just
Yes.
mash until I get the one I need.
I can't tell you how many times I've activated Tulin in combat, and I
Yeah.
never need Tulin in combat.
No, really don't. But he's really good when he shoots his arrows because it's always a critical hit when he hits it. It's
He's
really
a
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't need him actively. Just passively do your thing, Tulin.
Yeah. And also,
Only be activatable when I'm in the sky.
also the game seems to prioritize items on the floor over the input of the abilities. So while I try to activate them, I pick shit up on the floor and just, yeah, it's annoying.
Yeah.
It's a bit annoying, but yeah, really really good in combat. They can take some aggro and everything, so it's still really useful, but it can be really annoying to use their abilities to their full extent.
Yeah. And Tulin can be cool for like knocking enemies over, but
Yeah.
his ability is so directional that it's not great for managing crowds, like if people are all around you.
Also,
Um,
wind only affects most enemies if they're either on fire or jumping. Like if they're on the
Right.
ground, nothing really happens to them.
I think some of them you can just knock over. I think I saw that happen, but I don't know if there was something else instead. I saw it like twice, so I'm not 100% sure, but maybe like small enemies you can knock them over or something.
Yeah, I found that it knocked most like just regular sized enemies over. Like I guess it
okay.
depends on their height and weight. You know, it won't knock everyone over.
Okay. You can also upgrade them, in case you didn't know that. There's like these what are they
I
called?
didn't know that. Wow.
There's in the Sky
Yeah,
in the Sky Islands you find like sage orbs or something. I forgot what they're called.
Oh, that's what those do.
Yeah,
Okay.
I
The
found
will
one,
of
like,
the stage or whatever.
I found one way early in the game. It's like, I don't know what this is for. And then I didn't go back to the Sky Islands. And then I found another one. I was like, what does that do? And then I got 4. It's like, oh, that's for upgrading the thing. Sage Wills. Those are the one. Thank you.
Yeah.
I might have some. I
Yeah.
never really thought.
And then
I
you-
didn't know that either.
And then you go up to one of these spirit shrines where you get your stamina or heart containers. And it's like, yo, you got those Sage Wills. You want to upgrade one of them boys? And then you can give them some more damage. And that's not the only thing you can do. You can also find the masks they wear in the cutscenes that represent the divine beasts. And if you wear the Zora one, for example, the clone you have around with you also wears that mask. And it deepens the bond to that clone or to that sage. So I'm guessing that also ups the damage. So I guess if you double dip there, you do like double the damage or triple the damage or something.
Right.
Yeah. So if you finish your quest in those cities, you need to talk to the main people there again. They tell you about like some secret treasure they found, some information about, and then you find those masks. They're pretty cool, pretty neat. They all have a resistance as well, like lightning resistance, water resistance, stuff like that.
So I assume with the masks, you only equip one at a time, so you have to pick one that you want to beef up, right?
Yeah, I was wondering if it translates into like a set, but no, it's just all masks, so you have to choose.
Yeah. Cool. I didn't know you could upgrade those. That's sweet.
Yeah, I found that out like way late as well. I was like, oh, you can do that. Okay. I only did one, so I could probably still find like 12, 11 more. I think I have one in my inventory currently or something.
It's a lot to discover. It's hard to say how anybody is gonna pick up and play this. Like I started off playing, and then my friend came home from work, and I watched him play the start, the tutorial island, and he played it completely differently. I was just like, oh my god, can't believe how much I missed. Like I've played the tutorial island in the dumbest fucking way possible. It's like this donut shaped island, and you're supposed to like go to the right and then go all the way around, and it's very thoughtfully designed where it introduces you to each mechanic and what the zonai are. I missed all of that. I hugged the left instead because I typically hug the left in all video games. And so I'm climbing up this rock mountain with no idea of like, I don't have warm clothes. I'm fucking dying here. Oh, there's some peppers. I can cook a quick dish. Maybe that'll last me long enough to climb to the top. And I was just looking at it in terms of like getting to waypoints as quickly as possible. I wasn't thinking of like, I really got to immerse myself in this environment and study all the little characters and droids that are walking around and teaching me all the things. I didn't do that. So when I got down to Hyrule, I didn't even understand the concept of like zonai devices or anything. So like I got to this little like that first little like item workshop that you find where you like it gives you some pieces to build something. It's like I put some like 4 wheels on a platform, and I'm just like, well, what the fuck do I do with this? There's no engine. How do I make it go? Like I didn't understand any of that. Like, okay, whatever. It must be a thing later. I'll just keep going. But then I watched my friend play the tutorial, and he played it the right way, quote unquote. And I'm like, oh fuck, yeah, I see now. Like
that makes sense.
That's really interesting because like I think I know what part you're talking about, where you walk and there's like the pot, and then there's a slope that leads to the snowy area, and like to me, the clear point behind that was I'm not making fun of you, by the way. It's just like trying to think of the game design aspect. To me, what that read as is like, because I knew already about the weather thing, it was like, oh, they're going to show you that this is an area, and you're going to learn that it's too cold, but you know that you can go there, so then you know to go the other way. Like, if you hadn't already figured that out as a player, it's like, okay, I need to go this way, and then I'll be able to get there later and probably learn stuff. Because I think it's like super like well crafted, that tutorial area.
Yeah.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
It's really good.
I still spent like 4 hours there. It's like, oh, what's over there?
4 hours
over
there.
there?
Yeah, I spent about 4 hours.
What the game world was going to be. I was like, okay, so we're just in the sky for this whole game. I guess it's structured more Mario Galaxy kind of deal where it's all floating islands. And then when you get down to Hyrule, I was like, oh shit, it's all still down here.
Someone in chat said I still have to find 678 of the 1,000 darn Koroks. If you want to know if that's worth doing, if you want it for your completionist ego, sure. If you want a good reward at the end, don't.
I just like I can't bring myself to do things like that.
It's
like
1,000 this time.
I will never do things like that where it's like, oh, go find all 1,000. It's like, nah, I don't think I will actually. I can't.
In Breath of the Wild, you get a golden poop that doesn't do anything. That's what you get for your efforts.
So I'm glad I barely even looked.
You know what you get in Tears of the Kingdom?
What do you get?
Another golden poop, but you also can make him dance every time you want to.
Well, I mean, that's
I guess that's better.
Into that, I'm not judging. Let your freak flag fly, boys.
It's just why?
I mean, why not?
I can't be doing anything where it's like, yeah, you gotta go find 1,000 of these little things. No way. I want to do like actual gameplay.
Yeah.
I think that's
you-
what interests me more.
You
Kinda
can't sell
reward
it. You
with-
don't get infinite money. You can't wear it as a hat. Like nothing. It's just
Dude,
yeah,
even
there
if
you
I got
go.
infinite money, that wouldn't be enough of an incentive. Like, that's
Yeah.
just too much.
And-
Like, of going around
In the
looking
same
at
time, you
stuff.
could just farm money.
They are their own little puzzles. So I mean, I guess like
That's
you are
true.
also pursuing gameplay in that
Yeah.
sense.
No, that's.
Like, I mean, if you just
that's
like
true.
the Korok puzzles, be like, yeah, they're
I was being-
really simple, but there's usually something that involves looking around the environment and figuring out what the puzzle is. But it's usually pretty clear once you realize that you're in one or that there's one nearby. You know?
Yeah, sure. No, I am being a bit reductive. I'm just not interested in these kind of like go search for like a million of these
Well,
things kind of quests.
Yeah. Was,
Yeah.
was it pigeons in GTA 3?
Yes.
That was the first-
Yeah.
I
that
can't
was
remember.
the thing. That was the one where it's like no one's gonna get all 100 pigeons.
But
Or
then
like-
there's some people out there who it's like, well, you have invoked a challenge, so now
Yeah.
I have to.
I mean,
do
I already
it.
saw people on Twitter saying they 100%ed the game. It's like Jesus.
Matt, how are you playing it like every waking hour of the day? Like,
I mean, I
feel
played
like
fucking
I've played it
90
a lot over
hours.
the last week. Yeah.
To be fair, I probably
mean,
had
man.
like over 100 easily if I didn't have a day job to attend to. Dude, I would have probably streamed like way too much. I think I already streamed way too much because I'm really tired. So my body
every day.
demands rest, and I was like, no, I'm gonna do Forge, goddammit.
Yeah.
Because like I got so much of this game ahead of me still.
Oh yeah. It's funny. I'm way ahead, and I still have like a fuck ton I can do.
Yeah.
I don't know if I ever
Yeah, like
proper finish
people
this game.
saying that it's 110 hours to complete. I heard that and it's
Yeah.
like, really? It feels like it's more than that.
Gotta be. Like,
I think you
Yeah.
could
Like-
do it, but maybe they have like a really organized way to approach these. I don't.
Oh
I
yeah,
just
but
don't know.
mine is disorganized because for me it's like, oh, that looks interesting. Oh, how long have I been
Yeah.
here for? Like I had I went down south, and then I saw that there was like an island off in the distance, and they had all of the materials I needed to like build a boat to get over there, which is where I learned about the battery, like the additional battery zonai charge thing,
Mhm.
like to put on vehicles. And then I went over there, and it was this big island that had a bunch of fortresses and like a pirate stronghold and all of this cool shit to do.
Oh, that's the
And it's
that's
just
the that's the island where you lose all your shit in Breath of the Wild. That's like full of stuff now.
okay.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that island.
I'm pretty sure I went there in the first one. I think, yeah. But here it was like it's this whole like cool thing that you can do that's like filled with. It's like this area segmented off from the world, but still part of the world
Mhm.
with a bunch of stuff to do. And it's like, yeah, when you present me with shit like that, of course I'm gonna go ahead over there and see
Absolutely.
what's over there. You know, like I'm not. I ain't doing this main quest shit. I want to see what's off the beaten path.
There was also just a bunch of
Yeah.
things. I was looking at the map. It's like, oh, it wasn't there. Like, oh, this looks kind of like a weird head or something. Maybe I'll check that out
Yeah.
at something. Looks kind of neat. And then it's almost like, oh, that's part of the fucking main quest. So maybe I could have skipped shit if I went there first. Maybe I don't know because I eventually went there. But there's like so many things you can check out. It's great. Oh, it's fun.
It is
There's
really fun. Sense of exploration.
constant diversions, and in a good way. Like usually
Yeah.
I find that stuff a bit of a turnoff in most
The
games.
Ubisoft
Like if
open
I'm
world, like look at all
found it
that
to be
shit on the map.
yeah,
I found it to be a turn off in Breath of the Wild because all the rewards were fucking garbage.
right, yeah.
Like I did like a couple of quests on my first playthrough, and then all of a sudden they're like, here's 20 rupees for this half an hour. It's like I could have gotten 100 rupees for the things I just gave you. I could have just sold them.
I think that what has been beneficial here. I often haven't been doing stuff for like rewards, but just for the sake of it.
Yeah.
Because it's just been so fun to explore and like and mess around with the game. That like whatever the reward is, it's like I think I'll be like, that was some bullshit. But it's like, but it doesn't really matter because it was rewarding in and of itself to be off doing these things.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There was this one.
cool.
There's like this fucking pond, all the way outside of the map. Basically, I think it's actually where the same island we just talked about. There's like a little thing that has like a pond in it, and there was a chest in there. It's like, oh, there's probably something like decent in here. Like it's all the way out here. Like, why would I go here otherwise? And it's
Yeah.
fucking 10 arrows. I lost my shit. It's like, are you fucking serious? It's like pretty well hidden. This is like a little thing you probably wouldn't really necessarily check out. This time around, they have like a bunch of fish in there, which is, I think, better than 10 arrows. I don't know.
Usually, I don't like feeling overwhelmed by options. Sometimes I appreciate a little bit of linearity sometimes. And if a game is too big, like over 100 hours, it's just like I don't really want to pour the time into that. But this game is so fun and mechanically sound that it's a rare exception where I'm willing to be like, okay, I'll get lost in your world. This is fun.
You can actually see how oh, sorry, go ahead.
A good example of all the constant diversions is like, say it's like, I need this map uncovered. Like maybe you're on a main quest and it's like, I need to know where to go. So I got to find the tower first. And then you'll find the tower, get launched up in the sky, come back down. You'll get the map data, but then you'll see while you're up there, like, oh, there's a couple shrines down there that I can access.
Yeah,
there's a chasm. I can fly down there if I want. There's a sky island. I can go over there. Yeah, exactly.
Also, another big brain move by the developers. They let you can mark shit while you're falling down. You can get your Pura pad out and look around and mark shit from up there. It's like, good choice you were allowed to do that because you can see them from up there.
Your fall speed kind of slows slightly.
It does, yeah.
With the goggles too, or
yeah,
I don't know. I don't know. What is Science Mommy? Her telescope.
And like you were saying, Metal, whatever thing you decide to tackle, you know that you're probably going to get a decent reward out of it. Like heart containers, worth it. Like what else? Going down to the chasm and getting things like auto build, which I still haven't done yet, but that's a great thing to do. Even just like little distractions like the Korok things and expanding your inventory, it's incredibly useful.
Yeah.
Like it dishes out rewards very intelligently.
Yeah, you can actually see how many quests there are if you open the Pura pad. It has actually like a X out of 60 or something in there. So when you look at that, there's 23 main quests, 60 side adventures, which is basically just like a chain of quests. 31 shrine quests. It's like a little quest you do to unlock a shrine, basically.
Yeah, I've done a few of those. And
then an additional 139 side quests on top of that. So
a lot of stuff to do.
Plenty to do.
I think on that subject, I before the game came out, something I was wondering is they've been working on this game for like 6 years removed from Breath of the Wild, and it's the same open world, and yeah, there's like the Sky Islands, but there was sort of a thought in my mind of like, what's going to be all the new stuff that kind of like what's going to essentially justify its existence when it has like that same sort of base set of mechanics and environments, and like the Sky Islands and and like the caves and the depths and stuff. God damn, that like expands the world significantly.
Oh yeah.
There's like a lot of new stuff in this world, and it's just up above and below the ground. Like just finding like jumping into a well, and it's like, oh wow, there's like a whole bunch of stuff in here that I can look around at, or like shooting up out of the tower, and then you see like an island or like an archipelago in the sky, and just think, oh shit, I should probably like go over there while I'm up here, see what I can do. There's so much new stuff. It's kind of surprising.
And finding all the wells is a side quest in itself. There's like this one lady like, I want to map out all the wells. And
I met her 20 hours into the game, I think, after exploring a whole bunch of different wells. She's at like the first stable that you'll find in there. And then she told me, oh, you've explored like 6 wells. It's like, oh, I thought I'd done more than that. Nope. And there's like 55 left to go.
And then you get like 10 rupees for each well.
Yes.
It's kind of nice.
Handy.
It's just a nice thing you can do like on the side. It's like, oh yeah, I found these things, and then I think it chills out in Hateno Village, I think. I don't remember, but it just gives you shit. But yeah,
I think for every shrine on the surface, there's a corresponding light route inversely in the chasm, like directly under it.
Directly on it, exactly.
The name of the light route is just the name of the shrine in reverse.
Yeah.
Like all the letters are reversed.
Unlocked a bunch of shrines in the overworld, you can just switch on the Pura pad around and just kind of find your way to those light routes, which is really handy most of the time. Sometimes you still can't see though, because they're like on top of something.
were there puzzles for like getting the shrines unlocked in Breath of the Wild? Like, here's a little thing that you need to figure out to unlock the shrine. I don't remember
Sometimes,
that being
yeah.
a thing.
Not all of them, but yeah.
Yeah.
What I mean by that is like, because it's a few times on the Sky Island, it will be like there is basically the little shrine thing, the little like shrine crystal on one island. You need to figure out how to get it over to the other island. Like that was really fun as like a puzzle to complete up there on a lot of those islands that I've been to so far.
Yeah.
Or like in the cave to unlock it because it's like submerged in water. It's like that's cool. Just like a little. It's like somebody at Nintendo was like, you know, we could just put a shrine here, but like, what if we like made a little puzzle before the puzzle that is the shrine? You know,
Yeah.
why don't we just do that? And then they said, yeah, let's. Yeah, and then it's just more shit to do.
Have you had one of those?
Yeah.
Have you had one of those green rock ones as well before?
Yeah. Oh, that's what I meant when I said the crystal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Like I got you.
It's the green rock, and then it points over to the. It was kind of funny. The first one that I did, it was on. I can't remember which Sky Island it was, but it was off on this one side, and then there was like a bridge that kind of led over, but it turns off to the left and just points at nothingness. And for a long time, I thought maybe I need to like build a flying contraption of some sort to get it across there. I tried, it failed. I'm not very good at building flying machines. And then, but then when you get across, you realize that there's like I use a spring to shoot myself across, and then you rotate the platform using the Ultrahand miniature thing to rotate it. And that was like really cool because it's just the island itself is like the puzzle of how do I essentially create like a fast travel point up here, and then you know get whatever reward I get for doing that puzzle.
Yeah.
It's just cool. It's a new thing that I hadn't even considered. Like when it first saw it, that was like a thing to do. Like I was really surprised. It's like, oh, that's cool as shit. That's just like extra stuff for me to do up here.
Yeah, and apparently there's 31 of these, so that's cool. I had one where I got it from the Sky Island, and you just had to drop it through a hole down into the water where there's like a swirl going on, like a little water tornado, and it has to drop in there, and then the shrine is you have to jump after it and go in there, and then the shrine appears down below in this little cave you go into. Yeah, it's fun stuff. It's really fun stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Fringy, you want to talk about the Sky Islands, right? More? Or was
that
we basically it?
Well, I haven't done all of them yet, but like it's kind of I think something that I'm finding interesting right now is I imagine that there are better ways to get up to them, but like the only reliable strategy I've used so far to get to them is to activate the tower, shoot up into the air, and every time I've activated the tower, I've tried to find like a Sky Island nearby, like every single time.
I mean, that's how
there are better ways to get up there, though.
That's how I mostly did it as well, though. And then you can like make your way from island to island in different places, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
I like that the whole
you can build a flying machine.
The whole layout of like the upper layer, like the Sky Islands, feels like a nice nod to Wind Waker to me, where it's like all these little islands few and far between across the water. Kind of like that, except it's in the sky, and you can actually go down to Hyrule if you want. Like that was the lore in Wind Waker, is that Hyrule is there under the water.
Yeah.
And all that's left is the little islands on the surface. But now it's just like it's like that, except you can actually go under to Hyrule, and then a whole other layer that's just immersed in pitch darkness, and you have to illuminate it.
My friend Lofty was saying that it would be cool for the next one. They basically do Breath of the or Wind Waker by way of the Breath of the Wild style games, that just have Hyrule be flooded by something and make it the seafaring one.
Yeah.
And I mean, as much as that sounds cool, it's like the more I think of it, it's like, oh man, but like you have to be getting rid of the Sky Islands and the depths, and it's almost kind of limiting if you fill with water. But although at the same time, if they had some kind of like scuba diving system, I think it might be kind of neat.
Or just start building submarines.
If they let you keep the Ultrahand or have a different type of crafting system, and then some structures like you build submarines, then have a little bit of scuba gear that can, I don't know. I think it could work in a way that I think it would have been awesome if Wind Waker was able to do that stuff. I mean, obviously they were limited by the tech at the time, but Wind Waker I think was probably the proto version of what eventually became these games, right? Because that was one where it's like, hey, it's the first 3D Zelda where we've got this big huge world and there are dungeons, but there's also all this water that you can explore. Most of the water was empty, and all you could really do was fish for things every now and then find out islands, but it was still kind of neat to be able to explore like that. And I don't know, I think it might be kind of cool for the third one to be the water one.
Someone in chat mentioned Skyward Sword, and yeah, obviously there's a lot of that in this too, like diving off of islands to the land below sort of thing.
Yeah, this is the Skyward Sword love letter, and I think it would be cool if the next one was the kind of Wind Waker love letter.
Yeah.
I like Wind Waker. That one was cool. Enjoy that.
And
it's been a while.
Wind Waker still a beautiful game, I think, and that's because of the art style that they went with. I mean, that cel shaded look
big mad
looks
at the
good.
time.
Criminally,
I know.
dirty to this day though, because you can actually do the GameCube version modded to 60 FPS, but it breaks a lot of the game logic.
Oh,
There's things like environmental puzzles where there's bursts of lava that are timed and they're going twice as fast at 60 FPS. So
yeah,
like I mean, even though the hack makes it so that you in the combat is running at 60 FPS, but it's timed properly so it plays right. It's the environmental elements that are kind of capped at 30 FPS that really kind of fall apart. But they did a HD remake of it though on Wii U, and they still kept it capped at 30 because Nintendo.
That's a big issue, unfortunately, with like legacy upscaling, because you have so much programming that's tied to the frame rate of certain games because they never expected it to ever run at anything above 30 frames per second or whatever.
Vanquish comes to mind.
Right. Vanquish is it plays well now. And
when it released on Steam, it basically was super hard because you took like basically double damage or something.
Oh, really?
Of the high frame rate. Yeah.
Shit, I just thought it was a hard game. I fucking love Vanquish though. It's Vanquish plays really well on PC, but it's also on PS4 and Xbox One, running at 60 now as well.
That's where I played first. I played on the PlayStation.
They did a collection where it was Bayonetta and Vanquish. Bayonetta 1, which is the one that's on everything, and then good old Nintendo bought the Bayonetta franchise, and now it's basically dying. So awesome, great job, thanks Nintendo. Sega, why'd you drop the ball on that? Also, Sega, where's Vanquish 2?
Well, I guess that's just basically Sky Islands, and then of course we got the depths, which I mean, the depths basically just a big fucking optional area. The only things you really need to do is the fire temple and the spirit flames later on. I think everything else you can basically ignore down there if I'm not forgetting anything.
I think that's right. Yep.
And it's as big as the overworld basically. It's a bit locked up at some places because there's like walls and stuff, so you have to go through these chasms in the overworld to get into different things. And also when you explore the Sky Island, you find old maps. And these old maps mark something in the underworld, in the depths, which you can go and collect. It's like little chests you can get.
I found a couple of those maps, but I haven't investigated any of them yet.
Those have some really cool armor sets. Which
nice.
are all a nod to older Nintendo Zelda games. So, for example, I found the Wind Waker shield and boomerang down there, as well as the Wind Waker hat. There's a Twilight Princess set. There is a Ocarina set. And apparently there's also a Phantom Ganon set from the Ocarina of Time game. So you kind of look like the Phantom Ganon one. There's lots of kind of things in there. I also found
nice.
I haven't found any of those, but I hear they're you can't upgrade them very much. Like they're not very useful.
A couple of them you can upgrade. You need star pieces, I think, to get them. but I don't know if it's worth it. I don't know if they have any kind of set bonus or whatever. A bunch of them you can't upgrade. Oh yeah, someone mentioned you can get Majora's Mask somehow as well. I think there's also a Fierce Deity Mask you can get from some if you collect those pose that are down there. So yeah, it's a big old collecting area basically. You get all your zonate down there. There's like all kinds of ores. You have like all these bokoblins running around mining that shit, gloomed up themselves. And yeah, as you guys already mentioned, it's like pitch dark down there. So you have to go from light route to light route, or you throw around those light bulb seeds that illuminate a certain part where you throw it, which is really useful. I had like 600 of those.
It's Zelda Tomb of the Giants and Dark Souls.
No, right, yeah. But way bigger.
It's better too, being able to just put the bright blooms on your arrow and fire it and have it actually create a reasonable amount of light with each one.
That's how I've been doing. I've just been throwing the light bulbs around in front of me if I can't see. It's really satisfying. So yeah, you can just go around, collect all those things. You get all your zonate there. There's a bunch of mines you can get. You can activate those machines so you have more places to upgrade your batteries. Because the only one you have if you don't go down there is the one in the Sky Island, and he only sells like 5 or 10 at a time. And down there you have like multiple that have like 20 plus 5 big ones. So it's just a bit easier to go around and get those things without having to go in and out again to reload everything. So that's kind of nice. And yeah. There's also skeleton horses down there you can ride. That's pretty cool.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. The way the lighting works down there is another good example of like efficient rendering techniques, like that isn't taxing on the hardware. Because like lesser developers, they would have had like dynamic lighting down there, but that would have been way too costly. Because like treating all those like bright bloom flowers as dynamic light sources where you have to deal with shadows all of a sudden, that would have been like a nightmare and it would have chugged the frame rate. But the way it works down there is you're basically painting baked in static lighting on the geometry within these radius based on where you throw or shoot the bright bloom flowers, which is brilliant because it doesn't need to be any fancier than that. And not only is it not taxing on the hardware, but then you don't have these ugly dynamic shadows covering giant parts of, like, say if you throw a bright bloom flower next to a big rock or something, and then you create this gigantic shadow, and it's like, oh, I got to throw another one to illuminate that part. So you don't even have to worry about that. You just like throw a flower somewhere, and within that the radius of that throwing point, everything will be illuminated, and that's perfect. Even though there is a dynamic, like, global lighting system on the surface, like the sunlight, like it does generate dynamic shadows, but it works differently underground, and it's just smart development because Nintendo knows how to render things cheaply when that's all it needs to be. Like when you unlock like a passage to a new dungeon, it'll create like a shining light that comes out of the ground, and it's just a 2D bitmap that rotates perfectly perpendicular to wherever the camera is looking at it from, So there's certain things that you don't have to render in 3 dimensions. Like you can just use a bitmap. It's way cheaper to render, and it looks fine. It doesn't need to be any fancier than that. Nintendo's good at that sort of thing. It's like you do fancy graphical stuff when it's necessary. If you don't need to do it, then don't.
It's kind of interesting because people have been doing these Unreal Engine versions of Ocarina of Time. I'm sure you guys heard about that one.
I think so.
Maybe it's like with Unreal 4 or 5, and they made like a really crazy good looking version of Ocarina of Time, or at least doing it right now. It's just like, it always looks uncanny. It just looks so wrong. I don't know why. Like, I found it cool at first, and then I looked at it again. It's like, I don't know, it looks kind of weird to me. But that just might be my bias towards the game.
Sometimes it depends on how far they go. Like, I think if you made Ocarina of Time look like this, I would have no issue with it at all. I think that would work totally fine. But if you make it look like The Last of Us. It might be a little weird.
Yeah.
It's why, like, I mean, because people have been asking about, obviously, with the possibility of new Nintendo movies being made, if they would do Zelda as a live action. And I'm like, I'm not sure how they would go about casting that. Like,
Yeah, that's
I
a
think
tricky one.
you're just saving so many problems if you just decide to go animated.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. What else is in the depths? Let me think real quick. So we got the Zonite, we got all these enemies. Oh, the Yiga clan is down there. You remember those from Breath of the Wild?
No, that's right.
So apparently
haven't
they have been chilling out down there and just plotting to kill Link this whole time since you yeeted him down into this hole. Was it Koga? What? I forgot his name. The little fun boss you just drop boulders on in Breath of the Wild and then kick him down to a well or something. So they've just kind of been fucking
Deep
around
well.
down there. They have like multiple bases, and there's also a couple of bases in the overworld you can find. So for example, the old house from the king of Hyrule, the current one that you meet the ghost of, they kind of barricade that up, and you can go in there and find like some armor pieces. So you can get a full Yiga armor set, and that apparently triggers a quest. I don't have all the set pieces yet, but somebody told me that. And if you go back to the Shrine of Resurrection, where you wake up in the first one, they also have a base below that, and they have like little notes in there, where like basically just been trying to plot to kill Link this whole time. I'm kind of interested to check out all the places, see where that goes, because I find it kind of intriguing that they've been just hiding down in the depths this whole time for a while, and just been plotting to fuck shit around, because they apparently made those zonite things work. So they kind of fly around in planes sometimes, or in some vehicles. So they kind of started working out how these things work. That's kind of interesting. That has nothing to do with the main story at all. It's like completely optional.
It plays into the auto build quest, though, I suppose.
Yeah,
Like
if you get the auto build, that's when you find them officially, basically.
So can you get their armor set in the depths by just finding it? Because I know you can buy it, but it's like $5,000 a piece, or rupees, whatever.
Oh, so they captured some of these fashion designers from Hateno Village to make armor sets for them, and like the one I mentioned earlier, the old house of the king from Breath of the Wild. If you go in there, kill the enemies, and you can free him. He's making one right now, like the headpiece I think it was, and then you can just have that for free. So if you find those things, you can get all the pieces. I think I have 2 pieces. I think I'm missing one still.
Yeah, that's cool. Because if it started a quest line and the only way to get it would be to spend 15,000 rupees, I'd be like, man, why would they do that?
Yeah, no, you can find them like that. And I think if you find the first one, there's a map on the wall, and you can see the other places where they have bases as well. So yeah, it's a whole thing you can do. That's probably something I'm going to do offline, because I'm curious what that leads to. If it's actually going to be something interesting, or just going to be another goofy thing with Master Koga. Yeah, fun to go back to the resurrection thingy, because there's one in there too. This is also where you get one of the pieces. They have maybe like an ambush there, but I was already so strong, I just killed them all in 2 hits. Yeah. I am happy that they don't just appear in front of you anymore, because that was incredibly annoying Breath of the Wild. When you kill Master Koga, they just kind of follow you around and just randomly appear in front of you. It's annoying.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the things you can do. Yeah, there's also all this gloom on the floor, so you probably want to bring some gloom resistance. You can get some gloom resistance armor as well, or you build some contraptions with your little Ultrahand and just drive over it, or you find a skelly horse somewhere and you can ride over it. So there's options.
Oh, that's cool.
Plenty of options.
Yeah, you can make elixirs, certain recipes too, that fend off the effects. Yeah.
Yeah, a big old optional area that I'm probably gonna be, I don't know, randomly exploring while I'll just put some YouTube on and just check this shit out. What's in there? I really want to get the Majora stuff because I think there's a fierce deity mask as well. I wonder what that does. Probably nothing, but I want to have it because Majora's mask is awesome.
Yeah. And this reminded me a lot of that, not only in terms of, well, I mean, development time is another thing. Like,
Right.
Majora's Mask was made like a year after Ocarina of Time, like a very tight window, but it
Yeah.
ended up being great. This
Still
is
insane
kind
to
of
me.
like the same sort of thing of like using the same assets, like, or a bunch of the same assets, the same
Still
art
really
design.
quick, like considering what they did
Yeah.
and the scope of both Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom compared to
Yeah.
Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. It is like this
Yeah.
is like as much as 6 years sounds like a long time for what they did in this game. That's a crazy short window.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah. I imagine this game was a nightmare to debug. Like,
Probably,
just
yeah.
ironing out all the fucking, cracks, I think was the bulk of like making this game, I suspect, just with all these like borderline game breaking abilities, like the
Yeah.
amount of time that must have been spent, making sure like nothing can be overly cheesed,
Yeah.
or
Well, something I've
glitched through or whatever.
something I've been told is that the game was like content complete a while ago, and that they've spent like several months just polishing.
Good.
Not a shock. Like
Right.
Yeah.
considering how
Okay.
well this game works and how rarely it even crashes when I'm running it on an emulator, which like realistically should be crashing more. It's like it's one of the more stable games I've played, like at least in recent memory. Games used
Yeah.
to be stable.
CT armor is above ground. Okay, sick. Oh, it's a Misco treasure. Okay, sick. Cool.
The stability of this, considering everything you can do, is quite remarkable, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you touched upon that earlier as well. Like you can just put together like 15, 16, 17, I don't know, many pieces, and it may drop a little bit FPS, but it didn't go unplayable for me yet, and I made some long bridges.
Yeah.
Have you done them in thunderstorms?
Yeah.
Honestly, I
no.
think actually the thunderstorm performance is a little bit better than it was in Breath of the Wild, and I even know that from playing on the Switch. So they did clean it up at least a little. Because, man, I remember playing Breath of the Wild. There were times during thunderstorms where it would start dropping into like the single digits,
No.
and I'm just like, why is it raining so often in this video game? Because the game can't really handle it very well. And at least in Breath of the Wild, I felt like it was raining all the time.
Rain
know
is
if it-
so annoying. It just hinders you climbing.
Yeah.
Which there's actually an armor set you can get if you become a journalist.
Yeah.
Because there's this whole journalist side adventure where you basically, I think you get kind of thrown into it though. They tell you go to Rito Village. There's like this
The Gazette.
Gazette Clover. Yeah, exactly. And if you do all these things at the stables, because that's where they basically have the side quests for that. If you do enough of them, you just get 50 rupees each, 50 rupees, and you get 100 at some point, and then it's like, oh, here's a bonus, and then you get like I think it's called Froggy Armor,
Yeah.
like one piece, and that lets you climb a little bit more. And I guess if you have the full set, you can just climb in rain whenever you want to. So yeah, that's kind of nice. You can have that. Really useful. I have one part of that, and it's already a blessing.
Yesterday, my chat told me about it because I was in the Zora dungeon, or it was like I was trying to get to it, and they were like, "You could go get the froggy armor, but honestly, it'll probably take you less time to get through this, however else you were going to, and
Yeah.
you're probably not going to need it a whole lot once you're through the Zora dungeon."
Like that's like 25 side quests probably. It's like a side quest per stable or something.
It's like, screw it, I'm gluing a bunch of planks together and building a bridge/ladder.
If in doubt, glue shit together and walk over it.
Yeah.
Always works.
I remember in Breath of the Wild, like I was in like the Zora area, but I didn't know it was the Zora area, and so I'm trying to climb this mountain to get to a waypoint, and it starts raining every time I do it, and I slip, and I thought the game was trolling me. So I'd get off the mountain, like, okay, I'll just wait for it to stop raining. and then I'd walk far enough away. Rain stops, start climbing again, immediately starts raining. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, oh, okay, it's the Zora place. And I keep hitting like a volume box that triggers like rain is always on in this part of the world, you know?
Yeah,
Like, I didn't
probably
realize
before
that.
you defeated the Divine Beast, because that's the whole thing, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure that I ever put that together, so that may be why I thought it was always raining Breath of the Wild. It might have just been like, look, it's raining when
I don't get it. There's fucking rain everywhere.
I guess when it happens, I'm thinking less about where I am and more about how pissed I am that the game's running at 15 FPS all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Touching back on Majora's Mask, not only in terms of like, not only do I find this similar in terms of like taking assets that already exist and like doing something new with the same sort of thing. The structure of this game I find really similar to Majora's Mask. You know, you start off in a little kind of isolated area, and then you start off in like a central hub, and then you're sent off in 4 different directions to conquer the things, and then you come back to the center part for like the final conflict. Like that, Majora's Mask worked exactly the same way. I thought that was really cool, and the sort of the darkness of some of the story elements, because like Majora's Mask was a bit dark, but in a good way, not in like a edgy try hard sort of way, but in like a way that was like emotionally resonant. Like it was very moving game about like what people do when they're faced with their own mortality.
Yeah.
You know, some people make the most of what's left of their lives. Some people are cowards, even though they put on a brave face. Like I always like in Majora's Mask, the swordsman guy who pretends to be this like brave warrior, and then on the final day you find him cowering in like a corner and he's like crying, but you have to like break open a wall to go and find him. Like little things like that.
I think Majora's Mask is probably still my favorite storytelling wise. It's just so there's something about it. Like
have to play Majora's Mask.
What was that?
I've never played Majora's Mask. You're making me think I should, though.
You should.
Oh, it's terrific, dude. Yeah.
And then watch the Fortune with John on it. It's like 5 hours. It's a great game. Because I never played it before that as well. And yeah. Actually, I did play it, but as a little boy child, and I had no fucking clue what's going on in the standard game, and never touched it again.
Well, yeah, I had Ocarina of Time running pretty well on my PC using the 3DS version, and they did make one of Majora's Mask too, so I might be able to tweak that into something that looks kind of cool to stream, or at least relatively unique, because I would upscale a 540p 3DS game to like at least 1080p.
Yeah. Oh yeah, someone just the fate of the Deku Butler's son. It's like, oh.
Yeah, that's rough. I think there's a few N64 games, at least Super Mario 64 and Ocarina of Time. They've been completely re-engineered and rewritten in C.
Decompiled.
Yeah. And so they run natively on PC. So you can have like widescreen, 60 FPS, whatever.
When I replayed Ocarina last year, I downloaded a high-resolution texture pack. I think they go up to like 8K now. It's like insane. Like the textures are like 30 gigs, while the game is like, I don't know, 300 megabytes. I don't know how big those games were back in the day. Forgot, but it looks like nice and crisp. It's like some nicer texture. It's good stuff.
It's under 100 megabytes usually. I think 128 megs was Perfect Dark, and that was the biggest cart. I want to say.
Damn.
I might be wrong about that though. But the decompiled port, there's one of Jak and Daxter as well. That's actually very good. And like the Naughty Dog PS2 game, it runs natively on a PC, runs like locked 60 FPS, as high resolution as you can get it, even on a Steam Deck, and it's pretty cool. I really wish more companies would just do that. Say, hey, when this game's been out for 15 years or 20 years, we're just gonna release the decompiled code. So whatever, modify it, upgrade it, have it exist forever, and be able to run on anything. But no, keep them in a box and sell them to you again instead. Or not. When's the last time you were able to buy Jak and Daxter?
Yeah.
I actually
Or
bought,
Ocarina of Time. I mean, you still can't buy Ocarina of Time right now. You can only rent it on the Nintendo Online service.
funny enough, I just recently bought Jack and Dexter 1 and 2 on the flea market.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you rip those discs into ROMs, you can run them on your PC in whatever resolution you can support. So.
Yeah.
And hey, you own physical copies.
I do.
It's not
I do. Let's see. What else have we got? Yeah, so the games has a quality of life improvements in general. The cooking is a bit better for sure. They
Yeah.
finally save recipes, so you can just use those. That's kind of nice.
Yeah.
The
Finding chests and being able to drop something to like pick up whatever you find.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
if your inventory's full, that pissed me off in Breath of the Wild.
Oh yeah, it's like
constantly.
you're full, so go drop it. It's like oh you fuck.
Yeah.
And now you can just scroll through. It's like, oh, this is worse. I'm gonna drop this. Or you're just like, oh, I'm gonna drop this, get this weapon, but now I've used this other weapon on top of it. So I used the bad one first.
Exactly. Yeah.
And
Made
the
much more
cooking
simple.
transition when you skip is faster as well. I think it's like
Right.
only half a second or something. It's very noticeable when you cook a bunch of stuff in a row. But for some reason, they still won't let you cook multiple things at once. Let me cook 5 apples with hard radish at a time. It's like throws me a
Yeah,
bit,
you would
bit
think
nuts.
if you've
can't do
got
that in
all the ingredients for multiple dishes of something, you could
Yeah.
just decide on the number and then they would all be done. Yeah.
It's
That'd be
impossible. That's not how cooking works. You have to create each serving individually.
nice.
Put realism in my game.
From beginning to end.
God, just every dish takes like 15 minutes to make at least. It's like,
Yeah.
fuck. Yeah, a lot of them we already talked about, just the general quality improvement of the FPS and everything. Yeah, weapon durability, we had that, diffusions. The weapon styles, they are the same. You have
Yeah.
swords, claymores, spears, / halberds, a boomerang, and clubs. And that's about it. It works exactly the same, but they do look different depending what you fuse on top of them, I guess. Not a big change there, if any change at all. Yeah, you can all do all these different things. Tons of side quests in the cities. Go tame horses again. I actually found a golden horse. I found Princess Zelda's horse, which I now ride around, which is very good. Yeah, I was just randomly running around. I was like, oh, that's a shiny horse over there. That's cool. I'm going to go tame that one. And then I go to the stable closer, and they're like, whoa, you found Princess Zelda horse? It's like, did I? Okay, sick. There's like pretty good values as well, like stats. I was like, oh, sick. And then it was like, oh, because that's there. Here you also have a royal horse garment or something. It's like, oh, nice. Okay, cool. Also, this is, as someone mentioned in chat, I always forgot. This is the only time they actually use your old save. You can transfer your old horse to this new game.
Just gonna say that. Yeah, that surprised me. Remember going to catch my own horse and then bring it back to the stable and finding all my stabled horses from Breath of the Wild. I'm like, oh fuck, it must be reading my old save. That's awesome.
Check that out on the Switch version.
Yeah, is Zelda or Ganon horse better? I don't know. I don't have Ganon horse. Is it the white blonde mane horse? It's like very shiny. It looks basically golden with like braided horse hair and stuff. It's a pretty good horse. Pretty good. But it was just funny. I just found it randomly while I was on my way. It's like, oh, I want that. And then they're like, oh shit, you found the horse. Like, oh yeah, sure. You can take pictures of enemies and weapons, and you can fill like your compendium. In Terrytown, there's like one of these fuckers that wants to make statues or something, so you can show him pictures of enemies, and then he builds his stuff up. I never did that because I never bothered to make pictures, because I don't find it that interesting, but maybe it's worth for him. Maybe he gives a good reward. I actually don't know. Oh yeah, this, like other random small shit, which I don't even know if it counts as a side quest or not, or maybe a side adventure. There's this this guy, that works for Carson Construction, like the whole Sun people. He's a bit slow, apparently, but he always holds like shields up from Carson, and you have to kind of do little support structures to hold it in place so he can fix them up so they stand again. The way he does it is like very ineffective, by the way. It's really funny actually. And he's like all over the place, like he's everywhere. Like he's in the mountains with full of snow. He's like, I need to hold it, everything for the company, and you just have to build like little things to hold that up, and they can be a bit tricky. For me, at least. Maybe I'm just stupid, but yeah. This is another...
No, they can't, because every time you find one of those, the sign is going to fall down in a different way,
right.
I find, when it gets let go, because the bottom part is like shaped differently. Sometimes it'll be like flat, or sometimes it'll be like a pointed edge at the bottom. So that means it's going to like slant one particular way or the other, depending on the cut of it at the bottom. So it's good to just like let it drop initially whenever you find a new one, just to see how it falls, and then it's like, okay, I need something on this side, I gotta put something there. Different approach each time.
He's a bit dumb though, because these most of the signs have like clearly a stake on the bottom, but he just holds it up. It's just, I know why they made him so fucking stupid. It's kind of funny though. You build like this crazy contraption to hold his thing in, he's like, oh my god, how's that standing up? It's like, dude, really?
Yeah.
That's like, I mean, it's one of the staples of a Zelda game. Link finds the Master Sword, he saves Zelda, he defeats Ganon, and he helps various retarded people around the
Yeah, it's true.
I love the joke of it too, like shoddily putting together a sign advertising a construction company. Like,
yeah.
It's funny.
Then we have Kilton and Colton, I think that was their names. It's like these weird little ugly fuckers. I think the darker one of them is in Breath of the Wild. I think he sells you like some stuff for a certain resource. I don't remember what it was. The other one wants to turn into some kind of weird monster thing. So you have to collect bubble gems for him. You might found some of those in the caves with those glowy frogs or whatever they are on the walls. And he gives you either some resources or some masks you can put on. And those are like Bokoblin masks and Zalfos masks. And those make you not get aggro from that enemy. It's kind of fun. I I got the Bokoblin mask and just went into one of their fortresses, and they were just kind of looking at me. It's like, yo, what's up? And Link even just kind of slumps down and does like the little movement they do. It's pretty funny, and it's like one of my first streams. I go in there and they just kind of gather around me and just running around back and forth, just getting those explosive barrels and just put them in the crowd of them. And I was like, don't worry about me, it's all fine. And then just explode them all in one go. It's funny to fuck around with. There's like Lizalfos wands and everything. He also has an armor set that lets you drop rupees instead of hearts. I think that was in other games as well from the Zelda franchise. But he has that armor set. And it's just another thing you can do. You can get extra skins for your paraglider. You can upgrade your Pura pad. You can go in the caves, where you can either just find minerals to upgrade your shit, or you even find armor pieces like the climbing gear, for example. And apparently one of these caves also has the fierce deity masks in it. And yeah, collect Zonite, already had that Yiga clan stuff. Collect those Poes where you can get shit. There's a couple of harder variants of the bosses you fight in the temples. They're like gloomed up and have more health, so you can fight those again and get like a full 100 charge. I think most of the time. So you just basically one one more charge for your battery.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. And yeah, there's also the mazes again, which I haven't touched at all. I just didn't get around to it, but they apparently now span from sky to the depths to the middle. Like I tried to go inside one, and the thing was like, no, you need to go to the earth one first. So it kind of there's like a whole thing to do there. I haven't even looked in these yet, so that's a whole another thing to do. What I'm trying to say is there's so much things to do. I was just trying to reinforce that. It's just insane how much you can do in this game. Yeah, it's crazy. Did I forget anything in terms of abilities or something? I was looking at my list. There's so many here we already talked about, but there's probably other things. But I think like as the core gameplay loop goes, I think we got it basically covered, I think.
The standout things for me is the... Sorry, go ahead, Fringy.
No. I was just saying I don't know what else there is, so it sounds like you've got something.
What really stands out to me is the programming efficiency of this, like making the whole world feel seamless, more so than Breath of the Wild pulled off. Like when you go into the Divine Beast in Breath of the Wild, it might seem like it's, the whole world is still out there being rendered, but it's not really. There's a big kill box around the whole dungeon, and if you like jump out, it'll like fade to black and warp you back into the dungeon. So the dungeon is contained in that way. The dungeons are in Breath of the Wild, but in this, they really are seamless. Like you'll just be wandering around, and then you'll just stumble into the fire temple or whatever, and you'll be like, oh, I'm here. This is the dungeon. And you can just like walk out, and there's no loading screen, and you're back in the world again if you want. That impressed me. And the way that this game handles giant dynamic objects, like I think this game has found a way, the programmers have found a way to have multiple dynamic objects glued together, treated as one big dynamic object. And that like drastically reduces the load on the processor while still being able to grab any individual piece of it and break it off from the rest. Like that is genius. Like I don't know how they did it, but like that's, to me, that's the most impressive thing that they managed to do, because it's like it just seems to apply to like the craft building in particular. Like if you hold a bunch of objects in your hand, for example, like out of your materials window, and you drop them, when you start getting to like 15, 20 objects piled up in front of you and they're all colliding with each other and rolling off one another, the frame rate starts chugging a lot. But you don't get that when you're building stuff. Whether you're building these insanely long bridges or you're building these giant mech warriors, you don't get the same frame stutter. I think because the programmers have found a way to compress all that into one big object and treat it as such, instead of just a bunch of independent objects glued together. Which is like that's how it works in like Gary's mod. It doesn't take long for that thing to start chugging, when you glue a bunch of things together and add some thrusters and whatever. This has found a way not only to make it efficient on the processor, but also, like Fringy was saying earlier, to make it accessible to casual gamers as well. Like to be able to build something fun and simple with these,
it's a difficult balance to strike, because it's kind of, a lot of games have to struggle with that, of the question of it's more of a thing for multiplayer, but it could be said for single player as well, of like the skill floor versus the skill ceiling. Like a game with a low skill floor and a high skill ceiling, that's tough. That's really tough to achieve, because you look at something like Call of Duty has a low skill floor, but it has a low skill ceiling compared to other, first-person shooters. Comparatively, super fast-paced, crazy, like arena shooters have a really high skill ceiling, but they can kind of be hard to get into, so they got a high skill floor. And I guess in terms of like multiplayer or single player, it's like, how easy is it to understand the fundamentals, and how much can you push it in terms of the depth? And this game strikes me as like a low skill floor, high skill ceiling. Like, it's really easy to get into. The mechanics are like, they're really straightforward and easy to use. It's not a complicated game at all. But like the amount of complexity that lays beneath it in terms of the construction of like all of these different crazy vehicles and contraptions, sort of wrapping your head around like all of the things that you can do with the fuse system, the means by which you can solve puzzles, like there's like a shit ton of depth to be extracted from the game. So it's like a really and that just seems to me like a thing that is hard to accomplish with a video game, of creating something that is simultaneously accessible but incredibly deep.
Yes.
It seems like often you have to choose one or the other. You want your game to be accessible, or do you want your game to be like complex and challenging? So
Yeah. Like if someone were to fire up Gary's mod, I think the interface in that game is really well done, but it is quite overwhelming. Like if you're new and
yeah, it can be
like
intimidating.
you'd be like, fuck, there's a lot of like options here, buttons and text fields, like it's a little too much. This game does a terrific job
It's
of dishing
so
out
straightforward,
everything
isn't
to
it?
you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, look at the HUD. Look at how simple the HUD is, and like the nature of interactivity. It was like you talked about before, John. Like the fact that they make it even just cathartic to pick up like the little. There's like a lot of. Again, it's the kind of thing where it's clear that thought would have gone into it, but like you don't even think about it as like a deliberate choice that was made by the developers of trying to make like moment to moment the simplest of things cathartic. I'm pretty sure it's something that Miyamoto has talked about, that like when they were making Super Mario 64, they spent like a year just trying to make Mario fun to move around. Because like once you make him fun to control, where it's just like fun to have the character move around in an empty space. Once you've done that, it's like, well, shit. Now you just build levels on top and you're golden. And I imagine it's the same here of like making Link control incredibly well, really like sort of straightforward movement, but also a lot of like versatility in terms of the movements. And then it comes to like animation being like in a sense cathartic, or like managing through like your inventory. The inventory is really straightforward considering how much shit you can get in your inventory. You know, like it's really easy to navigate and use. It's like these little and in terms of like this game, it feels like it's got a lot of just small quality of life tweaks compared to like Breath of the Wild in terms of just usability as a game, like the interface and like being able to do things like recipes. They weren't in the original. They weren't in Breath of the Wild, right?
No.
Or were they? No. Yeah, like recipes in and of themselves. Like, oh damn, that's cool as shit. I didn't know I could climb. God damn it! I didn't know I could climb here. That guy told me I wasn't allowed to come up here, and I listened to him.
Oh, he only means specifically the area that is closed up, so you can go up there.
Oh, well, I should try that again sometime. I might head back.
But it's still
there.
a place you're not allowed to go into for a while.
Right. Oh, okay, then I guess I'm not missing out too much. There's
No.
still a whole bunch of
I
other
tried
game
for a long
left
time to get in there.
Like
He's
one
like,
of
no!
the one of the strokes of genius, not even with this, but like Breath of the Wild, was like the ability to climb anything. I mean, holy fuck! Like you've just done away with the whole invisible walls thing. You know, it's like you can just climb over everything. Like, and if you know, if you want to be able to climb big things, you just get more stamina.
Get more stamina.
It's such a liberating thing. You know, to just be able to look at anything and know, like, I can get over that if I just have enough stamina or whatever. There's no, like, there's probably a fucking invisible wall there. I got to go around. I got to take this set route or whatever. Like, it's revolutionary in that way.
Yep.
In a sense, yeah. It's because it's it's the game obviously has limitations, but I feel like a consciousness of those limitations in this game is like more I'm struggling to like what is the difference between looking at an area and thinking I probably should be able to get there, but I bet I can't because this is a video game and there's probably like an invisible wall or something.
Yeah.
What's the difference between that and I understand the nature of the limitations that are, you know, placed on me within this framework, but there's still a shit I guess it's probably some of that ludonarrative dissonance and how like this game is it does a lot to sort of reduce that, in part by being more of a gamey game, sort of like openly. Link can, you know, run around and climb up those walls, like or maybe it just comes down to the fact that he really does have like a robust set of like movement abilities. They're not necessarily as flashy as something that you would see in like Titanfall, but like the means by which he can interact with the world like is really pretty impressive in terms of like climbing, gliding, diving, and then like the abilities that he can sort of mix and match with those movement systems. Yeah.
You combine in things like Ascend, and then if you get the Zora suit, you can swim up the waterfalls, and that also launches you into the air. And it's like, there's a lot you can do. And
dude, letting the player like move around in a way that's liberating just seems like generally that should be done. I feel like you only benefit from giving players like a shit ton of means of moving around the environment and making that making that fun. It's the reason why I think it's the reason why I enjoyed Titanfall so much. I think it's part of what people liked about Spider-Man, like with web slinging, like that making it fun to. Sunset Overdrive had that super underrated game where it had like really awesome traversal where simply getting from point A to point B is fun. Like that that seems like a big part of this game as well, of moving from one area to the other is often like pretty entertaining and interesting. In part because of your abilities to move around it, but also because of what you might find while you're out exploring.
yeah, it's just a little less flashy. It's more muted would be the word for it.
It's definitely more subdued. Maybe subdued might be. Yeah. Because muted almost sounds a little bit negative, and I know that negatively.
Subdued was totally the word I was looking for. You
Yeah.
nailed it. Here, wait.
Oh look, you're in the bird village, right?
I
haven't been there yet. Look at him. Look at him go. And also, it's snowing here, I guess.
Yeah. They're not having a good time there.
That's like a good way to sort of mix up the open world as well, isn't it? Just different weather effects, because that shit matters. Like, that affects gameplay. To just change the weather systems in a certain area. I did notice that when I was going around different places, and I'm guessing it's something I'll learn as I do the story stuff, where like certain areas just rain more than others. Certain areas are more sunny than others. That's cool, like sort of different weather systems depending on where you are in the world.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, this does the traditional Zelda thing of like you enter an environment and there's some kind of environmental blight that you have to cleanse. And then, once you beat the boss, it's like purified and it's a little easier to navigate and it's like cheerier and, it looks nicer. So like in this case, the snow is there when it isn't normally. It's sort of like the curse on the place. And the music reflects the state of the environment, which is really cool. And also in the dungeons, the music will change depending on how much progress you've made.
Oh, do we want to talk about the music actually a little bit more?
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
I really like this. I like the soundtrack a lot. It's so like minimalist in a lot of ways. It's like really chill. But then there's also a lot of high octane moments as well that I really like.
The track that's playing right here is one of my favorites. It's the Dragon Roost Island theme from Wind Waker, but it's like sort of melancholic because things aren't what they should be. Like the environment is kind of like cold and sad, and the music reflects that. And then once you fix everything, it's like back to normal. Like the music's happier, like it was in Breath of the Wild. Really well done.
I like the Gerudo Town one. That one is nice. I like that one.
Like less so than a specific track. I think that the game often has a really just pleasant soundscape to it. With I think a lot of the nice sort of incidental music where there's a couple piano notes in it.
Yeah.
With the sound of the wind and the grass rustling in the wind, and it's. I don't know. Like, there's just been times where I play games on a couch with a couple puppies, and I'll just sit and kind of listen to the music and the wind with the puppies, and it's nice.
It's a really interesting sort of minimalist, like heavy emphasis on the piano, but often piano is like the sole instrument compared to what you would often see where you've got a lot more accompanying instruments or just like a full, an orchestra or a band of some sort. There's just a lot of it feels like Breath of the Wild was definitely very like basic isn't the right word. Maybe selective. No, I'm not sure if that's the right word either. It's definitely the music isn't in your face. It's more of like to set the mood and the vibe. Maybe minimalistic is the term. Here it's a little bit more involved. I've noticed, like I feel like I'm noticing it more often. But I think it is the contrast between, because like the track that plays with the title screen, I really like when he dives off of the when he dives off and like lands on the main tutorial island. It's like, oh, that's like really cool. But those moments
Yeah.
stand out more because the music isn't often loud. It isn't often like openly triumphant or dramatic. It's a cool contrast.
Yeah, most of this time the music is restrained with a particular emphasis on the use of piano, which just works for the aesthetic of these Switch
It
games
just
in a way.
works.
Yeah, I can't quite put my finger on exactly why it works so well, but it just does. The art style and the breadth of the world.
I think
Piano just fits.
I think it might be because we have talked about it, but like the game is gorgeous. I really love this art style that they've chosen, and I hope that they keep doing it forever. I don't need them to do like a hyper realistically rendered sort of Zelda and like Legend of Zelda game or Hyrule. Like to me, it feels like the art style that they have here captures a lot of the concept art and the key art that they have, which is like this really beautiful, like painterly style. You can see the brush strokes and the texture there. And I feel like the music to me sort of strikes me as like almost watching like it's like a really nice painting that is like the kind of thing that you can just sort of look at for a while and just kind of like sink into that feeling and that vibe. And it feels like the music is kind of like it almost supports that attitude of just sort of taking in the beauty of this, but not in a way that's like just blowing your mind constantly, but just like a really nice. Man, this is swell, isn't it? This is pretty, you know. This is neat.
Yes,
I like it.
James Moore bringing up David Jaffe's tweet. I don't know how you can justify this as a modern game.
He says a lot of. Wasn't the thing with him like he played Metroid Dread and he got stuck when like it was fucking obvious. Like there are better points in Metroid Dread to complain about getting stuck than that. Like that was wild.
I referenced that in my video.
I suspect the reason he's saying that is because he has a particular fixation on graphics. Like graphics are what make a game feel modern or whatever, and it's just
weird,
so like shallow.
But he's David Jaffe, right?
It looks like notebook sketch. Like it's all black and white. It looks like it's.
Did he make pen? It's I find it. Is he like still actively developing video games or
he streams and talks about stuff. And every so often he's pretty insightful because the guy he's done a lot.
Well, I mean, he made video games,
and he made some pretty important and good ones too. I think, God of War, and I think Twisted Metal also. I mean, realistically, it was kind of created in its own genre that there's never really been another competitor in. Really, like who's the king of the car combat genre if not Twisted Metal?
I guess it would be
Mario Kart.
Well, Mario Kart probably is the king of kart combat or vehicle combat, really.
Yeah, but it is definitely a different kind
I know what you mean. It's way more basic. It's isn't it kind of interesting like how many I find it really interesting like how many sort of high profile like big video game sort of devs have either like left the industry or gone to work in like smaller teams, rather than maintaining their position as like the creative director of a team of like 500 people. I feel like there are more than a few instances of that happening that I find super interesting.
I think the scope of the video game industry is shifting because I think a lot of publishers are starting to realize that the $500 million annual release is probably not a great business model, because as much as a lot of them can bring in money, when they fail hard because you spent a shitload. And,
I think that's I feel like nobody's ever going to stop trying to do the live service thing because you need one successful game is enough to justify your entire existence as a company.
Yeah.
FIFA Ultimate Team makes more money. It's the stat that blew my mind and
Stop
like
reminding me of that. It makes me sad.
That FIFA Ultimate Team made more money than like all the retail sales of all the games that they made, including FIFA. Like just Ultimate Team.
Insane.
And so when I hear stuff like that, I think I imagine it's a matter of but yet Nintendo has managed to retain a lot of its old guard kind of guys. Like a lot of the guys who created these franchises are still involved significantly in them as producers. Sometimes as directors, like they managed to retain a lot of their talent. which is super interesting. I wonder why that, and I'm pretty sure it's the same for like other games, right? Like there are a lot of old Final Fantasy, like a lot of those guys are still like working on Final Fantasy.
I mean, I
like,
guess
involved in
Majora
the
is, but Cyborg
yeah.
moved on a long time ago. But I think you kind of hit the nail on an interesting thing there, where why is Nintendo different when it comes to like retaining the legendary talent and having them not want to move on? And I think that it might actually be tied into the visual fidelity and the target specs, because you're never going to have Metal Gear Solid 5's tumultuous development where, hey, is it this evil company Konami that's trying to stifle this genius, or is it this crazy person who's spending all of a company's money and bankrupting it for his like political espionage thriller game that is way overbloated and way overproduced? And I think that you can maybe make an argument in either direction, but I don't think Miyamoto has ever been like, yeah, I need $700 million to make
their games are way cheaper to make. Yeah, their games are way cheaper, and they sell really fucking well. That's like a thing that works in their favor too. Like Mario Kart 8, no way that game is super expensive, but it's like one of the best-selling games of all time.
Mhm.
And Nintendo never puts their games on sale, so you know that they're getting a shit ton of money from each individual sale. And I wonder if that is able to facilitate them to basically, like, spending 6 years on one game with like a team of probably, like a couple hundred people. It's like, damn, man, that's brave, isn't it? It's like, well, I guess it's not when you
fast, like good or cheap, pick two. So because they want them fast and good, in quotes, I suppose, they spend shitloads of money. But when it's like, well, if we don't need to spend a whole bunch of money on it because it's being made for the Nintendo Switch, we can afford to let the Breath of the Wild team take 6 years to make another one and not bother them, because they're not bankrupting our company by having their lights on. It's a reasonably sized team of people who know what they're doing because they made Breath of the Wild, and we're just gonna let them keep doing shit for a while.
It's and I wonder if it is as well, just that a lot of the big sort of Nintendo. So sorry guys, if you don't like Nintendo, this is the part where I start to talk about how much I like Nintendo and how they make video games.
I really like Nintendo doing video games because they're pretty much always pretty darn good. I'm having problems with their anti-consumer behavior. That's the problem I have with them.
The thing is, it's so complicated though. It's like anti-consumer, but also they delivered this awesome, massive game with no microtransactions, no cut shit that they're gonna sell to you later. Like, it is the complete package and fucking works at launch.
Yeah. I could bring. I didn't even realize I would have a point for your first thing. I think there's a strong chance we'll be seeing new Nintendo hardware next year with a
I think so.
a 60 FPS version of this game, and I think it was probably being designed as the big Breath of the Wild style launch for that hardware, and then someone said, wait, we can make a lot more money if we sell 50 million copies of this on Switch and then release it again. And
I mean, that might be the thing is Nintendo says that they don't have their new system is not going to come out until after April of next year. So I don't know that this game would have spent any longer. 6 years is already a long time.
Yeah.
It's I think it's the longest development cycle for a Zelda game ever.
I think so.
I think there's a strong possibility that the target launch for the hardware was moved by this game and not the other way around. I think it's safe to assume that they've got their next hardware ready to go. Probably. I mean, I'm not.
I don't know. I'm not sure about that. It might be that they just figured, we'll work on this and we'll see, because I mean, I'm pretty sure that Breath of the Wild was not meant to be a launch title for the Switch. It just kind of ended up lining up that way.
Mm-hmm.
Breath of the Wild was meant to be the Wii U Zelda, because every console has got its own dedicated Zelda game, except for the Wii U now. Except for the Wii U, because it's the same with Twilight Princess, right? That was meant to be a GameCube game. But then, Switch, the Wii came along and that changed things.
Mm-hmm. The Switch linked-handedness.
I guess it's just, I wonder if it's Nintendo is like, when it comes to their games, the impression you get is that the methodology that is informing a lot of their big franchises is like, what is the core gameplay loop that we will create for this game? Like what's that core loop, and how can we like explore it and build upon it and try to make it the best thing that it can be? It's like a very gameplay oriented approach.
Yeah.
A gameplay oriented approach that I wouldn't say is shared by a company like Naughty Dog, for instance.
You think?
We're getting stop Naughty Dog news here too.
Apparently Bloomberg said that that Last of Us multiplayer mode has actually had like significant development troubles, and the team has scaled down. Apparently Bungie, because they know how to make multiplayer games. Like, it's funny I say that, but I don't like Bungie anymore. But you know, like apparently they looked at it and there's an assessment of that. But I'll have to check out the full article later on.
I just showed a tweet in the Discord there. It's I know. Oh no, it's Alex. He laid out the timeline. It said Sony invests in live service games. Sony acquires Bungie. Sony asks Bungie to review factions. Sony puts factions on hold from Bungie evaluation. Bungie announces Marathon. Bungie literally cucked Druckmann.
Well, I guess it's kind of because they bought Bungie for like how much did they pay for Bungie? Was it like $3 million or something? It's like something crazy. How much did Sony spend to acquire Bungie? Marathon's on PC.
What? I don't know that it was that much. I feel like people probably would have made the association that it cost Lucasfilm if it was that much.
So it was $3.6 billion. That's how much they paid.
Damn.
Dude, that means they paid nearly as much as Disney paid for Star Wars too.
$8 million to buy Destiny and Star Wars.
Well, I mean, video games make a lot of fucking money, don't they?
I know.
That's the thing.
Well, I figured
after just like, look, what are we doing with Bethesda here? Let's just buy Star Wars.
I figured after the
shit, it'll be fine.
Following the success of Halo, I figured the Sony acquisition of Bungie would have been more than millions. So it doesn't surprise me that it's in the billions. Like Microsoft's original acquisition of Bungie, when they were basically a nothing company looking for like
they needed money. They were in financial trouble.
Yeah, they were probably bought a lot cheaper back then. But you know, after Halo 3 and all that, like they were very sought after, obviously, right?
Oh, that's I'm pretty sure that because how much did I don't think we know how much apparently Insomniac, they paid a lot less money to buy Insomniac by comparison.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
apparently I'm just trying to read it again, Wikipedia, but you know, apparently it was like somewhere in the realm of like $200 or $300 million for Insomniac, which is interesting considering that. Well, I think that might be because I already owned a lot of Insomniac's properties, so like buying it was like buying the team, right? Compared to buying Destiny and buying like Marathon, I guess, or you know, all of these other IPs, because they own Ratchet and Clank already. Like Sony owns Ratchet and Clank, they own Resistance, they own I guess the Spider-Man video game stuff.
With Sony and Bungie though, wasn't it an investment though, not an acquisition?
I mean, they are a wholly owned subsidiary of Sony.
Really?
But as I understand it, part of what their acquisition was an investment in the company to retain talent. So I think part of the money was like incentives for developers to stay with the company instead of like leaving. And then of course there's complications in terms of like, you know, different like stock versus just full out buying in cash. I think that was part of the Respawn thing. It was like partially stock based. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of different it's just complicated financial shit. The point is they paid a lot of money for Bungie. With Respawn, I think it might have actually been out of their hands as far as like who bought them, because I think it was a stock battle between EA and Nexon, I think, or it was the people who did that Titanfall RTS on mobile. Apparently they owned a good chunk of Respawn stock, and the deal was like if one of them acquires the other, then majority stake in Respawn would be owned, or I think I remember reading some stuff about that. Insomniac had just made Spider-Man. They bought them after they made Spider-Man, which is like one of the most successful PlayStation games.
Damn.
Yeah.
Also, they got Ratchet and Clank like under their belt as well. But I like the idea that Insomniac didn't have much going for them. That's not true.
They haven't done
Insomniac had,
anything with Resistance, but they also have Resistance, which is Insomniac.
yeah, that's true.
I like Resistance 3 a lot. That's a good game. I recommend
I hear
it.
that Resistance 3 was all right, or not all right, even pretty good. So, sorry, that was a big old tangent. The
We
point
did the
being-
tangent. That's
Yeah.
It's all good,
Yeah,
man.
that's our tangent for the day.
We
yeah,
did
no,
it. A lot of
When I'm-
money that goes around.
When I'm keeping track of game developers, like what their next projects are, or whatever, where they're moving to, I always look at the key creative talent. Like, I don't give a fuck
that's so important.
who
Yeah.
owns who, like how much money is involved. Like, are the creative directors leaving, going somewhere else, forming a new team? Because remember when Microsoft bought Rare, and like
Yeah.
they put out like Grab by the Ghoulies and stuff like that Banjo Kazooie game that kind of fell on its face, and then Perfect
I don't
Dark
know.
Zero was a pile of shit. Like,
Started out with a Perfect Dark game, to be fair. Just-
yeah,
But yeah, that is the that it's like the name of the studio matters a hell of a lot less than who's there, who's still
Right.
there, who's still working there. That's like the big metric for, if you're gonna use that as a metric, or just, like company culture, stuff like that, rather than just the logo.
I mean, well,
Yeah.
I mean, that actually kind of made me like just click something about the whole Snowy movie game concept. If you make the draw for the game the characters, and then you're drawing people into the property, like less so
Yeah,
the
sure,
actual
sure.
game itself. Whereas if it's the game that people are going for, it's like I don't give a shit about the story. This is a fun game to play. Then it's a lot harder to replicate that with a totally new team later if you need to.
Talking about story.
Yeah, I figured you wanted to get onto that eventually.
Yeah. Funny
I will
enough,
be
there's also a
mostly
story
silent for
bit
this.
running on the stream right now. That wasn't planned at all, by the
Ooh.
way. But yeah, we gave this game a lot of praise, and it definitely deserves it. But I want to talk about the story now, and I'm not going to be as nice to that.
Probably not going to be super negative. I mean, not that I think it's amazing or anything. It kind of registers with me the way most I don't know, anime stories do. If it's just, hey, this is a power of friendship, joining up forces to beat the enemy. I don't know. I'm kind of not. My bar's not very high for this type of story, I guess. But
well, whenever there's time travel involved, my instinct is to just immediately give it some slack, because it's like there's going to be some stupid shit here that doesn't make
it's only gonna
sense.
be
Like,
so logical.
right, yeah.
Well, I don't care
but-
though.
but-
I'm still going to shit on it.
Please, yes, please. I want to hear your problems, Moodle.
So,
Go right ahead.
well, I guess just to catch everybody up, I actually wrote down what was going on. So the way that you get the story fully is you want to get all these tiers that are hidden around. Hidden is a strong word. It's like they're really big. You can see them, and you can go around and touch the tiers of the kingdom, and then you get those memories from Zelda. But yeah, it starts out with you start the game and you just kind of going below the castle. Actually, the first memory is before all of this happens, because the first memory is Link gets back the Master Sword after beating Calamity Ganon, because apparently it needed to be recharged. I don't really know why, but he gets it back. It's like, hey, yo, go grab your sword here. It's back to power now. And it's like, oh, cool. Amazing how it can regenerate, even if it gets destroyed, blah, blah, blah. And basically they set up here that, this can be made the sword can be made even stronger if it gets bathed in holy light constantly. I was like, oh, okay. That's important for later. And basically Link and Zelda then investigate all this weird gloom that's under the castle, and they find the sealed up Ganondorf. This is all the intro sequence. You probably all know that already. But unfortunately, at this exact time, the seal falls off and he awakens. And Ganondorf looks at them, recognizes them both, and our heroes are confused. He shatters the Master Sword, stangs up Link's right arm, tells him, "You're shit." and then he splurges at the bottom of the Hyrule Castle and hoists it up in the air, and he falls down. In the meantime, Zelda picks up one of those stones. They're called secret stones, and she just the floor collapses. She falls down, and then she vanishes. And he's like, "Oh no, what's going on?" And also, Link falls unconscious, and he later then wakes up in a sky island, is greeted by Rauru, which is, as we then get to know, the first king of Hyrule. And he also, I don't know, kind of grafted the hand onto your right arm because your arm was too stanked up, so you have to use that one now. Which also gives you the ability to use all these powers that you get in the tutorial section that we talked about, blah, blah, blah. Then the next two memories is basically Zelda waking up, and it's like, where the fuck am I? And she just happens to wake up in front of the king and the queen of Hyrule, the first one. Because as we now know, hey, I'm King Rauru, and this is Queen Sonia. We just founded Hyrule. We're the first king and queen. And so I was like,
Hyrule, the free commune confirmed.
I was like, okay, so we're way back in time, like centuries, like we're in ancient times. And they basically tell Zelda, yo, we don't really know what the fuck is going on, but we believe you because we're such good people. Here, go to my sister, Minoru. She maybe knows more things. And then she kind of looks at her Pura pets like, oh, that is definitely not from our age, so you must be telling the truth. It's like, okay. And it's like, oh, hey, you're gonna die here or something. And there's like, she tells her about the draconization ritual, which is forbidden, turning yourself into one of these dragons. And also says that Zelda seems to have light and time powers at the same time. Why? We will never know. That's just how it is. Yeah, so she just kind of hangs out there now, finds all these things out, gets some information. In the 7th memory, Ganondorf. No, wait, I'm skipping the 6th one. We see the Gerudo Assault, which basically means Ganondorf uses these Mordugas, the sand whale thingies, if you're not aware what they are. Like a whole swarm of them. It's like, attack them. They have like flutes, and then they attack them. But Rauru, he's like super powerful. He gets a bit charged by Queen Sonia and Zelda, and does like a big old Kamehameha blast and just fucks them all up in one go. Which makes Ganondorf realize, oh, just power is not going to be enough. So interesting. Oh, he has the secret stone. Let's see what I can do with that. Also, we see that Zelda's aura is much bigger than Sonia's ones, basically telling us, oh, she's got all this crazy. She got big powers. Okay. Then in the next memory, Zelda sees Sonia's power. She basically has the time power, which works the same as the recall power that you use. Like Zelda's just dropping a little cup, and she's like, I got that. So now you see there's like, oh, maybe if I learn this, I can go back to my time. Blah blah blah. It's just things like just her thinking about stuff. It's like, oh yeah, but also this cool swordsman in the future is called Link, and she basically makes everybody horny for Link. It's like, oh, I want to meet Link. Oh, he sounds really cool. Yeah, that's that. Gandalf at some point here also wears fealty to the king, but not really, because he's evil, and even Zelda's like, hey, look out, he's probably evil. Because at this point, Zelda is apparently not sure if that's the guy she saw waking up in her time.
Yeah, that's what bothered me the most too. I'm like, come on, Zelda.
Because later she says, oh, now I'm sure, but it's a bit too late then. Anyway, and she says, hey, he's no good, King Rauru. And he's like, yeah, I know, but I want to keep him close so I can keep him in check, basically. And then, of course, Ganon tries to kill Queen Sonya with a puppet of Zelda he made. Like, it's just like an illusion, but they look through the deceit. And I just have to assume that must have happened recently because they don't tell anyone else. And while they look at this puppet to vanishing, Ganondorf stabs Sonya from behind and kills her, taking her super duper secret stone. Oh, by the way, the secret stones, in case you don't know, they amplify the powers you already have. So they don't give you a specific power, they just amplify what you already have. So Ganondorf takes the thing, it immediately turns into a bigger one, goopy, and now he's like supercharged Ganondorf, and he's super OP. And they have to run away because Rauru can't beat him. Also, Sonya is dead now. Then we get a small scene where Ganondorf basically makes his army. He does the whole blood red moon, and now all the bokoblins and shit and Lionels and whatever, they're all here now. Then we see Rauru giving the other leaders, so Gerudo, Goron, Rito, they get all a secret stone, and they're all like, yeah, we're with you. We're gonna fuck Ganondorf up. And in the next one, Zelda is about to destroy the whole timeline already, where she immediately tells him, hey, you're gonna lose tomorrow, by the way, and this guy is still alive in our timeline. I just realized that, because I'm very smart. But Chad Rauru is like, well, I still have to try, though, because I'm the king. It's like, good job. That was a good decision. So yeah, he takes his. I like his character-wise. He's pretty good here because he's still like, well, I still got to try. Like, there's no other way.
Yeah, I was about to say. I was like, oh, I didn't have a problem with that. I was like, well, what else is he gonna do?
Oh, he does something. He does something. He's not as smart later.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's basically like holds the timeline so they can do this. And yeah, then in the next one we see that the sages and the king fight Ganondorf but get absolutely destroyed. They have like no chance. But in a last ditch effort, Rauru binds him in place with his arm, because we use his tanky arm currently as Link. But he has like a supercharged magic arm and uses his time stone while the other distract him, and he basically seals him in place there where we found him. So, and sacrifices himself, basically, so he can't move. And that's all nice and dandy so far. Do you know what he does right after, before they just fall silent for centuries? Ganondorf is like...
What does he do?
Ganondorf is like, huh, you're just gonna just delay the inevitable. This is just gonna go back. This is gonna be over in a blink of an eye. 1,000 of years, no problem. And then Rauru tells him about Link, the fucking Master Sword, and that he shouldn't be so smug because he's gonna get defeated.
Oh, shit.
He even makes sure to tell him, remember his name. It's like, no! Like, through this whole time, he's like, oh, he's gonna be our last line of defense. And right before, like, he had him there. He didn't know anything about the Master Sword or Link. So the only reason he wakes up in our time, goes like, oh, you're Link, and you're, well, he knows Zelda probably because of the time thing. And also tells him about the Master Sword he doesn't know about, which, yeah, so that's already very smart. It's very smart indeed.
This feels like some real fucking Mr. Fantastic, like, Black Bolt can destroy you by opening his mouth energy, doesn't it? Like...
I almost fell out of my chair when I heard this. Like, oh, this is a pretty cool scene. And then he just fucking tells him everything. It's like, no, what are you doing?
Well, whoops.
Then sometime after this whole fight happened, you remember in the beginning of when we play as Link, the Master Sword just vanishes to somewhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
So apparently the Master Sword traveled also through time, back to Zelda, where she then realizes she needs to become one of these dragon flames, so she can supercharge the sword for thousands of years.
Huh. Alright.
You might see where I'm starting to go with this. Also, they say like the Master Sword itself traveled through time, but I don't really know if that's true because she approaches the place and her stone glows. But she also goes there because she feels something. It's really weird. Apparently, the Master Sword just travels through time there. I actually don't know what I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, you see it disappear for you, and at the same time, in the past, she gets the Master Sword so she can do her shenanigans. So, actually funny. When I first saw that Minoru thing where she talks about the draconic ritual, James in chat on my third stream was like, "Oh, is she going to turn into a dragon at some point?" He fucking called it perfectly.
I didn't catch that, so I thought it was pretty cool when it happened. I'll admit.
Like visually, everything that's happening is fucking amazing. But holy shit! But I'm only setting up. I'm not even at all the problems yet. So yeah, and then she basically realizes, okay, I need to do the draconic ritual. Tells Minoru, she's like, no, don't do that. But then she's like, but I have to. And she's like, okay, fine. That's basically how it actually went. She starts coughing because she's fucked up from all the fighting. And she's like, well, I have a responsibility too. So she uses her spirit powers to bind her spirit to the Pura pad. And that makes you able to actually talk to her when you find her, the body she's bound to or something. And they're very adamant to tell us she cannot change back. At this time, people in chat realize she's trying to change back, is she? And it's like, no, don't do that. Then Zelda eats the forbidden cashew and turns into a big dragon and floats around for a long ass time, which is also where she starts spreading the tears. And then a last thing is Zelda clutching the Master Sword, praying that the Master Sword reaches Link. So there's your setup. That's basically the whole story that's happening while we do our little adventure and start figuring shit out.
Right.
Yeah.
So, plot. Fucked.
I mean, it sounds like it, yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Let's
It
see.
just sounds like a mess.
Hey, dude, here, I put the little graph I mentioned earlier on there.
Oh, yes. Let me see.
Look at this.
Oh, I'm actually looking forward to seeing this.
What really makes it is the handwriting there. Just the
Yeah, I used my little
squiggly little
pad. There's also some notes. I'm gonna read them out. So there is the. Oh yeah, I didn't talk about the end sequence. Yeah, so when you finally go fight Ganondorf, you beat him fight, which is, by the way, is a fucking awesome boss fight. It's probably might be my favorite Zelda boss fight ever. It's really good. So you definitely want to fight him. It's really, really cool. There's like 3 stages, and at the end, before you beat him, he eats his forbidden cashew, and he turns into the dragon as well. And then he kind of gets you up, and then you fight him somewhere in the skies, and you have to jump off the Zelda dragon. Oh yeah, because you get the Master Sword from the Zelda dragon, who's just floating around. You basically you pull it out of her forehead, the dragon's forehead, which is also a stamina check, by the way. Just
I guess
so you know.
Is it even worth asking, like, what is the time travel like mechanics here? Is it the closed loop thing? Is it the ultimate timeline?
To be a closed loop, and that's kind of why I understand it. Is like, oh, okay, so our Zelda went back in time at the beginning of this game, and for the last 1,000 years, including through the events of Breath of the Wild, I assume she's been flying around as this dragon as a different timeline version of herself, but always needed to be there. And it's presumably, I haven't finished the game, when you get to the end of the game, she turns back into Zelda and they live happily ever after, or game 3. But yeah, so I thought that was like fine. I mean, like, again, I'm not trying to make the argument that's like, guys, actually this is the best video game story ever written, and I'm not saying that. I was just like, yeah,
but the thing is, it doesn't really matter what kind of time travel this is. So I've seen the 10,000 years float around online. I don't know if it's 10,000 years, but they talk about centuries.
Okay.
She goes back all the way to the founding of Hyrule. And then
Right,
it doesn't really
sounds
matter. Like
weird,
whatever
right?
crazy timeline you want to apply, whatever timeline of the Zeldaverse you jerk off to, whatever you put in here, doesn't matter for my points.
Okay.
So all this time, right? So we have a. Where's my mouse? Can you see my mouse on there? I don't think you can. Oh, you
I
can't.
don't think I can.
That's
no.
annoying. I don't know why. So, well, there's color. So Breath of the Wild is there. We have our Master Sword. It's all fine and dandy. We do all the things, no problem. And then we go to Tears of the Kingdom. The upheaval happens because he's unsealed and everything. And at this point, Zelda gets time yeeted by accident. By the way, the only reason
Okay, by accident.
Yes, because
Oh.
yeah, here's the thing. They get into the room at that exact time. The seal breaks. The hand falls off, which also makes the stone of Rauru fall off, which he just happens to pick up, which is the catalyst for her to actually teleport back in time.
And so, like, if that didn't happen, the whole story ends.
If that stone would have fallen in the other direction, that wouldn't happen.
Yep.
If they would have gone
damn.
there 10 minutes later, Ganon won.
Yep.
But the fun thing is, if it goes the other way as
coincidence.
well. So, if you remember, they show us in the intro cutscene that the normal charged Master Sword can actually cut his face. And they were like, oh, it can hurt him. Ooh. So if they would have found this earlier, they could have figured out what this is and stab him in the neck.
Yeah, and then that would have just been the end of everything. There'd be no upheaval, there'd be nothing, it'd just be over.
Also,
Ah.
this is one of the biggest threats possible that has happened like 10,000 years, centuries, whatever ago. But somehow no one told anyone upstairs in the castle, like, hey, there's a little fuck of Ganondorf in the basement. There's like a big ass mural and everything.
Don't go down there, don't just fucking let it be, leave it alone. Don't fuck around down there.
Right.
Yeah.
It's only the most important thing to preserving the entire, like, kingdom.
Yeah, but here's the other thing. No matter what happens to the thing, if the Master Sword goes back in time and starts floating around in the sky, why is your only plan to do that? How about you tell, whenever the Master Sword gets created in this timeline, have a fucking note like, hey, if someone picks up that Master Sword, can you go in the basement and stab this fucker in the neck and kill him?
Right, instead of just keeping it nebulous, like drama in this story.
Yeah,
And
because
I guess
basically there should be two Master Swords at a time, at this time loop or time frame.
that
or
would
whatever
have
it
to
is.
be, right? That'd have to be two Master Swords, because you'd have the original one before you've got it on the graph, the original one before it gets destroyed, and then the new one being repaired and then hanging around in the dragon head. Yeah, so there's two Master Swords.
Yeah, at some point, the goddess, whichever goddess is, because this is like the whole thing. The master was created by a goddess, right? And then it goes down, and then you have. That's what I mean. It doesn't matter which timeline you use. There's going to be a Master Sword there somewhere, at least.
Yep.
One, and then you have one flying around, and the dragon goes like, "Ooh, gonna charge this one up."
And so the dragon is like sentient, because you're saying the dragon's Zelda. The dragon is sentient enough to know what's going on, right?
Well, kinda. They say you lose yourself in those
Okay.
in those things, but at the end you have like Ganondorf and Zelda kind of not fighting, but the dragon helps you. So the way it kind of looks is like it goes with the last memory you have, because that dragon helps you and picks you up and helps you fight against the big ass Ganon Dragon-Dorf. Yeah, let's go with that.
Someone in chat said, I believe Zelda mentioned in the beginning that the place where Ganondorf is sealed is forbidden to enter, that not even the royal family are allowed to enter. Yeah, but like if you don't tell someone why, it's like, oh, why? Oh, because like the biggest threat to the entire fucking kingdom
Yeah, that's fucking
is
stupid.
down there.
Because
So don't
there's
go
a,
down there, you
You're
know?
saving it for the game we're releasing in 2023. Okay,
Yeah.
don't go down there till then.
because you see this big ass mural in the beginning, and there's this one thing that's I know there's like debris in front of it. And when you go down there at the end, you can blow it up and you see the rest of the mural where it's where you can see that they had the fight and that they sealed Ganondorf. So, and at the end of their little adventure, they they now I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, the sages. They're like, oh, we need to make sure that people need to know or something. Like the sages. But at some point they just kind of stopped telling people they're sages because none of the people who become sages in this game have any idea about the sages. You go in those temples and then the sages tell them, like, hey, by the way, the reason you have this power is because of us. Also, here, you're the new sage now. Have the stone. Because you get the stones from the temples. So yeah, there's like a million places where they could have just stabbed him.
Well, that's awkward, ain't it?
Yeah.
Well, likewise, when I was on here speaking of the film John Wick 4, which I also enjoyed more than Metal and Mauler did, I'm not gonna defend it against any of the problems, guys.
I still fucking love the game.
Whether or not they bother me enough is a different question.
But yeah, that's
Yep, sounds really bad.
Yeah.
Sounds pretty disastrous right out of the gate.
it's a bit awkward when you realize, wait, if that thing is in the air and there's all these adventures before. Like, here's the thing, even if I completely ignore the whole timeline before, like, let's just say it's all empty and it starts with Breath of the Wild, they could have still did it there. Done it there.
Yeah, and you figure, wait, who would have known about Ganon in the basement during Breath of the Wild?
Everybody
That's what I'm
should have
saying.
known, right? They should have known. Somebody should have. It should have been written down somewhere. Like, hey, don't fucking go there.
Yeah, because
You know, like.
yeah, because the Zelda here in this timeline is now all the way the centuries doing the things, and yeah, they made all these murals across the fucking game that you can find, like slabs where it's like, oh, there's like this cool fight going on, and oh, there's a fifth sage, blah 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 blah, all these things, but somehow that never, I don't know, this was all hidden because pre-upheaval or something. I don't know. They just are there now.
Should have put just a bunch of like Looney Tunes style warning signs down there, like "Keep out. This means you."
Yeah.
Turn back.
Unless you have a Master Sword, then please take care of this. Thank you.
Yeah.
Not you, Link. You're cool.
Here's the thing:
Yeah.
they could have just fucking charged the fucking Master Sword for a year or two to be sure, and then stab him. Because he's sealed, right? You can try. It's like, oh, does my Master do something now? It's like, oh, not yet. Okay, hang on. Let me just put her with some light sage for a while and just charge it up for a bit. Whoops. So it's pretty shit.
So I'm as somebody who's not super familiar with Zelda, right? Story's usually something that people like in these games, right?
What?
Like usually,
It's more like they kind of don't matter all that much. I mean, like a lot of people do really love the stories in the Zelda games, but they're really just are archetypal and like pretty just like, hey, there's a hero. The hero is destined to save the world from some kind of calamity or villain or demon, and it's usually some variation of Ganon, but not always. And there's always a princess named Zelda who plays some role in the festivities.
but there's because as I understand it, Majora's Mask is the super kind of interesting, like
the quirky one.
like symbolic kind of actually like philosophical sort of Zelda story. That's what I hear.
Yeah,
like,
and that was a time travel story, and it did it quite well. Yeah.
We talked about that.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It is. Yeah, because you travel back in time, right? The whole idea is like you do the quest, then you go back in time, and then you do the next thing, and then go back in time to save the play. Man, fucking Legend of Zelda really likes time travel, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, Link is the hero of time, isn't that his title?
at least
That's
in Ocarina.
his title in Ocarina of Time,
Yeah.
right?
And that's where they
What
I
about
think even-
like in Wind Waker? He's just fella on a boat going on adventures.
But I could have sworn there's other Zelda games where they refer to that as being some kind of prophecy. No, or am I
Oh, I don't know. I don't know shit. All I know is that Link goes on his adventures
yeah.
and has a grand old time.
Well,
But,
I mean, like, Wind Waker, as I think John was saying earlier, that like Hyrule is underneath the water, so the idea is kind of like, hey, this is sort of happened before, and there's some kind of loop. There's always a swordsman named Link, and shit, like I swear there's a title that they apply to all the Links. I'm just kind of blanking on it. If it's not the Hero of Time, I think it's something else.
Wind Waker isn't Wind Waker is like, because as I understand it, like the timeline is actually complicated, but like Wind Waker is the one where they lose an Ocarina of Time, right?
Maybe I would need to look it up.
It's kind of interesting that like the one that's
is,
like the happiest upbeat
the thing with this one is I'm still unsure what the actual time is. That's why on the graph it's just like reunited timeline or something, Lamau. Because I saw like graphs where they say like, oh yeah, this is so far in the future that now the timelines are combined again. I was like, what? I don't know. And then I saw someone in the chat just say, it's imperative to understand that Breath of the Wild TOTK are a completely new timeline detached from this established one. I don't know where people get these informations from. I tried to find them, but I don't know.
It almost seems like there's no point in trying to get invested in some broad. Just you gotta take the story of the individual games for what it is.
The problem is that the Zelda people were at somewhere like, here's the canon timeline. And then at some point went back, it's like, it's more a suggestion, though. It's like, okay.
I've never really put a lot of stock in every single Zelda game is in a consistent timeline. You just have to know how to read it. I'm just like, I don't know.
I think they should have kept it like individual adventures with like references.
Yeah, like based on archetypes, like just your basic archetypes.
Yeah, I think just the fan base got so loud at some point. They were like, fine, we make one, I guess. Like, here it is. Leave us alone.
Metroid's the Nintendo series that it's like, yeah, that actually all of it matters.
Yeah, Zelda games have vague backstory and narrative most of the time. Yeah, people usually latch onto a few well-worked characters. Yeah, and this is why the Link character, as we know it, works in these games. He's just the hero guy. And I actually have a problem. The thing is, in this one, they try really hard to tell us that the relationship between Zelda and Link is like super tight. I would maybe believe it. I believe Zelda likes
I don't know, man. Link needs to talk, I think.
Is ultimately where I was going with. Link is like a fucking psychopath in this game. The only time I see him have any emotions in the first cutscene where he tries to grab Zelda. When you get to all these tiers, and you get to 12th one, which is probably the best one because Zelda does her big sacrifice and everything, was like really cool. It's like, oh, that's pretty good. And everything that happened, and I expect like Link to react in any way differently. No, he's just does the gasp like with every other one. It's like, oh, there's shit to collect. Okay, do. It's like, what the fuck? And even around with other characters, like everyone is like, yeah, go shit. Link's. I always see Link just with the Saitama okay face when he's just standing around there. It's like, okay.
Yeah, a little bit.
But then, on the other hand, when you have like these choices to take, he seems like an upbeat character. You know, it's like, hey, do you want something enhanced? And he's like, yeah, enhance away. It's like, the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, when he's cooking, he loves that. He's having a great time. Maybe his calling in life is to be a chef. I just don't see he should talk. I don't see any reason why he shouldn't talk. Just make him more of a character.
Yeah. And every time I talked about it on my streams, Wind Waker always came up because Wind Waker Link is so full of expressions without saying a single word.
Yeah, it's not even necessarily that he needs to talk. It's just that let's convey some emotion other than like nothing at all. A character, but I think they should make him talk. That just strikes me as like super beneficial for narrative's sake.
Well, especially when they're animating him responding in a lot of situations. It got to the point that like there was a couple of instances on my streams where I would read the text of the NPCs if they're like obviously not in voice acted cutscenes, but I try to kind of come up with the voice. And then for Link, I would actually just say what he's saying, and I'd always make him I'd basically make him Stan from South Park. Like, he's like, yeah, sure, dude. Okay, fine. Like, just where's the sword? I just want to get the sword. Okay, where's the Master Sword? Cool. Okay, fine. I'll do it. Where's the Master Sword?
I've been doing that as well because this is another problem with the storytelling in here, because the game allows you to go wherever you want. So I basically already had all the information from the story, from the tiers I collected. I didn't have all of them yet, but I already knew, it's like, okay, that was what's going on. I get it. So there's multiple things that is weird with this. One, if you go through the temples, you get the same story told to you. Well, not to you. the idea is the sage from all the way in the beginning, in the founding of Hyrule, that fought with King Raru, they tell the story to their descendant, the guy you get to fight with. But you just stand there and you hear it too. So you get the same story every single time with a little bit of a twist, because it's now we're talking about the wind guy and now we're talking about the light guy. And
Yeah,
Link just
I
stands
agree.
there in the
It's-
background. And I was like, imagine it's like, yeah, I know that story. Okay, I'm just gonna have a sit down.
yeah.
I was like, and for the players, just I found it incredibly awkward. It's
Yeah.
like, yeah, I know, yeah, I've heard that story like 3 times in a row. I guess apparently Mark's internet went down. He will be back in a couple minutes.
no.
Okay. So you just hear this and it's like, yeah, okay, I get it. Yeah. And you have to watch it every time. I think you can't even skip those ones the first time. But I also didn't try because I was hoping to get some additional information, but it was basically the same thing every time. Then also, you get all these tiers, you get all these informations, so you basically know all the backstory. You as Link know that's Zelda up there. I got my Master Sword out of her forehead. I know that. And then you have all these other characters talking to Link. It's like, oh man, we need to find Zelda. I hope she's okay. And Link just stands there. It's like, yeah, I want to go home. It's so awkward because you have all the pieces. Link has all the pieces as a character. He has the Master Sword. He knows what's going on. But he just doesn't tell anyone. Like, all the characters that are essential to your quest are just wondering about all these things. And Link just doesn't say anything.
Nintendo
Yeah.
does ride that line pretty unevenly. The line being like whether he firmly talks or not. Like,
Yeah.
like I think one of the things Mark was getting at in some real-time cutscenes, an NPC will say something like, "Link, what happened?" And then Link will like wave his arms around as
Yeah.
if he's like
Yeah.
saying something, and then the NPC will be like, "Oh, that's what happened," and it's like, okay, he was clearly talking there. We
Mhm.
just didn't hear it. But then, like anytime it gets to like a pre-rendered cutscene, it's like he's just mute the whole time.
Yeah.
I think the reason why I find it so odd as like a choice is because I feel like the argument often for like silent characters, oh, it's easier, you know, as a player to like transplant yourself onto them. But like I don't think that people view Link as themselves. I think people
No.
view Link as Link. They view him as like a separate entity.
Especially in this one,
Yeah.
because they call him Link. You can't change his name to your
Yeah, exactly.
nickname or anything. He's Link. He's the character
He's
Link.
Link.
Right.
And it's
yeah.
just everybody talks about him as though he's Link. It's kind of interesting because I feel like Master Chief is kind of the same way. It's like, sure, he is designed in many ways to be somebody that you essentially identify as, but like people don't really. People still, it's like, well, he's Master Chief. He's not me. You know, me is like the character I play as in an RPG who is a total blank slate. Kind of in the same way that like Commander Shepard, right? Even though you obviously make choices that can drive him and you can craft him and create him, like turn him into whoever you want. People still, it's like, oh, Shepard. It's not me, it's Shepard. And I
Yeah.
feel like it's the same with Link. And if that's the case, then just fully commit to have Link be a character. Have him like it just seems obvious to me that like the direction you go is you really develop the relationship between Link and Zelda.
Yeah.
Like buy into them having a relationship.
But
And how much
it's
easier is it to do that if he talks, you know?
yeah, because it's also there's some there's some clues that they might actually be like a couple of some sorts as well, because when you go to the house that you bought in Breath of the Wild, there's like all the shit from Zelda. There's Zelda's journal around. There's like pictures of Zelda doing shit, and all the stuff
Right.
you put there is gone. So I don't even know if Link just gave that to her or he's living there. I don't know. But then again,
Yeah.
you can buy a new house in this game somewhere else, which you can make even bigger and cooler, by the way. Yeah, I don't know.
Characters like
It's-
Link and Master Chief and like Shepard, like Fringy was saying, they do rest in a little uncomfortably sometimes in this Venn diagram of like between self-insert and like a character on their own.
Yeah.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Oh yeah, someone
I
in
think,
chat just mentioned there's this side quest with a girl called Madison. It's basically the child of the guy you built Terrytown with in Breath of the Wild. He had the child with the Gerudo lady, And the rule is at some point when they're a certain age, they have to go to Gerudo Town and live there for X amount of time before they're allowed to leave. So they have all the Gerudo-tisms going on. So the funny thing is, you do like a little side quest there. You spend some time with her, help her to get to her dad, to spend some time, blah, 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 blah. And then at the end of the quest, she gets picked up by an escort that is that brings her to Gerudo Town. So if you've been in Gerudo Town already, so it's new for Fringy, there's like a shard of there's basically a sandstorm around it, and it's hard to traverse. And basically Gerudo Town is deserted. Like there's no one in there. They had to flee down in the bunker and hold out there because it's swarmed with monsters until you finish your quest there. I know that, Link knows that, but we do this whole side quest and they still pick her up. And then she just vanishes from the game until you finish the side quest, implying they just take so long to get there. And Link just doesn't tell anyone. It's like, oh, hey, no, you can't chill. There's like monsters in Gerudo Town. It's like, no, I'm just going to do my side quest, and then, I don't know, I don't care what happens to the child. Because I immediately went to because the easy solution they could have done is, oh, there's this outpost in the Oasis. They just chill there, but they're not there. It's just really weird. It's more funny than anything else, because you do this whole wholesome quest where it's like, I'm going to spend some time with mommy and daddy before I leave, blah, 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 blah. And the parents just like being sad that she's going to go, but hey, this is just how the rules work for the Gerudo. And Link is just like, she's going to die. There's like monsters everywhere. It's like, damn. But yeah, it's with him not talking, even though you already have the information. And hey, I believe it's going to get really complicated at some point to code things like that in. Like just putting all this shit is like, oh, if you've been to destination thing, you can't do, this guy can't go there. And I don't know how much time they want to spend on small stuff like that. But those would be like details that would be fun to have, I guess. It's nothing game breaking, but it's just funny to think about. That Link has all this knowledge already, where he's like, I'm just going to get this reward, and then I'm going to go.
Right. If you've like gone around and seen a bunch of those memories, and then you talk to some NPCs later on, and they're saying things that suggest that they have gaps in their knowledge that you as a player already know, because you've seen memories that fill in the gaps, but Link isn't saying anything when he probably would to like clear things up. But then on the dev side of things, you got to add all those extra dialogue options. And it's like, if player has fulfilled X condition or Y condition, alter the dialogue tree so it goes this way instead of that way. Like,
I mean, I
there's
think
a lot of
they
things
definitely
to
should
consider.
have added it in the main story, though. Because the whole point of the main story for a long time is get information about Zelda.
Yeah.
Right? So if he was like, hey, I got all these memories figured out because of my new stanky hand, or wherever you can read those memories. Here, it has all this information, I know shit. And then you can just go along and do the phenomena as well. Still, it's just awkward sitting there and hearing them talk. It's like, oh, I wonder what happened. It's like, we know what happened.
Yeah.
If only
Link-
you would say something.
Link, please tell her. Tell Pura. She deserves to know.
I am conflicted about all the memories being all optional, because the meat of the story really is all in there, I think.
There's the best character moments in there as well, yeah.
Yeah, and I think beating the game is more impactful if you've done all the memories. And the fact that you don't have to do any of the memories, like, I don't know, it's just a player can like undermine their own experience of the story just by sticking to like the laid out route, you know?
I think that it's a complicated sort of balance, because you look at something like God of War Ragnarok has a shit ton of like really meaningful stuff in the optional like side, like there's like huge swaths of the story that are in the optional material, but obviously I think the story functions totally well, even if you haven't done that. And it's like, so what is the balance? How much information, especially in a video game where you essentially want to leverage the interactive element hopefully in some way for the story, figuring out how much is too much to like leave as side stuff is complicated. Though I think I agree with you in this case. It's like if it's anything like Breath of the Wild, in terms of like narrative, then I don't know, man. We need to like get more of that shit
Yeah.
in like the main sort of story, I think.
Yeah. And I think not only the fact that it's all optional, I feel conflicted about, but there's no established order into uncovering the memories. Like, so
No.
you're picking them all up like at random, and then you're meant to sort of piece everything together in your head after the fact. Where it would be way more impactful if you were to watch it all in order.
Yeah, I guess at least they tell you in the Pura pads, like, this is memory number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, blah, blah, blah.
And I tell you that afterward, that's the thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
As I say, at least you can go ahead after the fact and watch them in order, which I did today, just to be sure. But yeah, it's I also agree with that, because this is basically the whole story, and it's all, most of it is optional.
I think a way around that could have been to not tie certain memories to certain locations, where you just like, you go to any location you want and you will unlock cutscene 1 at the beginning, and then whatever the next location you go to, you will uncover cutscene 2, and then cutscene 3. You know, it's not like finding 4 and then 7 and then 1 and then 8, and then it's like, okay, what's the order? Oh, okay, yeah, like that. Just, I don't know. Just
the game tells you the order of the memories, though. Is it like when you talk to Impa? I guess she goes by order or something, or do you mean the Pura pad that I just mentioned? I'm talking to someone in chat. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Like, I realize the game tells you later what order they're all in, but I just like that initial impression of seeing things out of order and then having to piece it all together in your head after, in the proper order, is less impactful, like less moving.
I'm just seeing people talk about, because it's that temple, right, that has the... But I guess the thing is, I don't know, like, if you're exploring this open world, I feel like you're not going to be doing them in order. You're going to be doing them as you encounter them.
Exactly, yeah.
In the Forgotten Temple, once you start the Geoglyph quest, you see what order you're meant to find them.
But I don't think people are going to do it that way.
I don't think I did that.
Just be like, oh, cool, but like, I'm doing it in my time. You know, like, I'm doing it.
I went to the Forgotten Temple after I did all of them yesterday. Only to see if Impa is there, because I thought I might want to talk to her after I did the whole geoglyph stuff, because she started she told me about the geoglyphs at a stable, and then I didn't know where she was after. She was kind of around at the different places with a balloon, so you can see them. But yeah,
I have returned.
Hello.
Yeah, I actually got a geoglyph out of order, and it spoiled the Zelda puppet thing. So I was like, man. So then after that, I looked up a guide to get which.
Yeah, I saw you posted on Twitter. That's actually
the one. I was like, man, I was like, well, I don't know what other reveals are here that I'm gonna like get in the wrong order. I don't want to do that.
No, I did the same thing. Like, because I knew if I find all these in gameplay, I'm gonna look them all out of order, and it's just gonna be less impactful. So I went on YouTube and I watched them all in order, and I just treated it like an hour-long movie, and it made me more invested in the game overall. I was just like, oh wow, cool. Like, because I think like all the stuff you were saying about the story metal. I mean, I can't argue with you. I mean, yeah, it's fucked. Like, there's plenty of points where like, why didn't they kill Ganon here or whatever? Like, why didn't they just do that? Like, yeah, sure. Like, I'm overall, I think, warmer on the story than you are. Like I said before, as soon as time travel is an element, I'm just like, okay, this is gonna be fucky at parts.
Yeah.
But like, in broad strokes, I liked that, you know, this Zelda being a fish out of water, being thrown back in time, and then she has to live this whole in the past, and how kind of disorienting that is for her, and the act of sacrifice in like boosting the Master Sword so Link can use it to defeat Ganon. I found all that moving. Like, that worked for me in the broad strokes of it.
Oh yeah,
but,
I like the character
when you start,
as well. I like those.
Obviously, there's plenty of tiny little things where if you look at it in a magnifying glass, it's like, this doesn't work. Like, why didn't... Definitely one of the biggest things that you mentioned that I agree with is like when, you know, Rauru seals Ganon, and he shouldn't say anything about Link, but instead he's just insane. Like, yeah, wait until Link comes back and fucks you in the ass. And it's like, why even warn him and give Ganon the opportunity to be like, okay, I see Link's going to be a problem later on. I
Yeah.
can fortify myself against him and
So
make
he's blonde, has pointy
Yes.
ears,
Yeah.
wears
Here's his social
floppy
security
hat.
number.
Yeah.
a sword with a blue hilt.
Yeah. So I mean, my threshold on what makes me like throw a story out the window and be like, "Fuck off! I'm not buying that." That's, I think, lower for me. Like I thought it was okay. I mean, what I've seen from the story so far, I haven't finished it yet, but I think it's okay. It's not the best thing ever. I mean, and it's not my favorite Zelda story, but there's parts of it that really work for me. In broad strokes, I think it's fine. And I think with Nintendo, I think they deserve some slack too, because they always prioritize gameplay, and then they kind of weave a narrative alongside it, and really well too, like in a way that's like commendable, you know. Or like what I appreciate how they, whenever they approach a new project, it's like, what new mechanics do we want to like introduce to players? And it's like, okay, this would be cool. What if we do that? Yeah, that's cool. Okay, how do we weave this into a narrative? It's like, okay, the Zonai, this magical race that can manipulate time and matter or whatever, and that's how we'll explain some of the Zonai mechanics and stuff. And I think they deserve a lot of credit for weaving gameplay and narrative in the way that they do. I don't think any other developers, maybe a few, come close, but Nintendo, I think, is at the top in that regard. You know.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
Right.
it's not perfect.
No.
Or even great, maybe, but like,
Yeah.
I think it's fine.
One thing that happens at the end, I'm just curious to hear what you guys think about that. So they make it pretty sure that it's like you can't turn back, but in the end she gets turned back into Zelda, and the way they explain is like, yeah, we just combined the powers and then it worked. That's the whole explanation. And
Yeah.
also Link gets his arm back. It's just back now. Like he has his normal arm back at the end.
Oh shit! I was kind of hoping in the next game he'd still have the arm.
No, it's just like everything is back to normal basically. And I don't know, I found this pretty lame. Personally.
That's stupid. I agree with that. Yeah, that's dumb.
Because I found it so powerful. It's like, oh fuck, she just actually sacrifices herself and goes through all the thing. It doesn't really undermine her choice, but just for me, I just find it lame. It's like, oh, everything's like this happy ending, yay! It's like, oh, I don't know. It always feels like such a, I know it's personal preference, but I like when they fight hard to win the battle and there were sacrifices that had to be made and they're permanent.
Yes.
Imagine how cool would be like a grizzled veteran Link with only one arm because he wasn't allowed. He couldn't use that arm anymore because I don't know why, and then he has only one arm. Like, I don't know, it would be badass, I think.
Yeah.
Especially with the Rao's arm being a canon reason for Link to have some powers that I think like, I mean, you can't be on the team that's like going to release this game and not realize that the power set you have on your hands is something pretty special.
Yeah.
And that maybe if you were going to make another game, you're probably going to want to incorporate building machines and things like that and being able to craft structures out of stuff anyways. So, I don't know, why not? If you're going to keep consistency in Zelda stories, having it be, I mean, is this the first one that is actually canon to the previous one explicitly?
Does Majora's Mask count to OT?
I don't think it is, or at least I've been told that. Again, I've not played it, so.
Yeah, I don't know.
But yeah,
Does it count as what? Sorry.
Is Breath of the Wild, I know, is canon to Tears of the Kingdom, but is it the first Zelda game that is explicitly canon to the previous entry? And I'm actually asking. I'm not like, this isn't a trick.
Yeah. Apparently Wind Waker has a sequel. Is that one of the DS ones?
DS games, I think, right? Phantom Hourglass.
Yeah, I think James actually mentioned it in a stream before.
You're the same Link in Phantom Hourglass?
Yeah, as Wind Waker, yeah. Phantom Hourglass and then Spirit Tracks after that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, actually, I was thinking it might have been Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks. Those would have been the two, but I didn't realize you were still the same, like, Wind Waker Link.
I guess
And-
same art.
Right.
Oh, right. That was probably what they
Yeah.
were relying on to try and get that across.
That's sweet. I need to play those.
Yeah.
In my lifetime, I'm gonna play all the Zelda games. That's gonna happen. I'm
yeah,
sure.
I think I want to.
And
Do
I don't
that.
want to sound like I'm sucking Tears of the Kingdom stories dick too much, because I mean there are a bunch of shit that bothered me. Like I didn't understand what exactly broke the containment on Ganondorf. Like
It
they
was
just
just
show
time.
up, and then all of a sudden the arm just falls off. I'm
Yeah.
like, why did it do that? And like the part, you know, where you unlock each sage and you have to sit through the same fucking thing of like, we all got together and tried to defeat Ganondorf, but his power was too strong. It's like, yeah, we heard all this. Why can't this be like new material? Like, did
Yeah.
it have to? Do you have to repeat the same beats over and over? Like, that was annoying. And fuck, there's a couple other things I meant to mention. Oh yeah, like when during one of the memories, I think Miniru or whatever's talking to Zelda, and she's like, I sense the power of light and time within you. I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, we're kind of blurring the lines here. Like, isn't
You
a
never get
sage
to
just
know. Never get to know why. It's just like, yeah, that's how it is now. It's like, okay.
yeah. It's like how can suddenly one person be a sage of like two things? Like this feels like you're just kind of blurring abilities just for the sake of making the plot move along. Like
It's
there's
because my
there's
first thought
problems
was
with it.
when I heard this, like, oh, so I guess one of the stone she picked up at some point, that's probably the one, right? But then when I watched it back today, it's like, oh wait, no, she picked up the holy light stone from Rauru, so I actually have no
Yeah.
idea where that time one comes from, like at all.
Right.
Didn't Goat Dimitri say at the beginning that Link armor's beyond saving? Yeah, I think he said something like that. But I guess they changed their mind.
Yeah, and I haven't hit that point yet, but the part about the arm being restored, that annoys me. I like the idea of that loss being permanent.
Yeah, so do I.
Well,
Yeah.
especially when functionally he still has an arm. Like it's not
Right.
like it's like, oh well, but then we're not going to be able to have him using shields, and it's like, well, I mean,
He's like a
got an
sad
arm and-
amputee for the whole game.
oh yeah, they're the worst fucking amputees.
Yeah.
I'm an amputee for everyone. Just
Just
otherwise it would have sounded like I just made the worst joke ever. Or I was just like,
more like the best joke
I
ever.
actually hates amputees. But yeah, I guess there you go. I guess Nintendo pulled the rug out from the amputee representation at the very end there. It's like, oh, and he
Cancel
gets
them.
his
Cancel
real
them.
arm back all along. It's like, oh,
Right.
thanks, cool.
Yeah.
When's that
Also, I
gonna
just
happen to my leg?
Also, before two things actually. Pura invented immortality basically with whatever shenanigans she did, and nobody gives a shit. That's kind of funny to think about, because she turns herself into like a child body and then goes back adult. I guess you can just do that all the time now. This is kind of funny to think about, and nobody even mentions it. It's like, oh yeah, okay.
Also, I found a lot of the characterization of the sages like on the weak side. Like some of those conversations, they didn't even come close to like some conversations with NPCs in like Ocarina of Time, for example, where like the first time you leave Kokiri Forest, Saria's like waiting for you on the bridge,
Yeah.
and she's like, I always knew you were gonna leave one day, because like I knew you were different, and now that day's finally here. And she gives you her ocarina. Like that was a really cool moment, and like the way it just kind of sat in the ambience of the scene. It didn't have any music or anything. It was very powerful. There wasn't any voice work or anything. It was all text. And now, like with this, some of the cutscenes were okay, but a lot of them is just like, yeah, I'm the sage. I've got this new power now.
Yeah,
all right,
yeah.
Link, let's do this. And it's all very surface level. Like,
the Demon King.
okay, we got the thing to do the thing. Let's go do the thing. Like,
It's like another
it
thing.
felt-
There's so much comedy to get from this. Where Link is like, "Did you hear the part with the Demon King? Like, you're like 8, bird boy." It's like,
yeah.
did you hear the part with the Demon King that's too powerful? I don't even know if I can beat him, and I beat Calamity Ganon. It's like,
Right.
that's funny.
I wanted the more of the dilemma of each individual character, like, to be set up a bit more, a bit better, a bit more believable, a bit more compelling. where like I wanted the characters to feel a bit more relatable than they did. I think I liked the bird the best. What's his name? Tulin?
Tulin, yeah, because
Yeah, he's probably my favorite out of all of them.
yeah, because he starts to be like, I can do all the things. I'm really cool, and then he fails. Like, oh, failure, and he has to learn. He does learn from this. Oh, that's neat.
Yeah, his arc felt appropriate
Yeah,
because it's like he's young, he thinks he can do everything by himself, and his arc is kind of realizing he needs to lean on his friends, and work together as a team. And I'm like, oh, that's nice. And I liked his voice actor, and some of his dialogue felt richer than the others. Like I believed him as a character more so than say like the Goron, who just felt like sort of I don't know, just like a shallow kind of what's the word, like a jock type character.
yeah, he's like the coward from Breath of the Wild, who's now
the
chief.
There just wasn't much to him. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I wanted to mention that earlier, but he gets tricked by the puppet Zelda, and wears like a mask, and now sells crack rocks in Goron Village. Everyone is high on like crack rocks. It's really funny.
They should have called them crack rocks. Oh,
Yeah,
it's so much funnier.
They're like cracked rocks. That would have been a way to your kids in the schoolyard being like, "We saved the Goron village from the cracked rocks." And then the teachers would be like,
Yeah.
What?
Also,
they really hammer the story elements a little too hard for the audience too sometimes. The amount of times that they fucking mentioned marble rock roast in the Goron thing. It's like,
yeah.
Okay, I get it. Like the marble rock roast is making everyone act weird. Like I kind of get that with the glowing red eyes. Never mind all the heaps of fucking dialogue getting piled on.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, sorry to interrupt you.
It's all good. Hey, can anyone tell me what happened to the divine beasts? They were pretty big, right? Where did they go?
Yeah,
Under the water.
Under the water. They're all in this one pond in the middle of the map.
They're all giving the thumbs up with the Eternals celestial, like just in the middle of the ocetion.
Yeah.
Because
I was like, oh, hey, they're probably just chilling out at the places where they left them. Because I don't even need them. Didn't even think they would work. I thought they would just be barren, just lying around there, maybe build bases in it or something. But no, they're just gone.
Actually, yeah, when you consider all the other elements of Breath of the Wild that they integrate into the level design here, it actually is a bit strange they're not around.
Yeah.
One of my favorite characters in all of Zelda is it's the bird girl from Wind Waker. I can't remember her name, but like I thought
with
her
the pirate
dialogue.
No, wait, that's the princess. No,
It's Dragon Roost Island. And,
Yeah,
it's been too long. I don't remember.
She's like the sage of the Wind Temple, I think.
Okay.
Or the Earth, maybe it's the Earth Temple. I can't remember. But her dialogue was really well written. She seemed really believable. Wasn't like overly naive or anything.
Medley,
and then
someone says in chat.
Medley, yeah.
Oh.
And her arc of kind of realizing she has a duty as a sage and her sacrifice, it was really compelling and dark because like her end is basically to dedicate herself forever as just this ghost that floats around the temple and guards it forever. Like that's her life now, but she willingly dedicates her life to that because she knows she has to for the kingdom or whatever. Like it was better written characters in other games. Yeah,
because I see the super chat just now. Just touching on the temples. Temples are way better. I feel like I like them way more. They seem much more focused and not as straightforward, because in Breath of the Wild you mostly just you turned the thing and then you went to the Sheikah thing and got it, and then you beat the boss. And here you actually have like a couple of more puzzle things where you actually have to put things together, build stuff and everything. It felt more diverse, I think is the word I'm looking for. Like the temples are more diverse. We already touched upon how they look apart from each other. Like one is in the air, one is in the depths, one is in the water, or whatever. Yeah, I like them more. What do you guys think? What do you guys think of the temples?
I kept finding that I was uh finishing them faster than I thought I would. Uh, Often I'm just like, oh, it's over. I already got the 5 locks or the 4 locks or the 4 things or whatever that I got to do, and that went by quickly. I remember like in previous dungeons and like older games, it was a bit more of a
Oh, those are way better. I wish we would go back to those dungeons.
yeah.
Because it's interesting, because before I played Breath of the Wild and now Tears of the Kingdom, I replayed not Link's Awakening, A Link to the Past. Jesus.
Yeah.
Because I recently got a copy on a flea market for my SNES, so I streamed it from my SNES onto the YouTubes. And man, those dungeons are really cool. I really had to think about a lot of things. It's like but it's like I actually don't exactly know how to do this, and then you do the things. I just like the dungeons that are focused around the item you get in there at some point. I think it's a really cool formula, and I kind of want it back.
Dungeons in other games, they felt windier and more unique and interesting. This one, I mean, the temples were fine, but it felt like here's the 5 big rooms, and in each of those rooms there's a big like physics puzzle that you do, and that, you know, it's fine, but like the others felt more fun. Or maybe not fun is the wrong word, because the physics are really cool.
Yeah.
Like the physics puzzles are neat. But it felt like it was easier to get lost in like dungeons from other games.
Absolutely.
Well,
you know,
it's the inevitable downside when you structure the puzzles around systems like the powers and abilities in this game, because doing that gives the player a whole lot of freedom and flexibility to find out all sorts of solutions to all sorts of different things. But that becomes very difficult to then slot into, but now here's the specific puzzle. It's like, and this one is really, you just need to figure out the solution.
Yeah.
We have a solution, it's there. You just got to be observant and try to figure it out. Whereas all the puzzle philosophy in this game is, here's the pieces.
Yeah.
There's a suggestion of your goal. Do what you got to do.
Yeah,
And
you can't do the whole item-based progression, as someone says in chat already. You can't do it the way in the old ones, because this one is based on, here is all the tools, go wild, have fun, bye.
Yeah. Like in this game, it's like you get into one of the dungeons, and it's just like once you see the broad pattern after doing like a temple or two, it's just like, okay, these are the big 5 or big 4 contraptions that I have to use an ability on. Fine. Okay, I just got to find all of those. But in like, say, Ocarina of Time, there were, I mean, Mark, you touched on this already, but like just to name another example, like in the Dodongo's Cavern, it's like the thing you got to do to get it deeper into the temple isn't obvious immediately, but you find out that you have to bomb the eyes in this giant like dragon head to get the mouth to open. And that is a thing that's unique to that dungeon in particular. And every dungeon has like a unique thing. Like I wanted more like uniqueness in each of the dungeons in this game.
That's why I think it was a good choice to limit you in the shrines, so you actually have to engage with the puzzles. That's why they were much more engaging in this one.
Yeah. And the water temple in Ocarina of Time is so built around raising the water to different levels, like one of 3 levels. There wasn't any of that here. It was just like turn on the big 5 garden hoses to fill up
pretty much
the vases. Yeah, it's like, okay.
Especially that one is super exploitable anyway. That's I think that's the last one I did, so I had tons of stamina, so I could just float around and climb up shit, no problem.
Yeah, I found that the trickiest thing was just, how do I get to the room that the thing is in? And usually it's, which way do I have to fly around the structure?
Yeah, because the map also shows you the openings with the yellow thing. It's like, oh, I guess I'll just fly around here. All right, there we go.
Yeah, that was the choice too. It's like, well, I guess I appreciate knowing where they are for like not wasting my time perspective, but also I have to look around this dungeon a whole lot less hard if I
Yeah.
know the spot I need to find, and it's just about finding the route.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
And there's some
they
additional layers of
Mhm.
complexity. Like you used to have to like find the boss key, like as
Yeah.
its own thing. Like it wasn't enough just to get to the boss door. Like sometimes you'd get there and it's locked, and it's like, oh fuck, I don't have that thing. And then like finding the key just for that door would be its own little adventure. Like you're not quite sure where it is.
I guess that's the idea here with the 5 locks being the 5th lock is the boss key, and like now you've unlocked the boss door. You can go to the room that finishes the dungeon.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
But the bosses, they kind of went back on the old formula with the hit the weak spot, which I enjoyed much more to get to the different weak spots than just here's another enemy where you just do the flurry attack until he dies.
Yeah.
Um,
I like the boss fights in this one. I thought it was fine.
Yeah,
I
because
like
you
that
actually
they each
need-
have 2 phases.
yeah, and you
Yeah.
needed to use the abilities of that sage at the time, like the fire one where you had to destroy the legs of the thingy, the spider thing, whatever it was. So it falls
Yeah.
down, you get to the thing. In the wind one, you have to go up. Actually,
I didn't find them difficult, but
No,
they
no.
were fun. They
fun.
were visually interesting. They were mechanically sound. Like it feels good to like use the mechanics to, like for instance, you're fighting that ice scorpion in the wind temple, like having to dive down and charge through him in midair and then rise back up. Like that was fun.
Yeah,
And the
absolutely.
music's great. Like it's a whole set piece. Cool.
You guys need to do the Ganondorf fight. That fight is really cool because that kind of does more the fights of against those. I don't even know what they're called anymore. The calamity goop monsters, or just the normal fights where you just do the dodges and stuff. But it puts a little bit of a twist in there that I didn't expect was gonna happen.
Yeah.
It really like without sounding without sounding funny. It felt like a Dark Souls boss almost, like, honestly.
Yay!
Because I had to figure out how he attacks and all that stuff. So that was actually really fun. It's definitely my favorite boss fight in the game. It's really cool.
I actually was thinking that what is it called? What is it? The Shadow Ganons, like the Ganon clone things that you fight in the depths, and they like it's the last thing I fought a whole bunch of them. But I think that they
Oh, the Phantom Ganons.
the Phantom Ganon. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just looking for the word Phantom. Hey, sorry, because Kedge there wrote Blight Ganons on screens. I'm like pretty sure it's not Blight Ganons, but it threw me off entirely. But I immediately thought that the way they move and are animated, and the way they attack, the way they have their preparatory animations before the attack, some of them being exaggeratingly long for his like double spin attack, it was very From Softy.
Yeah.
Like that
Yeah.
enemy in particular.
But yeah, no, last boss fight is really cool.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Ganon in this one because maybe this will overtake it. But the Ganon fight in Twilight Princess is my favorite one.
I don't remember that
just-
one. I don't even know if I know it, to be honest. I never really played it for myself.
It boils down to a man-on-man fight on horseback and like, and then a duel, like just a sword duel. And it's just fucking awesome because like you'll get into these sword locks with Ganon and the music will change based on like who's like overpowering who with their swords. But the only problem is that it's so easy to mash A that it's easy to just make the victory music start playing and then you kind of overpower Ganon.
No.
But if you just let go of A and let yourself lose, Ganon will overpower you, and then the music will like become more sinister, and it's like cool, but
That's awesome.
but you have to like willingly let that happen.
It's
you
not
know?
hard enough for that to actually happen.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a
Also-
cool setup before that fight because like Ganon has Midna's helmet in his hands and he crushes it, and it's just like, oh shit,
Yeah.
like it's a cool build up.
Music, because Dylan in chat just mentions the music is in the fight is also really cool in the Ganondorf fight at the end because it starts out really, really slow, almost quiet, and then gets more intense while the fight goes on. The music was banging. It was really good.
It's my plan after the
Right.
show, assuming I don't get tagged by the woman, to spend wife time.
Ew, wife time.
Bro, it's the gayest thing you can do with your time, I swear.
But yeah, any other thoughts? I think we're pretty much done. So at least I'm done with my thoughts.
Game's incredible. You should play it.
Yeah.
If not now, then whenever they release hardware which can run it better. It runs really well on emulators. I advocate ethical emulation. So because you can buy this game new, if you're going to emulate it, I recommend buying a copy of the game. That way the developers get their money because they're still actively being tracked on how much this game's selling. If you want to play, I don't know, Link to the Past, whatever, get it however you get it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
look forward to.
Yeah,
the game is it's a feat in software engineering. It's really impressive what they pulled off, and like I think the real meat of it is like the physical objects and like building things, and like I've barely scratched the surface of that. Like I enjoy all the other stuff, but like my favorite thing is like the physics of it all, and I haven't even scratched the surface of that. So I'm looking forward to doing that. Like I still only have one Zonai battery. Like you can get like so many more.
The depths is where you want to go for those too. Like just collecting Zonai and then going to over there, visiting the temples that are there. Like
you just start exploring at some point and realize, oh shit, I have 500 of those. I should probably turn them in. And then all of a sudden I got like 2.5 batteries, like ooh, on top of the ones I had.
Don't spend them recklessly though, because you can end up buying. Don't buy Zonai charges with the Zonite, because those are pretty easy to just get from enemies.
Yeah,
you want to get that can actually upgrade your tanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had like 100 at all times. Basically, you just get them everywhere. But it's good. It's good stuff. Fringy, you heard something, or we?
Yes, the thing is the thing is the summary thoughts is I'm really enjoying it so far. I'm gonna keep playing. I'm super impressed with it thus far.
Sweet.
It's a cool game. I like it a lot.
Hell yeah.
I'm glad it exists.
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably worth saying, like, gaming wise, we're eating pretty good this year.
Yeah, it's been good so far. Dead Space Remake was really cool. Resident Evil 4 was really cool. Metroid Prime Remastered was sweet. And then there's
I still need to play that even. Yeah, I haven't even touched it.
There's some cool new, like Street Fighter 6 is out next week, I think.
Yeah.
That game looks
that's
cool.
next week?
And,
I'm planning to have
some
Street Fighter Saturday streams on my channel if you guys want to play some Street Fighter, just casually.
Yeah, I'm actually going to get it because I played the demo and it was like, oh, that's actually pretty neat.
It looks cool. Yeah.
Heck yeah, I'm down. Can probably figure something out.
A couple cool games came out. I made a tweet about this just because I don't, not so much that it's like I don't have the money to play them. I just don't have the time right now. But Bolt Gun just came out, which is a 40K boomer shooter that looks really good. And for the fans of the Arcane in the audience, I mean the TV show, not the developer. Convergence, a League of Legends story, just came out, which is a Metroidvania where you play as Echo. That's getting pretty good. Steam released, and I've been following it for a while and kind of planned to play it right when it came out because I really like the RPG they released, The Ruined King, which was another kind of League of Legends spin-off. And I'm not really a League player either. I think the world's kind of neat. And it came out and I'm like, I just don't have the time right now, even though I want to play this. But, yeah. Oh yeah, and Jackson asked, can you mod it if it's emulated? Yes, and there are a lot of mods out already. I recommend the 30 FPS static mod, unless you can find a way to get the 60 FPS one running consistently. I couldn't, although if you just save the game, quit the game, and then deactivate the 60 FPS mod anytime you leave shrines, it works really well in shrines, and it looks quite nice.
There you go.
Right on.
Oh, that's good. So them super chats.
Nintendo, if you're listening, you should buy the game. Everybody, buy the game.
Oh, there you go. All right, let's go do super chats here real quick. Get 20 Swedish shekels. Hey, Metal, play Gollum. I heard it's amazing. Yeah, it looks really good. I'm definitely gonna play it. Yeah, for sure. No, I won't. 8 months of petting the Charlie. Thank you, James. Also obligatory fuck Konami for what they did for Kojima. I don't trust him with the remakes.
Yeah, I'm iffy on them too. Mostly because I was pretty pumped on it when I thought it was just Metal Gear Solid 3, but when I realized the Metal Gear Solid Delta thing, and a Sphere Hunter had a tweet where she was saying that she heard they're doing 3, then 1, then 2, and I'm just like, oh my god, them doing 3 of them means they probably think they can change shit and that this is just their version of it. I'm like, oh no, I was so much happier when I thought it was just going to be the same game. It was just going to look nicer.
Well,
But,
we'll see.
That Metal Gear remake, is Konami behind that or Kojima or both?
No,
it's gotta be
Konami-
Konami. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, because
Kojima's
Kojima's
pretty
doing
much
his own
out.
thing now, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
he has his
Kojima's
own like
independent.
studio.
Yeah,
Death
he's independent. Death Stranding. So it would be Konami. So it'd be without its involvement at all.
So Kojima has no part in this Metal Gear 3
I
remake.
presume he has
None
no
at all.
part, yeah.
Fuck
But,
that. I
like,
don't feel good
I-
about that.
Okay with it.
I don't know. Whatever.
Thinking, okay, it's still going to be Kojima's game. It's just like I thought they were going to give it the Shadows of the Colossus or Demon Souls treatment, where it's the game. It just looks new and like, you know, it's updated for modern audiences, but in the way that's kind of okay in video games, where it's just like, yeah, same game, just it looks nicer now.
Yeah,
But
that's what they
Right.
should do, because Metal Gear Solid 3
they're
is
doing a
amazing.
ground up remake. Oh no.
Ugh.
It's like I feel like they're gonna be like, well, we can do this story but better. I'm like, Kojima could barely pull it off, man. Easy. Like,
Well, I think the way Metal Gear's the original Snake Eater plays is defined by the hardware limitations of the PlayStation 2 at the time. I feel like bringing that over to PS5, that could be a major overhaul for that game.
Mm-hmm.
And so it makes me nervous that Kojima isn't like, you know, doing
well,
it.
I guess I'll be more specific. I'd assume that what the move that I would be that I would think they'd be making is kind of adapting a hybrid between the Metal Gear Solid 3 gameplay with 5's kind of controls and interface and everything. So, like, obviously not the mother base building stuff and everything. Those are very, very, very different systems than just the moment to moment gameplay. But I figured if you just did 3 looking like that, if you guys saw the Metal Gear Solid 3 pachinko machine that they released a couple years ago, that it just had the visuals that are in this game. So obviously they were working on it. They're like, how can we make money on it in the meantime? I guess we'll just make a pachinko machine where it's Big Boss fighting the boss in the end of Metal Gear Solid 3, but it just looks amazing. And so, I mean, like, if they're just going to make the game just kind of maybe it plays a little more like 5 and same story, cinematics directed faithfully, dialogue the same, don't even re-record, have it still be David Hayter and everything, I'd be on board. But if it's like, we're going to totally redo everything, I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah.
I guess I'll have to see when, like, show me a gameplay trailer like, that shows me some cinematics. Be like, okay, are you guys totally redirecting it and making them look entirely different? Or is it, hey, this is a faithful remake and we want you to pretty much feel like you're playing Metal Gear Solid 3?
That would be the smart thing
Right.
to do. People love that game. I played for the game multiple times a long time ago, and I have fond memories. So please don't cock it up because I want to play it.
Oh, for the
I lo-
timeline questions people have, Metal Gear Solid 3 is the first one in the timeline. It takes place in the 60s, and then
Right.
everything else is a sequel to that.
Right.
I love the way both 3 and 5 play. So
Yeah.
whatever direction they go in, I might
Mhm.
be okay with it.
Yeah, gameplay wise, those two were the peak of the linear and the open format, I guess. I don't know if I call 5 open world exactly, but
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Well. J Mac, thanks for becoming a Flim Flam, and also thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Very generous. Thank you very much.
yay.
I got 5 buckaroos from Artemis. Best version of Venom was in Spider-Man 2000 by Neversoft. Oh god, I remember that game. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, it's a good game.
It was good, yeah.
I remember playing it, but I don't remember anything about it. But I remember it being fun.
Dr. Octopus Carnage.
Oh. $2 from Not So Grump. Let's go Soy Jack Mootle emoji. Also I have Fringy. Oh yeah, it was a bunch of gifted memberships. Maybe I can actually put that Soy Jack Mootle in there. That would be fun. We'll see. I'll check it out after this, tomorrow. I really need sleep. Got 5 from Pooty Evans. This game should come with a warning for those with ADHD. I start one task, then get sidetracked on a whole different task. It's never ending. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of good like that. Like, and you don't really feel like you've wasted your time.
No, it's like
No.
I made a lot of progress, right? And you look at your maps, like there's still so much not as I haven't seen. Damn it.
Where it always gets me is I'll flick back over to the quest log and I'll be like, oh shit, that's what I was doing. I've done like 6 things since I forgot I was doing that.
Yeah. Jukebox from Mr. Taco. The Korok genocide online is my favorite part. it's a really fun meme. It's great. People just strapping them onto rockets and you're like, bye.
I think it has a kind of an educational quality to it as well for like kids playing it, kind of like Minecraft, where like not only does it help kids like increase their abilities in regard to spatial awareness and hand-eye coordination, the basic stuff, but like also the way Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom adhere to like the physical laws of nature. It's like water conducts electricity and like cooking stuff and mixing meat and mushrooms to make like a healthy thing that gives you a lot of beefs and like
getting meat close to an open flame will still roast it even if it doesn't cook it into a proper meal, like lots of stuff like that. And I was actually, you reminded me that I was thinking to bring up earlier that it clicked in when we were talking about this as someone's first video game, that this game is just loaded with opportunities for parenting if you were playing it with your kid. Because if you give them the scenario and say, okay, we're into, as you were saying with the cold area, we're going to an area where it's cold. What do you do when we're cold? And then get the kid to think of ideas. Be like, okay, how else? What if you had to think of another way? Like, oh,
right,
we don't have a coat. I guess check our inventory. We don't have a coat. What do we do? I don't know. Start a fire? Like, is something they're likely to say. So it's like, okay, how would we go about starting a fire? And then if they really say they don't know, you can help them out a little. And it's like, man, like, genius. I got to pitch that to my sister. Like, okay. Video games for the nephew. Hear me out.
Yeah.
Someone just said saying it has educational property to it right after talking about crucifying Koroks as a choice.
Another good example is like equipping metal objects and going out in a thunderstorm and that conducting or attracting electricity.
Better not have any metal on you.
That's a genuine real world threat. If you're like in a thunderstorm, you do not want to fucking carry metal around with you, man. Like, so, that might save some lives,
Yeah, don't have me around when there's a thunderstorm. Bad time.
Yeah. Pearl will teach them how hot science mommies can be.
Yeah.
Like, oh, why do I find her so interesting? You'll find out when you're older, kiddo.
You'll find out when you're older. 5 from Pooty Evans. Can't wait for the sequel versus DLC debate. God of War Ragnarok handled it better with losing all your equipment/abilities. Should this have been DLC? No. This is way too big for this is definitely worth being its own game.
It's iterative game design for sure. This is not DLC, and like there are people who could probably show receipts of me saying when I saw the first trailer to this just looks like Breath of the Wild DLC. I'm honestly not interested in this at all.
This is another thing I'm really impressed by in this game. Like, especially after you just replay Breath of the Wild, you go around, it's like, oh, this place, I've been here, but this looks completely different. There's like ruins everywhere because of this upheaval stuff. Like, this behaves differently. Then you go to Rito stuff and city, and it's like, oh, there's like ice everywhere now. What's going on here? So that looks different, and the bridge is broken, and like, it's very different. And then on top of that, you have the whole Sky Island to connect, which is all new. And then the depths, which is all new. So yeah, I don't think this should have been DLC. If this would have been DLC for $30, goddamn, that would have been value.
Yeah.
CD Projekt Red would have to just pack up and leave at that point. It's like, well, I guess Blood and Wine's been topped, guys. Sorry.
5 from Mr. Taco. Leaving the sandbox aside, which is fantastic. I love the improvement in the shrines. Not the hardest, but definitely a lot more interesting and engaging. Yeah, we touched upon that during the stream. It's yeah, I mean, as I said, more interesting, more engaging, more fun, more unique from each other. Yeah, it's good
I
stuff.
find the because of the abilities, especially later in the game, the shrines really have this element of you look at the problem and your brain just immediately solves it, and it's so satisfying. You're just
Yeah.
like, okay, I know I can build this, and I'm gonna send up there, and then just time shift that thing back, and then yeah, we're good. And then you do it, and it's like, oh, that all worked exactly the way I thought it was going to, and it's so satisfying.
Yeah.
No $2 for Mr. Taco. Did you all like the Sky Islands or the depths more? It's a good question.
Sky Islands, I think.
The
I
depths,
really like the Sky Islands.
the Sky Islands are really cool. I don't know. There's something about the depth exploring that I really enjoy, though.
Right.
Just having to keep lighting things up, and then it's like, oh, somewhere in that direction should be a light thingy, but I can't actually see it, even if I mark it on the map. So there's probably a wall here, and then you go explore towards like even the thing you have on the map, and it's like, there's a wall here. Okay, so I have two choices. Either I look on the map and see if there's a chasm that might be closer, or I have to just walk around it this time. And if you just kind of look at the overworld map and the depths, you can kind of make out where a wall might be and where you can walk. It's fun stuff, and the depths are huge. Like, it's crazy. There's so much to
Did
do.
you guys catch that the light routes are all underneath the shrines, so you could find them by looking at the shrine?
John said it earlier as well.
Oh,
I think I was just kind of exploring. I think actually James in chat at some point realized, like, wait, are they at the same place? And then we did a double takes, like, oh shit, yeah, they are. It's like,
But yeah, I think the depths were more of a pleasant surprise because I didn't know that they would even be a part of the game at all.
yeah, I had no clue.
They don't just function like more of the same world but underground, which, I mean, as much as I love the underworld in Elden Ring, and I think it's also incredibly impressive, it is just another tier of the same type of world, whereas this is like, oh no, like your means of traversal here is entirely different just because of the amount of light and the amount of hazard on the ground because of all the gloom everywhere. So it's it like, I don't know that I like being down there as much, but I was probably more affected by getting to it in the game. Like I was like, oh man, this is like, I had no idea there was this much down here. I did one quest down there and kind of thought, okay, so the depths are probably like just bigger caves, but it's like, oh no, it's like the whole landmass is under here.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's all gloomed up as well, so it's constant danger that you can't stand still, and there's all these enemies. It's I like it. I like it.
Yeah, and from an asset standpoint, it's all pretty much the same rock texture and darkness and gloom, and that's all it needs to be, because it's really creepy the way they use it until you start lighting things up, and by the time you've lit things up, you've pretty much explored that section. So it's like, okay, we can move on now to more darkness.
Actually reminds me, when you get the mech from the Spirit Sage, you can ride that around in the depths and you don't get gloomed, I think, if I recall correctly. So that makes exploring probably a bit easier. Cool. Yeah.
And that gloom is a serious threat. I mean, even if you're leveled up, that can really fuck you if you're not careful. Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, because it basically nullifies your levels. Like, it lowers your health cap. And you can get away with that for quite a few hearts, but eventually it's like, oh, I've got 3 hearts left, and these guys do 6 hearts of damage with their weakest attack. So I guess we're in one-hit kill mode, and I can't even heal. And it's an interesting little element to the gameplay. I'm very impressed by this game.
It's a good idea, yeah.
Hell yeah. We got $2 by Goracero. Soy gamey game. True. Barty, thanks for being a 4-month member. Bearded Fleam. Metal, there's a 40-minute original Luftwaffe Messerschmitt 262 jet takeoff tutorial from YouTube, dubbed over in English. Super interesting to watch. Okay, it's good to know, I guess.
Are you learning to fly?
No, maybe I should.
Yeah, I mean, apparently there's a pretty good tutorial.
Yeah, I just need to get my hands on a Messerschmitt 262. So let's see, maybe eBay. You guys think eBay? Yeah.
I know a guy.
I know. Yeah. Oh shit, nice. And then $2 from Party. Also, this is a great panel. Nice stream, Motel. Hey, I'm glad you enjoyed. Yeah, good to have the lads on. Always a good time. Got 220 Canadian dollar dues from Darth Gene Cream Vader. That's a funny name. Says, I'm in a discount province. Try to guess, John.
Oh, shit. I really don't know.
That's my problem.
I don't think I could guess accurately.
Well, sorry.
Well, I mean, Newfoundland is incredibly cheap to live, and it's actually a really solid place to go if you get a paramedic license, because it's easy to get jobs there, and you can buy a house for like $100K.
Yeah, I guess I don't know what he means by discount. Like if that means he gets a deal on things, or if it's
I wonder if he just discount means like one of the lame ones.
Yeah.
That would be my
Yeah,
guess.
yeah, exactly.
So, because there's always lame states and provinces in a country, right?
I'll
So
say
what's a
this
lame
probably
Canadian
won't-
state like Manitoba?
Yeah,
Right.
Manitoba,
Saskatchewan or whatever it's called.
well, yeah, those are actually two that are right next to each other, and there are
They're like the North Dakota of Canada.
yeah,
Something.
and then Alberta is kind of half prairies, half mountain ranges. It's
Alberta isn't a discount state, right? It's got too many kind of like notable places, right?
Probably the biggest thing is just oil sands. So like there's a lot of drilling happening in Alberta, and that keeps them it keeps it a hotbed for activity because a lot of people go out there to work.
Right.
It's still pretty cheap to live out there though, because it's not the nicest weather. It's very
Is
very
Calgary
cold in the
or
winter.
Alberta not very expensive though? Aren't they,
Calgary,
like, super expensive?
Calgary's nice Alberta though. It's South Alberta.
Right.
Edmonton's the place where you can live.
Vancouver's the hyper fucking expensive. fucking
It's
city.
our Seattle, or probably comparatively for like cost of living, I'd say like our Los Angeles, but it looks more like Seattle, and that's
Well, I mean, it's right next to Seattle, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Pacific Northwest.
Well, there's your Canada lore for today.
Yeah. To John and Mark, more Canada lore.
Number 550 Canadian from Darth Gene Cream Vader. I once ascended in a cave at the Great Plateau and didn't realize it was above a tar pit. I sunk instantly and died. It was great. 10 out of 10. Nice. I got 5 from Guardian.
I would have thought it wouldn't let you spawn there. Like
Yeah.
if it puts you in a kill zone right away if you were to press A. So one thing I like about Ascend is that you do it and then it'll sort of freeze the game clock and it'll like you'll poke out your head and you can decide whether you want to like get out here or like revert back to where the under place that you were at.
That was a great decision.
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
I was just thinking about how many times I'd be like, I was scared at first. I was like, what if I accidentally leave an underground dungeon that I'm in?
Yeah.
And then I can't get back because like I can't go down. Like I mean, or you can't manually go down if you get up and walk around. But it's like, oh, that's why if you're not sure, take a second and make sure you check before you hit A again.
Yeah, and more so than just being able to revert the decision if you don't like the spot, it'll freeze all the enemies. So like you can really take your time and be like, do I really want to be here? How do I feel about this?
Poke your head out and get it chopped off.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Just ascend into a Bokoblin fortress like, no, I'm out of here.
Should have taken a left turn at Albuquerque. Yeah.
I got 5 from Guardian Fortress, which has no message, just a little rags emote. There you go. That's cute. It says number 1, I think.
Yeah, I can make a dog growl probably. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
I got 5 from Pooty Evans. I'm afraid to finish the storyline as I won't have any drive to do the side stuff. I'm just about to get to 5th stage. Yeah, it's always a thing with games when you finish them. The main story is like, oh, do I play more? I don't know. I feel like I'm still going to be playing a bit more just on the side, just putting some YouTube on and explore more.
I think it's the psychological effect of seeing the credits. It makes you think, okay,
Yeah.
I'm done.
Yeah.
Thing is, the next game is going to come out. If Street Fighter comes out, I'm just going to move on to that. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, I still got a week for Street Fighter.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons I'm going to hold off, I think, on, finishing off the Tears of the Kingdom campaign and just upgrade for a little while. Just because I know once I see the credits, psychologically, there's going to be that thing where it's like, do I want to keep playing? I don't know.
Especially because there's just no end game after. I think that's another big thing. It just gives you a little star on your save file, and then it reverts you back to the last autosave before the boss fight.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they did the same thing again, which is, I don't know, it's kind of lame. I don't know why they don't just let you roam around after.
Yeah, a bunch of games do that.
Final Fantasy 15, it dials you back to like a year before the game ends. There's a time
isn't there
jump?
like this weird time jump or something, and you're like old people now, and then fight someone? I don't know.
I think it's like 10 years. It actually might be. It's
I played that game for a couple of hours. Well, a friendo was here, and we just got drunk, and I was playing that game for some reason because I was just kind of fun exploring around while he was doing something else and drinking. I did all the side quest stuff and was incredibly overpowered for the main story.
I think it's not a great example of Final Fantasy, but it's not a terrible open world game. Although, I mean, the team went on to make Forspoken, so now I'm kind of more reluctant to defend it. And I'm like, well, I don't know. Maybe the things I like about it were a fluke.
Was that Square Enix?
Yeah, but it was the Luminous team, who are now dissolved, and they went on to make Forspoken because they got fired from Final Fantasy, and the Final Fantasy 14 team came on to make Final Fantasy 16, which is why I've had some people be like, I'm never going to play Final Fantasy 16 because Forspoken was bad, or I hated 15, and I'm like, well, I mean, 16 is the game that we're getting because the Forspoken team got fired. So
now we know why they got fired.
maybe this is the one that you should check out if that's the reason. But at the same time, some people are just like, hey, I want Final Fantasy to be a turn-based JRPG. And this one is like an open world Devil May Cry game, effectively. Or at least from what I hear.
It did look that way.
It's also first M-rated Final Fantasy. It's apparently super violent and has a Game of Thrones-y story.
Gore, let's go.
Nice. I hope they say fuck and shit a lot.
Oh my god. I hope they also fuck and shit a lot.
Since Final Fantasy VII was released, people of my generation have wanted to see a Final Fantasy VII waifu's boobs in game.
Yeah, baby, let's go.
Could be our year.
Booba.
We got 100 US from Archangel. Thank you very much. Still haven't played, so gotta catch this later. But got my company bonus, so happy Flismsmutel. Also, hi, Fringy.
Hey.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very, very, very generous. And 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Very nice. Very nice. Some little generous people here today. Appreciate it. And Blankface, thanks for being a bearded flame for 1 month. I've never played a Zelda game, but this game seemed to not be fake and gay. So well done, Nintendo. I like how fake is written in PHAIK and gay is GHEY. I'm gonna be sleeping like 20 hours or something. Two was from Booty Evans. Are the sages different from the champions from Breath of the Wild? Yes.
Mostly.
The champions you just had the ability to use with like charges and stuff.
Are they different people? And I was like, well, I mean,
yeah, they're also different.
No, isn't that Sidon is he's your companion in both of them, isn't he? Oh no, wait. Oh.
Well, Dorifrin, it was the champion in Breath of the Wild, right?
Yeah, you're right. The people from the past who are the actual like weapon thing. You just have a companion type person who kind of helps you in the area, and that's where you meet Sidon. Right. It's been a while since I played Breath of the Wild, but
and also as James pointed out, the champions were already dead when you got their powers. So.
And that's what just clicked for me. I was thinking, I was like, oh, Sidon, he was my buddy from the first game, and then I just realized I was like, oh wait, but he's not the one who helped me, was he? or like who becomes the power.
Yeah. We also don't have those powers anymore, and I don't really know why. It's just gone. I guess the champions were like, bye. I don't know. Just guessing.
Bye.
Bye. 2 books from party. Make Zelda stay dragon. Give Link to Pura ending. Yes. That's good.
Yeah.
I'm on board with that. Another 2 from Pooty Evans. Which temple do you guys think was the best? I like the desert one the best. The Garuda one.
Yeah, that was dope.
Good.
That's exactly what I wanted from like a desert themed temple. It's just like dark corridors underground with a torch, like walking around like the mummy, like the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I might have to go with the Rito one because I really like the journey from the ground up to the sky. It might have just been a first time playthrough thing because I was like, oh man, we're starting here and we're moving all the way up there step by step. All right, cool. Because I didn't expect the Switch especially to be able to do that. I kind of figured that they do the transition from the sky world to the land world with some kind of load screen trickery, you know? Oh, there's a good stretch of time where you go through clouds, and then that's where, I'd say, I mean, there was a bit of that, but mostly for level of detail stuff. But I'd say they did a pretty good job of making it seamless and going. Granted, you started on a mountain, but going from the ground up to the Sky Islands, I thought was really, really cool.
Yeah. I mean, besides the loading screen, whenever you like warp. The only stuttering that I've noticed is like if you're way up in the islands and you skydive into a chasm and you go down, it'll like freeze for a second because it's loading that whole underworld. Right. But it's like, whatever, that's fine. I mean, this is a fucking huge ass map.
It's hard to get mad at that.
Yeah.
You can have a little hitch every now and then. That's fine. We'll still call you polished.
Oh, apparently, I think because the champions passed on. There's a scene of them and the king floating above the castle, looking at Link and Zelda before they disappeared. Okay, yeah, that's fair.
My favorite overall world design is the Zora place. I love that it's cool. All like water flowing down staircases, and all the rooms are like open pools with no ceilings, or sometimes there's ceilings, but they're just like big pools, connected by these flowing stairways. Like I want to go there. I wish it was a real place. That'd be so fucking awesome.
Give Universal and Nintendo some time. We already have
yeah.
The land has happened, and I hear they're making a fair amount of money. People like that Super Mario right now.
John is all about that pussy. Wants to go visit that pussy.
Can't get enough that pussy,
Hey man, there's some arguments for mermaids. You ever see the movie The Lure?
No.
I don't think I saw that.
The Lure?
Right. It's a Polish musical.
It's, good God.
I mean, it's also a pretty brutal horror movie at the same time, the mermaids are pretty hot.
Nice.
Weird though. It's a really weird movie, I'll tell you that right now.
I got 5 from Nuts Around Metal. If you could this weekend, could you also work on membership badges? No worries if not. Hope you have fun with your friendo. Also, hi everyone. I'll make a note. That's actually a good reminder. I wanted to make some kind of membership badges. I still not exactly sure what, but I think it's about time. We got some people being members for a while, so should probably figure something out. But yeah, thank you for the reminder. I shall do that. I have a note here now that says emojis and membership badges. Can't wait to ignore it. And then the last one from Booty Evans, 5 buckaroos. Moodle, did you get to look at the hero's path in your Pura pad? Traces all of your routes. Very interesting to look at. I did look at that. I unlocked that. So for people who don't know, the hero's path thingy is an upgrade you can get for your Pura pad that basically saves everything you walked around at. It traces it. And I think it said it saves like 256 hours of that path. And you can just click play from the beginning, and then it just uses the little arrow on the map and just traces your whole path over the map, and you can see where you went.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's like a fun little feature to use. You can also click randomly in it, so if you if you're wondering where you were walking at some point, you can check that out. It's pretty neat.
Yeah, quick and easy way to check where you haven't been. Yeah, to explore more. It's handy.
It just shows you the whole thing. It's like, oh, I haven't been there, haven't been there. It's good stuff. It's a nice little feature. I enjoy it quite a bit.
Yeah.
And I think that was the last one. Let me check if there was anything with Streamlabs, because I don't think I have that open here. I did not. Let me see. No, also everything through super chats. Very good, very good. Well, Fringy is just grabbing some coffee. Well, in that case, we can just start getting out of here. Hey, this was fun. I think it was a great forge. I think we talked a lot of interesting stuff. Of course, thank you for joining me, Lance. It's always good to have you around. So,
Yeah,
Of course, man. Yeah.
Thanks for talking me
Thank
into
you.
playing this game, man.
Yeah, no worries. I'm glad I did, because it's a good game. It's a good gorm. What you guys up to? Let's start with Mark. So we just maybe Fringy's back when it's his turn. Mark, what you up to? Tell the people what's going on.
I've been streaming a fair amount of Zelda on my channel lately. I'm probably gonna, I don't know if I'll finish it up tonight or if I'll just finish it up offline and then move on to something else. But yeah, I stream video games pretty frequently. I've also started a new channel that I run with my wife where we talk about dating, relationship, and communication skills and things like that. Because I found that there's a lot of content online where like young, awkward men get encouraged to communicate with people in ways that I find kind of counterproductive to, especially a lot of the people I think that are in probably a lot of our audiences where, I don't know, like a lot of us are borderline autistic, nerdy weirdos. And I mean, I'm one of those. And I've managed to harness that into something that most humans are confused with being a personality. So I was that maybe I'd be able to help people out with stuff like that. So we have a show called The Dating Game where we answer audience questions and on our couch with the two of us. And I've been doing an interview show as well called Here Comes a New Challenger. But the channel is called Human Cyborg Relations.
Well, go check it out.
Yeah. Or just find me on Twitter. You'll find it.
Or do that, yeah. John, what are you doing? What are you up to? Tell us everything. Or die.
John Graham on YouTube. I've been doing a show called Arby and the Chief since 2007. And still doing that. I do reviews. I do gaming streams sometimes. And yeah. So you can find me. John Graham on YouTube. That's my thing.
Yeah. All the links in the description, of course. Go click there, or I'll find you. Yeah, Fringy, we're at the end. What are you doing?
I was just getting my coffee.
What are you up to?
I'm making stuff. That's my update. I'm working.
I knew it. I could have done that.
Because after this, I'll go for a walk and then back to it.
Back to the mines.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Yeah, I think the link's in the description for my channel anyway.
Absolutely. It's all down there. Go clickety clack. I need sleep.
Yeah,
I've been streaming way too much lately. I know people have been enjoying it, but goddamn, my body demands me to have some rest.
This game is how also, tying into the topic of the show. This game has had a tangible effect on my sleep in the past week.
Yeah, the thing is, I would have done it differently if not for having a day job and shit. So it was basically as I said, sleep, work, eat, stream, repeat for the last 12 days or something. That's what I've been doing. And that's probably why I finished the story, because I'm self-destructive, apparently.
You sacrificed your life force to get it, get there.
I'm looking forward to take a couple of days off. I have a friendo coming over tomorrow. It's a long weekend, so I'm just going to have some brewskis, some barbecue, play some video games. That is not Zelda. Maybe. We'll see. But hey, as for me, I mean, Zelda basically took over my life for the last 2 weeks, so I had to stop with my Vidya. I actually meant to start recording already, but, well, you all saw what I've been doing. I've streamed every minute of, well, not every minute. I did a little bit of offline farming, but yeah, basically 99% of my playthrough is online now, so you can all check that out. Those are going up on the archive channel as well. If you want to watch all of them now, they're in the game stream playlist that you find on the channel page just on the bottom, and you just can find them all there immediately. But if you want them in a neat little playlist, you gotta wait until they're all up on the other channel. But it's 90 hours of content, so it's gonna take a while to just all download and upload them. But yeah, I'm gonna be going back to NVIDIA. I don't know when it's gonna be out because I just have no context on how long that's gonna take me. I hope it's gonna be in the next month. That's my hope. That's really what I want to do, but we'll see how it goes. Also, yeah, we got 3 movies coming up next month. We got Spider-Verse, we got Indiana Jones, and we got The Flash. I'll be covering all of them. I already have plans to do that. So yeah, that's gonna be a bit more Forges next month. So look forward to that. All things going on. It's gonna be fun stuff. And who knows what else is going on? Maybe we record EFAP stuff. I don't know. We'll see. Don't yell at me, chat. Anyway.
Busy.
Busy. Yeah, busy. Anyway, yeah. Again, Lance, thank you for hanging out. It was fun stuff.
Thanks for having me on.
Thank you, Metal. Thank you, chat.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, chat, for hanging out as well, of course. Thank you all for the very generous super chats and memberships. I really appreciate that. And yeah, I'll catch you all in the next one. I'm gonna go sleep for a long time now. Goodbye.
Adios.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye. See you.